la, 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 my chérie amour, lovely as a summer day. My chérie amour, distant as the Milky Way. My chérie amour, pretty little one that I adore. You're the only girl my heart beats for. How I wish that you were mine. In a cafe, or sometimes on a crowded street, I've been near you.
I know. Hey, I ought to leave the young thing alone, but ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home anytime she goes away.
Open melodies, that's how easy love can be.
Sometimes I dream I have huge dreams. I love when they look 5 sizes too big on me.
There's so much room,
So much room.
you might assume, like Mike, I want to dress like Mike. Like Mike, I want to dress like Mike. Oh, if I could dress like Mike, I cannot lie. People ask me why.
So many rips and tears, they really came that way. I dream of pleats
And cloth dragging past my feet, like Mike. I want to dress like Mike. I want to dress like Mike. Like Mike. I want to dress like Mike. I want to dress like Mike. Like Mike. I want to dress like Mike.
Somebody, when I can't say nothing else, I like to say,
The name above names, worthy of all his praise, that still ain't enough, yeah. You don't know how hard I prayed, and he looked in my grave and he told me get up, yeah. At times I wanted to give up, told me trust him, even with faith the same size as the mustard seed, yeah. That was enough to meet me right where I'm at. Free me from places that I can't go back. Reckless to righteous when Christ is in that. Called on his name cause his power's unmatched. Had me in shackles till he broke the chain. Killing my flesh, he's my license for that. Renew my mind, so my mindset for that. When it's set up, I can't be set back. Ready, set, go. Yeah, he made me ready, he set me up, then told me.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Salute to everybody in the chat today, man. Gonna give it a few more minutes, man. We're gonna get some people in here to cook on this topic, man. This is a call-in show. This is an open panel show, man. Unlike some of the last shows we've been having. So no worries, you guys. Salute to H-Town Black Man Goes 2000. Lethal Weapon, AZ Ishmael. I see you here, Trey. A couple guys got here early. See B Jones. Says, haven't you heard? There's nothing any player could do to surpass MJ. I don't know. I don't know if I think that way. Salute to Jalen Spicer, man. I see you in the chat. You was in here early. John Wick. Max, I see you, man. Appreciate you guys being in here today. Gonna have a good show for you guys here on FYF Sports. We're gonna react to a little clip that I saw on Gilbert Arenas. They actually had a conversation, man. They brought in a special guest, John Salley. I like listening to John Salley talk because similar to even like a guy in Scott Williams that we brought on, is not too many people on this planet that have played against Jordan at the highest level, with Jordan at the highest level, with Kobe at the highest level, right? Witness LeBron James at the highest level. There's not too many people on this planet that have seen that level of basketball up front, up close and personal. And I listened to this conversation on Gilbert Arenas, you guys, and they kind of broke it down. They were breaking it down. This is John Salley, this is a Jordan guy. He believes Jordan is the greatest player to ever play. And they were having a conversation, and it wasn't even really a GOAT conversation, which is the craziest part about how it concluded. It was just about systems and system players, and if LeBron James would have potentially benefited from having a system. Right? When we talk about Jordan, we know the system that he had with Tex Winters and Phil Jackson in the triangle offense. That same system was elite, just like John Salley mentioned, with Kobe Bryant and the Lakers dynastic run twice with Shaq, and then also the Paul Gasol years with Kobe and Paul Gasol. That system was elite also and integral in the Golden State Warriors run. I'm really glad he highlighted that as well. So again, it's a 30-minute clip. I'm probably not going to watch the entire 30-minute clip, but I want to get through some of it, man, because, man, if you missed this clip, man, you missed a ton, man. You missed a ton. All right, y'all see the link in the chat from Streamlabs. Beat the sports books. Never lose another bet. You guys need to click the link and go to Profit Duel right now. You can get a 7-day trial for $1. Get access to literally hundreds of dollars of free bets, and you will always be in the profit. Guaranteed. Always in the profit. Are you tired of losing them bets? You want to start winning? You trying to make $1,400 to $2,000 a month in residual income without putting in much work? Y'all need to go sign up with Profit Duel right now. Sign up with Profit Duel right now. I'm telling you guys, and next week we're going to have a representative from Profit Duel on to show you guys how it works. We dropped a video earlier this week kind of detailing how it works. Click that link in the chat. The first 10 people to sign up will be getting some free merch. All you have to do is email me your confirmation that you signed up, and we're going to be giving out some free merch, man. He said that was a fire stream on Gills. Yeah, that was, man. It was. And you know, obviously you was getting a little pushback from Rashad. I mean, he has his logic, and he's so grounded in his logic that he's left himself no wiggle room for facts, for when facts come in to reinterpret his decision, as we saw with John Salley. Right? That's one thing you have to respect about John Salley. When you discuss it and when the facts show you that your logic may have been flawed and you have to come to a new conclusion, are you willing to come to that new conclusion? We saw something similar to this over on Go James Kingdom podcast when he did a show. He did a show talking about what player dealt with the most adversity in the playoffs. And I went over it and I said, this is a trick question. I said, this is a trick question designed to see if Jordan fans are actually going to tell the truth. Are Jordan fans just going to come in here and say LeBron has dealt with the most adversities in NBA playoff history, more so than any other player? And it was like a test to see if the Jordan fans would actually come in and be honest. And what I heard was, I heard a lot of pushback, a lot of excuses. Salute to Moose Talks Hoops, man. Make sure y'all go check them out, man. Moose Talks Hoops, man, dropping content daily, man. Solid content creator. We got to get to it, you guys. We got to get to it. Also, you guys, and if you, and most of you guys are aware, and that link is going to be in the chat as well. If you want to support the stream, man, we do have a temporary new Cash App. That link is also going to be in the chat as well. Because our original Cash App, the $ FYF Sports, that got hacked. So here's the new Cash App right here. I'll leave it on the screen for a few minutes, just in case you want to support today's show. We got Mahari. He says, "Did you get the news?" Yeah, but Mahari, to be honest though, I don't really care to speak on boxing. I mean, primarily because when you look at Showtime, when you look at HBO, when you look at all of the channels that cover boxing, they won't even allow content creators to react to the film. After there's a crazy knockout, we can't even do reactions to it. They sitting there striking and copyright striking everybody, even if you do a legitimate reaction to the fight. I'm not about to sit here and deal with a sport that's so money hungry that content creators can't even react to fights. So is it unfortunate for Ryan Garcia? Yeah. But to be honest, the sport of boxing cannot afford for a guy like Devin Haney to take a loss like that. Garcia surprised everybody. They weren't going to let him hold on to that win. They have to make it seem like Devin Haney got beat by something other than Ryan Garcia. We all saw the beat down, just like everybody lied to us. About what's his name, the other guy that got knocked out by Earl Spence. They keep lying to us about these guys, propping them up, and then they get beat down by scrubs. I'm not trying to hear it, man. The only guy that can fight right now in the lower divisions is Gervonta Davis. Outside of that, I don't really give a damn. Doesn't matter he cheated. I don't care if he cheated or not. Yeah, if Devin Haney wants that asterisk win, all right, he can have it. I don't care what type of steroids he took. He got a class. He got a full on beat down. Haney walked into that fight unprepared. You telling me steroids can get you to beat Devin Haney? Boxing's a skill sport, not a strength sport. Boxing's a skill sport, not a strength sport. Clarissa Shields got feather gloves, can't knock nobody out to save her life. She at the top of the women's division. Floyd Mayweather, feather gloves, could arguably be the GOAT. Y'all talking about steroids, man. I'm not trying to hear that. He got outboxed and outclassed. He's trash, man. Trash boxers. And the organizations that run it are trash, man. I'm not about to sit here and talk about no boxing. All they do is sit here and strike content creators' channels like I'm gonna give them the time of day. We can't even react to the film. I don't care. I don't care if it gives you an advantage, Ishmael. You can die from playing football if you get hit too hard. We watched Reggie Lewis die on the basketball court. I'm not trying to hear it. You can die doing any sport. But I'm not about to sit here and waste time talking about a sport that don't let content creators talk about them. They just want content creators to sit on an empty screen talking about just pictures and images. Man, I'm not about to sit here and keep wasting my time with boxing. Just let them fall off into oblivion and be irrelevant, man. We got other stuff to talk about today. Ryan Garcia, it's on steroids. I don't really care. But look, y'all, man, we got some stuff to talk about today. We got this clip. Let me get this clip pulled up, man. We're gonna chop it up. We're gonna talk about it. Oh, also, you guys, man, make sure you become a member of the channel, man. The link is in the chat, man. Become a member of the channel. Also, the first 10 people that become members of the channel, free merch, man. Free merch for you guys, right? The free merch that I'm giving away is going to be in the Discord. We're giving out free hoodies, man, to the first 10 members of the channel, man. The link to become the member is in the chat, man. Become a member of the channel, man. We got H30 in the chat, man. Salley is great personality to represent basketball. Yes, he is great, man. Salute to Brandon Katz. Brandon Katz, what is he in there talking about? LeBron is not the greatest of all time. Okay. It's opinion. It just depends on how you argue it. But if your logic doesn't have him as the greatest, that's great, good for you. But most people are sensible basketball fans, Brandon Katz. And most Jordan fans, what they do is they fudge the logic so that the only person can be the GOAT is Jordan. The greatest thing about how Jordan fans argue for Jordan to be the GOAT is that logic doesn't even put Jordan as the GOAT. It generally will put Kareem or Bill Russell as the GOAT. That's the problem with Jordan fan logic. Jordan fans' logic will literally put Bill Russell and Kareem as the GOATs, and they will deny it. They will deny it, and they will deny it, and they will only say that those two played in weaker eras, and that's why you diminish them. Y'all logic is flawed. Jordan fans are really losing credibility. Y'all really losing credibility. Y'all talk the loudest. Y'all say the least. Y'all lost grasp on common sense. You detach yourself from facts, right? All you do is yell. Jordan fans just yell, try to have the loudest mic, say the least. When we open the panel up, you guys, when we open the panel up, I want you to guys be mindful of that. I want you to be mindful of the people that are talking the loudest but saying the least. And tell me if they're not Jordan fans. That's what's going to happen when we drop the link. They're just not going to be happy. Salute to Spiffy, Lil Kenny. Spiffy, man, we can do a reaction to, man, you gotta send me the link to that video, man. We got to do a reaction to that video ASAP right now, man. Spiffy been on IG dropping some heat, y'all. Think he just dropped a new album, Spiffy. If you're not a mod, let me make you a mod so you can drop the link in the chat, man. We got Spiffy, Lil Kenny, man. Put your IG in the chat, man. Y'all need to all go follow Spiffy, man. Follow his new music, man. Salute to Spiffy, Lil Kenny, man. Rick One Ball says, I agree, Jordan fans. Yeah, Jordan fans are lost touch with reality, man. Disassociated from facts. They try to selectively use stats when stats favor them, but then when the stats go against them, they want to throw them in the garbage can. That's a casual take by Lamont. Jordan is the best clutch scorer in sports history. Brandon, the problem is, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. See, I don't know what measurement that you're using, Brandon, to determine who's clutch and who's not clutch, but statistically, by the numbers, LeBron James is the most clutch scorer in NBA history. Statistically, by the numbers. So I don't know what number you're using to come up with clutch scoring, but based on the numbers that the analytical data that's been put out, because I'm assuming you're talking about analytical data, but the numbers say that LeBron James is a better clutch scorer than Michael Jordan. You're fighting against pure numbers. Now you can say that your eye test, right? Or you can say that it's not about percentages and you just want to take a subjective approach. But then you're going to have a tough time arguing that, because now that becomes all emotional based. Stop saying stuff that makes no sense, man. Y'all got to stop saying stupid stuff. Stop saying stuff that can be fact checked. And then when they fact check it, you get mad when people pull up the stats and say that you're wrong. Yeah, there are stats that say LeBron James is a more clutch player than Michael Jordan. As much as you guys want to harp on the fact that he missed a few shots here or there, he didn't take a shot here or there, the numbers still say he's better in the clutch than Michael Jordan. You can even run to this year and say, oh, LeBron missed shots this year. No matter how you slice it, the numbers don't say that. Doesn't matter how you feel, Brandon. I mean, even me as a coach, if I needed a last second shot and I got Jordan or LeBron on the team, of course, I'm going to give the ball to Jordan. But if you're going off numbers, right, you would have a better argument to say that Jordan is the best tough shot maker in late game situations, right? Jordan has more intestinal fortitude, right, to take tough shots in late game situations. He's more clutch. He's not more clutch than LeBron. LeBron's been more clutch than Jordan defensively. LeBron's been more clutch than Jordan offensively. He's been more clutch than Jordan as a scorer in the clutch, if you look at the numbers. So I don't know what metric you're using other than your own emotions. And then on top of that, LeBron did it against far more significant competition. These are not things that are arguable. Come up with something else. Come up with something else. Y'all need to stop. The one thing is that you Jordan fans have to accept that anything that could be measured statistically, LeBron's probably going to beat Jordan out in. Outside of points per game, anything that could be measured statistically, LeBron's probably beat Jordan out in it. You guys need to stop running to things that LeBron James fans can go run and tally up, because none of the running total stats or averages are really going to do you justice. Analytics don't do you justice as well. That's the problem with it. This is why when I say I got Jordan as the GOAT, what do I say, y'all? Do I sit there and run to stats? Do I run to Jordan? No. What I said was, I personally feel that Jordan dominated his era of basketball more so than any of the other players in my top 5. And it could be argued that Kareem was a bit more dominant. It could be argued that Bill Russell was a bit more dominant. My opinion, it was Jordan. I'm just going off sheer dominance. But I'm not about to sit here and go toe-to-toe with stats versus LeBron James because you ain't going to win. You're not going to win. You're going to try, Brandon. And I know, Brandon, Brandon, when we drop the link, you're going to talk loud, but you're not going to present any real facts. What Jordan, and I'm going to tell you guys the script, you guys, after we get through this film, after we get to this reaction, Jordan fans are going to come up here and they're going to talk about moments where LeBron missed a shot, a series that he lost, when that's not what we're talking about. They're going to talk about 2011. That's what they're going to talk about. They're going to talk about how he's 39, 38, how his stint with the Lakers hasn't been the greatest, which to me, it has been a success because he got a championship in 2020. Most players go an entire career without one championship. So if LeBron James's stint in LA has not been a success, then any player in NBA history that never won a championship, their whole careers were failures. Allen Iverson, failure then. Reggie Miller, failure then. Patrick Ewing, failure then. All these guys got to be failures then. Y'all logic is flawed. MC Darrell says bubble championship. Championships are championships, MC Darrell. So MC Darrell, are you telling me that you and your homies could have walked into the bubble and won a championship? What you saying, Darrell? If it's a bubble, if it's something that anybody could have won, could we have dropped a college team into the bubble and they would have won it? No. You're still playing against NBA players. Actually, the better teams had a disadvantage because the better teams generally, what do you get as a reward for being one of the better teams in the league in the bubble? Home court advantage. The better teams in the league lost home court advantage. The better teams in the league had to play in neutral site games all the way through. So they lost their advantage. So teams like the Boston Celtics, right? Imagine the 60-win Boston Celtic not having any advantage and just having to play all their games in neutral sites. You lose your home crowd. You lose that advantage. Y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all just say the bubble like it was easier. So if the bubble was so easy, then what's your criticism for the teams that lost in the bubble? If LeBron James won in the bubble and he was the only team to win, then what's your criticism for the teams that couldn't win in the bubble? Are they ultra trash if they couldn't win in an easy bubble setting? See, the problem is that means a lot of your favorite players are ultra trash. If the bubble was so trash and the Lakers won, what does that make your favorite player? The Giannis's, the Jokic's, the Clippers, all these teams. They are all super duper trash if they couldn't win. And it makes the Clippers ultra trash because they're the ones that choked away a superior lead to the Denver Nuggets in the bubble. And players have publicly come out and said they didn't even want to be there. They checked out. They just quit. Y'all talk about people quitting so much. But see, y'all never push them narratives. Y'all never talk about that. Told you. Yeah, I think y'all just say bubble like the bubble made life easier for every team in the league. Oh, it did, didn't it? Oh, come on, man. Y'all got to stop it. Y'all just try to find a way to denigrate anything. That's just you making stuff up. That's the Brandon Katz logic. Just make random stuff up that makes no sense. What Clutch Sports agenda Lamont pushing today? Clutch Sports. I don't know. This is just basketball, Alonzo. Just basketball. And Alonzo. So you see, the problem is How come you don't talk about the agendas that other sports agencies push? Other sports agencies put narratives and push agendas for their own players. You think Clutch is the only agency that does that for their players? Or is Clutch just happens to be the agency that's affiliated with LeBron James, so that's the only one you actually care about? Right? When all of these other sports agencies, even ones that are bigger than Clutch, start putting out smoke screens for their players to propagate and push and get their teams to make certain moves, I don't hear you guys crying about those agencies. You guys probably can't even name another 2 sports agencies in the NBA. Y'all act like Clutch is the biggest. Clutch isn't the biggest. Y'all only people who be saying this stuff, y'all, they are hyper focused on LeBron James. They don't truly care about agendas being pushed. They don't truly care about agents pushing agendas or leaking stuff to the media. I can give you guys multiple stories about things that were leaked to the Phoenix media out here from the star player on the team. You guys won't care. It's not LeBron. Y'all think KD don't do it? Y'all think all these players don't do it? It's just LeBron, right? Complete idiots, y'all. Come on, y'all. Don't come in here and be idiots today. Don't come in here and be idiots today. See, Brandon, you just got to stop calling people a clown and just start dropping facts. You just say it's a lie to say LeBron played better competition than Jordan. No, that's just an evaluation. It's not a lie. That's one person's opinion versus another. It's just an opinion. Opinions aren't lies. It's just one person's opinion versus another. The problem is, Brandon, is that most logical basketball minds will easily say that LeBron faced more significant competition because people are not blinded and stupid. And if you have any facts to support if you have any real facts that support Jordan playing more significant competition, bring forth those facts. And please don't tell us that Jordan played more 50-win teams, because 50-win teams does not tell us the strength of a team. It just tells us how many games they were able to win in a weak league. Jay says Lamont's a bronzexual. No, I actually have Jordan as the GOAT, so don't know how that makes sense. I just like Max Ether and idiots like you, Jay. Like I say, it's funny how when I drop the link, you guys don't pull up. Look at Brandon with another baseless statement. Lamont is stupid. Brandon, all you got to do is just start typing facts into the chat and I'll put it on the screen. You keep typing generalistic statements that mean absolutely nothing. He's a liar. Lamont is stupid. You're in the chat typing like a 4-year-old. You haven't typed in one stat, one fact. You said earlier that Jordan is the most clutch player in NBA history. Drop facts to support that. You made that blanket statement and haven't dropped one fact. Like I said, y'all run from the facts, because once you start Googling it, you're going to see LeBron James at the top of all of those lists. So you have no facts to support what you're saying. But you know what Brandon's next statement is going to say? I cooked Lamont. That's his next statement. You're getting cooked. You're a liar. Brandon, say something with purpose. Say something with actual meaning behind it. Showcase that you actually understand the game. That's all we ask. Act like you have some portion of a brain active cell were activated today. Because we know when we bring you up on the panel, you're going to muddy up the conversation because you just want to be loud and say a bunch of nothing. He's not a lawyer, act accordingly. There's no way he's a lawyer. No way in hell. And if he is a lawyer, he done probably got contempted a court maybe 35 times. He's probably spent 30 days in jail from the judge probably 65 times. Ain't no way somebody's going to pay for that type of representation. Got to be a public pretender. Clutch literally pays people to talk about LeBron. There are other sports agencies that pay people to talk about their players. That's what sports agencies do. That's exactly what sports agencies do. They pay people to talk about their players. That's how sports agencies actually make money. You need to go look up, Legal. You need to go look up what sports agencies are. That's what they do. That's their job. You cannot make money as an agent if you're not paying people to talk about your players. I don't know. What do y'all think these sports agents are supposed to do? I don't know. I don't get what y'all think they're supposed to do. Jesus Christ. This is how these players get paid. These sports agencies leak tons of stuff to the media to push narratives for their players. And if you're not doing that, you're a bad agent. All right, let me get this. Let me share my screen. Make sure I hit that Cash App. Cash App's on the screen, man. Support the channel, man. $ Brook 88B, man. Hit the Cash App, support the channel. Right. Links in the chat as well. If you want to become a member of the channel, watch the StreamYard links that drop throughout the stream today. Make sure you hit that StreamYard, become a member of the channel, or right there, as you can see, you could just tip the channel right there. And if you tip the channel, we're definitely going to put your comment on the screen, and it will be one of the questions that we feature. Rich Paul must have taken Lamont off the block. I don't know what that means. See, and this is another thing, y'all. See, and people like Mr. Winters, see what this is, him and Brandon kind of argue the same way. Salute to the locker room in the chat as well. What they do is they're not going to bring forth any facts. They just don't like what you're talking about. So that they make statements like what Mr. Winters just said. Rich Paul must have taken you off the block. Nobody's getting paid to. YouTube is who pays me. Y'all get mad because no fact supports any narrative that you say. I don't know why y'all sit here and get mad, because we evaluate the facts just like we're about to do with this video. And when the conclusion that they come to doesn't suit your narrative, you get mad. And so you do like a 7-year-old child and you start trying to take shots. Because it's funny, Mr. Winters, when I was being critical of LeBron James, you wasn't saying that. Moose, it's wild, Moose. That's why I say, Moose, when you are non-biased, they hate you. The people that are in the middle, the most non-biased, those are the most hated people on YouTube. It's not the extreme fans. It's not the extreme LeBron or Jordan fans. It's the people that are non-biased that get the most hate. Let's get this on the screen here. Okay, salute to Hitman X in the chat, one of the OGs of the channel, man. Hitman X. Make sure y'all check his channel out as well. Y'all need to start subscribing up to Hitman X so we can motivate him to start pushing out that Phoenix Suns content. Because, boy, all he did was just put out Phoenix Suns content. He was getting hate. Hitman X, that was the OG days, man. We got to get you back going, Hitman. Let's check this video out, you guys. This is from Gil's Arena. Most of you guys are probably already subbed up. If you're not subbed up, man, go sub up to the channel, Gil's Arena and No Chill Gil. Man, hella fire content creators over there doing their thing, man. Let's check out this video.
More championships. I think if he had a system. I'm not saying LeBron is better than Michael Jordan. I don't think anybody's better than Michael Jordan. For about 12 years, I said Kobe and Mike. I did that because I needed to stay relevant and y'all to hate me.
Yeah, we did.
Right, I know how to do television.
We did, yeah.
I need to give you an idea. Yeah, you know, you only doing TV.
I learned from somebody.
Right, so, but this is what I think. And I thought about the system. I thought about it because when I knew I was coming on today, I'm telling you, if LeBron, the reason it seems like LeBron is like firing people and getting out because of what you said. He only wants to win and everybody else wants to be cool. Mm. And I think if there was a system where you can see automatically when things are going wrong, like in the triangle. Kobe broke the triangle, Shaq broke the triangle, Michael broke it all the time, but it was set up till it hypnotized whoever's playing defense is when you can do your thing. Because they were just like, he's going to cut and beat me again. I'm not helping this guy. It confused everybody. So when I said that on my podcast, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about if he had something he can go down to, not when it's down to 5 seconds and everybody just goes, everyone stands there and go, what you gonna do? Every time it's what you gonna do, you really can't get it done.
Now, mind you, I made that same statement about LeBron James and the Lakers this year, and I was getting slammed because all I'm saying is this, and just what John Salley said, whatever offense they were running in LA, whether you want to blame LeBron or whether you want to blame the coach, whatever they were doing left LeBron James dribbling ball to the end of the shot clock, and everybody was standing around watching him. It was stagnated. Second half versus the Denver Nuggets, ball wasn't moving. Ball was in LeBron James' hand late game. And as John Salley just explained, this is what you're stuck with. This is why this conversation of systems is being brought up, because when you watch this team, especially late game, no matter where you want to dole out the blame, give it to Darvin Ham, give it to LeBron. I don't care where you want to dole out the blame. That's a whole nother conversation. The problem on the court was there was no ball movement. And some system needed to be implemented, especially late game, because they could not score the basketball. That's just the fact of the matter. And it's not about dishing out blame to any particular player. That's just what was going on the floor. And it's one of the reasons why they lost that series to the Denver Nuggets.
And so you talked about that. Let's show that clip from your TFU podcast. Are you making those comments?
LeBron doesn't have more championships because LeBron never played in a system that breeds championships. The triangle offense had Phil and Michael win 6 championships. They would have won 8 championships if Michael didn't go away.
Ain't that the truth?
Then to prove that point, they come to LA and he wins 5 championships with the same offense with a great player. But it's the system. They couldn't beat the triangle system. Then this guy named Steve Kerr goes and takes a version of it and wins 4 championships with it. It's a system. LeBron never had this triangle system. It was all put the weight on him. And anytime you put the weight on somebody without the system, they didn't win.
LeBron, yes, you got to go to Golden State, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah. Kevin Durant was the smartest move. Because you guys I watched it the whole time. Gil, you don't have a championship, but you're a winner, right? There's a difference between a winner and a champion. You can't come on the other side of the velvet rope, but you're still a winner. And I just think I've been watching him, and I played against Magic, and I still have nightmares. I still if I think basketball, I think about Kevin McHale and that, smelling like garlic on purpose type stuff. And Larry Bird just going, I still have those thoughts because I didn't sleep the night before. And then when you got to play, you real sleepy, you take a nap, all this different stuff. When I think about LeBron, I think about how when you give him the ball and he's dribbling, all of a sudden everybody is just sagging because he knows he's going to pass it first. And he knows when he passes to the guy, it's a 40%, 30% chance he's going to hit the shot. In the triangle, LeBron passed that ball and run off second guard option. Now you have to stay on LeBron. He just keeps opening, and then when they adjust, then he scores.
Yep.
When they adjust back, that guy scores. And you put in those positions to do it. It's to the next man. You help the next man, and that's what I meant by he didn't have a system. They even get down to the coaches where the coaches will go. Remember when Michael first time they gave him the ball and Phil was like, my job was give Michael the ball and everybody get out of the way. That's why he didn't beat us anymore, because we knew he couldn't push Joe Dumas. He was going to get smacked coming in the lane. We didn't care that the NBA had an agenda for the Messiah. We were the Romans. Crucify him. And that was the mentality. That's what I think about when I watch the game now. When I watch now, I watched Denver just run out of gas, seriously run out of gas. There was nobody on the squad to kick them in the ass, nothing for them to go, all right, let's go to sequence one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sequence one and build it back up to sequence. I just don't think that's happening anymore.
Let me say this about the LeBron thing. And so my whole take was LeBron's skill set would have been enhanced and we would have been able to reflectively look at Mike, Kobe, and LeBron if he's in the triangle. Because the way Mike and Kobe trained their skill sets inside of the triangle helped them with the mid-range shot, the fadeaway shot, the elbow ISO shot, the top of the key ISO shot. All of these different skill sets were enhanced on top of their natural abilities.
Right.
Mike's natural abilities from the 80s to the 90s, he was just God-gifted with athleticism. He knew how to play. But the triangle helped him structurally understand how to get buckets in a system.
Right.
Same with Kobe. When he first came in the league, it was just athletic Kobe. Once he started breaking the offense in the triangle, he started enhancing his skill set. By the second two championships, you've seen a Michael Jordan type Kobe because he understood the triangle. LeBron has always been isolated on an island without a bag.
Yeah.
Without being able to break a guy down and do that because he wants to pass first.
I don't need a bag though.
So solely on being that guy without that skill set or a system, we can't compare him to the other two.
Right.
So I said, well, if you put LeBron in the triangle, he automatically is going to enhance his skill set because now he's isolating his movements. That jump.
See what Rashad is saying here. See, I don't know if Rashad knows it in the moment, but he's actually creating the narrative or the argument for LeBron James the more he talks. I think this is why a lot of people get on him. And I'm not going to say Rashad hasn't made some good points. He's actually talking his own logic into a corner with what he's talking about. The system is like a crutch because he talked about how the system made Kobe better, how the system made Jordan better. We saw Jordan without the system. Jordan had a losing record in the NBA. Right? We saw Kobe without the system when he wasn't getting coached by Phil Jackson. They were getting their brains beat in. They was not winning nothing. Whenever they had that crutch, which is what Rashad McCants is talking about, the system, they could win. And then he starts talking about LeBron James not having a system. LeBron James has played his entire career with no true system, no elite coaches, no crutch, still has a resume comparable, if not better, than Jordan, Kareem's. All these great players, definitely better than Kobe's. And he's done all of this with no crutch. And I think they do a good job of breaking it down. I don't know if Rashad actually ever picked up on what he's saying, but you follow his logic. His own logic takes you to one specific conclusion, man. Let me get back to it.
Shot that he doesn't have that they're sagging on, he's going to work on that because it's a part of the offense. I got to hit this shot. That pop back from the big when you're popping back in that small corner, that shot is automatic for Kobe and Mike. Yep. They were looking for that option because they practice it. But Bron never had that option in the offense where he's going to practice this over and over and over and over again because I'm going to get these options. That was my thing with Bron. He could have been the best to play the game, but he never was set up for his skill set to enhance.
But it sounds like
he better than all of them.
What I'm saying is that
he won four without a system.
You keep saying,
but that's what I'm saying. But
he won four of them without a system. So how good am I without a system?
Skill set.
What skill set?
Better than them.
Okay, but your sound is
40,000 points, and I have a
better than them.
That's the thing that's killing me, and it seems like it's a contradiction to what is being said. If Kobe and Jordan had a handicap by a system, they got enhanced by a system, and one has 6, one has 5, and this guy had to just play rogue basketball and got 4. why aren't we giving him the benefit of the doubt? Right?
Because
I did. I got killed.
And that's the problem.
You take away Kobe's 3 championships because he's playing with Shaq, right?
No,
right?
Nobody does.
No, they do. They do. They say, well,
that's right.
You know, you rode Shaq and you. Well, I can't give it. But then it's like, but you won 2 championships with Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, and you don't get no asterisk beside that, right? So if we're going to talk about
they.
What do you mean, who's they?
You mean the guys who never played basketball? So
I'm talking about everybody in any conversation when you talk about Kobe Bryant 5 championships, LeBron 4 championships, Michael Jordan 6. That's 1, 2, 3. Isn't it?
Yeah.
6, 5, 4 is 1, 2, 3. So where's LeBron on the totem pole of if you're considering championships being you're the greatest? LeBron, Mike has 6.
No,
he's number 1.
No, I think
Kobe has 5. He's number 2.
No, I think
LeBron has 4.
Right,
but
right.
the problem, he's number 3.
Right, I think Bron is better because he didn't have a system.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, bro, if he had I don't even think he would be good in the triangle.
That's only if we're considering championships to be the metric of being the greatest, in which I do not say.
Then that means it would have been Bill Russell.
Exactly. Yeah. And we never considered Bill Russell
always
to be.
do it on championships, and I'm glad I have the luck in my life to been granted being on some great teams. But I said if we were going to, because when I watch y'all, I compare LeBron to Magic, and I don't compare him to Michael. I compare Kobe to Michael, but I compare LeBron to Magic, and Magic 6'10". You played Magic at UCLA? Y'all ever? You old enough to
caught a lot of fouls.
Caught a lot of fouls.
Oh, God.
Little motherfucker.
Best thing to do is be on Magic
team. Yeah,
you were not leaving that center court.
Everybody say that.
Hey, I seen Magic lose one time at UCLA, and it was on some janky shit he could not call a foul on, but
he still stayed on the court.
He still tried to figure it out.
That said, though, John.
Yeah.
What that said, you said you comparing to Magic.
Yeah, I do.
Is Magic the greatest of all time?
I said the greatest player of all time was Magic, Larry Bird, Johnson. I tell you this. At the time, I had never seen anybody like Magic. I still haven't. I haven't seen anybody literally just take over the game, talk, convince the refs. Did you get the money I sent you? You know, all that stuff. I'm just being serious. I'm
just being serious.
Yeah, but I hadn't seen anything like that. But when I saw LeBron and I was standing and he was looking me eye to eye and I saw him jump, look in the rim, dunk first.
How tall are you?
6'11" and 2/4.
And okay, for because everyone thinks I'm stupid when I say. So you're 6'11".
Yeah.
Say that again. Y'all was doing what?
Looking eye to eye.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy is amazing. And
so he's not 6'8".
No.
Okay.
And he's 265 pounds with 4% body fat and was bred. It's like a thoroughbred. Mm-hmm. He's only bred to run. You know what I'm saying? It's not a horse you ride around the neighborhood. This you put this horse on the track. Mm-hmm. And I just kept looking at him and I couldn't believe I did. I just kept looking at him going, whoa. And I thought Carmelo should have been drafted before him. I had to apologize. Mm-hmm. I apologized on television. I was like, I was wrong. His ass should have been third. You should have been the first pick. Uh-huh. I haven't seen anything like it. But a lot of guys, you know, hey, no one saw anything like Oscar Robertson either. And then they did. Dr. J, they said, had one hand, right? But that one hand was all he needed. I tell you, I think if you're going to say the greatest player of all time, I'm going to stick with Michael Jordan because he was the nucleus or the beginning of what the NBA has become after '94. The NBA became this brand. Mm-hmm. But LeBron, man, when he was 17, 8, and when he was 19, 20, he was destroying old men. And then when he got to the point of winning the championship, I mean, think about it. He lost first. Yeah. He had to deal with that.
And I see a lot of people in the chat talking about, did Phil Jackson win championships without Jordan or Kobe? This is the point of the conversation. Phil Jackson is the system. Phil Jackson's system was designed for superstar talent. It was designed to take superstar talented players to another level team-wise. It was designed to take the star players that had great talent, get them to buy into a system so that those talents then became an asset to the team and not a detriment. What do we mean by that? Jordan, before Phil Jackson, was a supremely talented player, but his skill sets were looked at as a detriment because he was called a ball hog all around the league, even to the tune where a guy like Magic Johnson said he can't win a championship playing that way. This is what Magic Johnson said before Phil Jackson came. The only thing that Phil Jackson did was, with that system, he was able to create something basically that I would call organized chaos. You organize things into a structure where your star player can still shoot 25 shots a game, but it's designed within the system. Just like when Phil Jackson talked about Kobe Bryant's efficiency, their system was designed for him to take a ton of bad shots. That's how it was designed, and it was supremely effective. But we saw what Kobe looked like when Phil Jackson wasn't there, and he didn't have that organized chaos of a system of the triangle helping him out. This is what Gilbert Arenas called it, the crutch. Jordan and Kobe both, no matter what we think about them, and these are two of the greatest players in NBA history, as far as going to that next level, just like what John Salley said in this conversation, he called Gilbert Arenas a winner. But then there's another level of winning championships that you can go to. He said on the other side of the velvet rope. Jordan and Kobe were winners. They were good, really good players, but they weren't on the other side of that velvet rope without the system. They never showed that they could do it without that system, even to the tune where Jordan said, I don't want to play for another coach. Whenever Jordan played for another coach, it did not look superhuman. He was just another really good player without Phil Jackson. Kobe was just another good player without Phil Jackson. Without Phil Jackson there, he was beatable. He could be beat. That's why we say the system was a crutch for those two. And now we have to determine, does it impact how we look at them overall when we do these rankings?
Lost, and his ass was right back to win it again and then win it again.
He caught the Spurs.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is he don't get, like, it's like you have to give someone the benefit of the doubt, right? If it's like, what do they call them when you don't have a record label?
Independent,
right?
Yeah.
So if the system is the record label and no system is independent, and I'm selling just as many records or more records than you, right? You got 5 platinums, he got 6 platinums, I got 4 platinums. How are you penalizing me when you have the clear advantage over me?
But you're not being penalized.
You are.
You're not.
You're penalizing me, but one, I outdid more numbers than you. Like the man was Magic Johnson 2.0, right? And I hate when Jordan fans say this. He was a pass first guy. That's a bad take for you because he has the scoring title. So the guy who didn't want to shoot the ball got the most points. That is not a good take for you. You might want to lose that out because the guy who second nature was scoring has the most aggressive stats.
I think your music take is more right on than anything because you talk about independent versus majors, right? And the independent don't got the machine behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about like somebody like Master P. Master P sells all of those records, right? Yep. But he doesn't qualify for a Grammy. He doesn't get any of those accolades, right? Because he's an independent. And because you're independent doesn't mean that you don't get the acknowledgement that you deserve because the numbers are the numbers. You sold 100 million independently. So that the metric of like your hypothetical is, well, imagine what happens if I have the machine behind me.
No, that's what you're hypothetical. You're saying if he did have it, he'll do this. We're saying he still has the Emmys and the Grammys. You just got one more than him. So
No, the point is you're saying is what happens if he does have what Kobe and Mike
No,
had?
you're saying that.
No, I'm
You're
not.
saying if he had a system, this is what it be. We're both saying
his skills would have been more honed in. So think about an independent guy. An independent guy doesn't have access to the major label, the singing, the engineers, the producers,
Studio.
the singing coaches, all the vocal coaching, all that stuff, right? They're raw talent.
Yeah.
It's raw talent, right? So these are the guys like a Drake, Rihanna, Jay-Z, all these guys mainstream, they're killing it because they've mastered recording artists. You're independent on raw talent. So the hypothetical is, imagine if I had what they had.
Okay, but
that's the hypothetical.
We get that,
but you're not. But as an independent, you're not better than these guys based on your numbers. Your raw talent is your raw talent.
But that's what we're saying. If you're Drake and you're Hove, and I'm an independent.
Well, why can't he be Drake?
Okay, you can be Drake or
I'm good.
But what I'm saying is, at the end,
thank you.
if you got six Grammys, you have 5 Grammys. I have 4 Grammys being independent. I sold more records than you and did. I think I might not have the most number ones like you guys, but the fact.
Here we go with Brandon again. He says Lamont gives Kerr no credit for making Curry better. Brandon, I did a stream recently where I talked about the triangle offense making Steph Curry better. Steph Curry is also a byproduct of the split action system, and the split action system that they run just so happens to be the only system in the league that runs elements of the triangle offense. Steph Curry is a byproduct of the system. How do we know that Steph Curry is a byproduct of the system? Because when any piece of that system isn't there, it doesn't look the same, especially Draymond Green. If you look at Steph Curry's numbers without Draymond Green, win-loss and statistically, his numbers significantly decline when one cog of that system isn't there. Steph Curry is not the system. He's one of the most integral parts of that system, but it's not any slander. It's not slander on Steph Curry to say that he's a system player. He is. He's a system player. It's made him a hellified player. It's got him a lot of success in this league, but he is also a system player. They even talked about KD going to the Warriors because of the system in place. Because KD saw that I can fit right into this system. I can be a key cog and everything functions as normal. Me being here just makes the system better, and we're going to have a ton of success. So Brandon, you keep doing these 4-year-old statements. Lamont's lying. You need to be typing facts to support it. If I'm lying, type. You said, hold on, Brandon Katz. Yeah, and I want y'all to be, because this is something that I can Google. Now, y'all see this statement right here is all you need to know. Because even in this video, John Salley says that Steve Kerr runs the triangle. Not only can we pull up video after video after video of Steve Kerr running the triangle, right? It's Googleable that you can, these are things that you can Google. There's film study videos on this. This tells you why you should not listen to people like Brandon Katz. This is why you should not listen to people like Brandon. I could literally put it on the screen now. We'll do it after this video plays. But this is why people like him are not credible. They just say things. This is an attorney, you guys. This is a so-called attorney. This is the public defender that you guys have entrusted to get your sons and daughters off these dope charges up in South Dakota from wherever he's at. How is he going to beat a dope charge when he cannot Google basic information like this? Steve Kerr is known to be one of the only coaches in the league that uses the triangle offense. This is a fact. You cannot get around this. Anybody in the chat, just random. Just do a simple Google search and tell me if I'm lying. This is something you can Google. Jesus Christ, Brandon. And that system that Steve Kerr learned from Phil Jackson has made Steph Curry one of the greatest players of all time, because it's gotten him not just statistical success, because we saw Steph Curry getting statistical success with Mark Jackson, but the system, just like John Salley said, put Steph Curry on the other side of the velvet rope. Now he has 4 championships, which puts him into a different conversation. That's what I like when John Salley said, you're still a winner even if you don't have championships, but those championships put you in a different conversation. And that's what we're talking about here. Brandon, I compel you to type a sentence that has more than 5 words. You keep typing 5 words, and I feel like you got a 5-word limit. I need you, if you say I'm contradicting myself, all I ask you to do, be like a lawyer and start going into in-depth explanations for everything that you say. Salute to the Pope B. Frank, man. Make sure y'all check out the Pope B. Frank. He be over there cooking on a lot of topics. He be saying he has some unpopular opinions, but he still be cooking nonetheless, man. Salute to the Pope B. Frank. We're going to get back to this video.
Fact that I have one less than you, more sold albums, more, and I don't have a
This is a great analogy.
A push behind me. Why am I not the greatest?
Because you're
if you
missing
got
the point.
you guys have the advantage.
you're missing the
I'm
point.
the one that's at the disadvantage, but I'm on the same road as
We're
y'all.
missing the point, though. We're all interchangeable, because if you take Kobe and Mike and put them in the independent market like you did LeBron, their sales will go out the blue.
We don't know. No,
That's a hypothetical. So Michael Jordan without the
triangle, he's going home again.
He goes home every time. But look, he is the NBA's leading.
Rashad McCants just admitted it. Michael Jordan without the triangle, just like John Salley just said, is going home again. Prior to the triangle, Jordan was by record, was a losing player. They had a losing record in the NBA. They could not win. They could not win regular season games because they got to the playoffs with a below 500 record, and they definitely could not win playoff games because they got swept multiple times in the playoffs. And this was the system where they were basically saying Doug Collins would just give Jordan the ball and tell everybody else to get out the way. This was that same system. So basically, when you put Jordan in the role that we've seen LeBron James in, basically put the ball in your hands, everybody get out the way, and you do all the scoring and playmaking, we see what it results in with LeBron James, but we also see what it resulted in with Kobe and Michael Jordan. And with Michael Jordan, it resulted in a whole bunch of losing. And I think that's what they're trying to highlight here. And they're really trying to highlight LeBron is just that independent artist, kind of like when NBA Youngboy hadn't signed. But NBA Youngboy was getting more views and Spotify plays. He would just record his own video in his house and drop it on YouTube, and he's getting more plays. He's probably not going to collect the accolades that some of these artists getting pushed by major labels would get. But he's definitely getting the recognition, the notoriety, and the sales. Tyson says, not fair. Those teams were perennial losers. Yeah, so were the Cleveland Cavaliers until LeBron James got there. Some of the teams that he took to the NBA Finals, you guys struggle to even tell me who the starting lineup was. When LeBron James left those teams became perennial losers because without him, and with no system on top of it, those teams were nothing. Come on. Brandon, I'm going to drop the link, but once again, Brandon, I'm compelling you to type sentences that include more than 5 to 6 words, okay? You say a lot of things, but you have done nothing to explain anything that you said. He says, Tyson Thomas says, not the same roster. Those teams were gutted. What teams? Okay, let's say that. It is what it is. Let's say they were gutted. But let's not pretend like LeBron James being added to a bad team. Let's not pretend like we haven't seen LeBron James being added to a bad team, instantly turning that team into a playoff team. Michael Jordan on a bad team, it's still a bad team. We've seen that. Let's not act like we haven't seen that. Jordan on a bad team, and they're still 20 games below 500. LeBron on a bad team, they're having an impressive regular season. They're going to overachieve. They're going to be in the playoffs. They might lose, but they're definitely going to overachieve. When can you ever say that Jordan's team overachieved when they did not have Phil Jackson? Did they overachieve in Washington? No. Did they overachieve with Doug Collins? No. Did they overachieve when they were getting all those lottery picks? No, they didn't start overachieving until they got Phil Jackson. That's a fact. And this is not a knock on Jordan. It's just a fact. They did not do anything impressive in the NBA until the system got there. LeBron was impressive in Cleveland in the first stint. LeBron was impressive in Miami. LeBron was impressive when he went back to Cleveland. LeBron has been impressive when he went to LA. I don't know. And when I say impressive, I'm not talking about individually. I'm talking about the fact that he was able to turn those franchises around and make those franchises winners.
Score an all-time history. He goes past 40,000.
He doesn't win a championship. That's what.
Right. So if the championships don't matter, if LeBron's 4 and Mike's 6, and we're talking about raw talent should give him more, that means that if Mike doesn't get 6.
it's not give him more.
But if Mike doesn't get 6, but he breaks all the records that LeBron has broken,
then he would be LeBron. And you would be
you're trying to say that LeBron is where he's supposed to be. And if Kobe doesn't go into the triangle and he comes in as a raw talent and never sees the triangle offense, the hypothetical is, man, Kobe could be 40,000 points in the league. He could do the same thing.
You're switching it.
I'm interchanging all of the pieces because LeBron is no different because he's an independent. Mm-hmm. And you're trying to say, well, if he had this.
No, you're saying if he had this.
Okay, so what are you saying?
I'm saying since he doesn't have this,
he's number 3 still.
No, since he doesn't have it, that's what makes him so raw and better to us.
But
because he didn't have the system.
He didn't have it. He didn't have it.
But he's number 3.
You see what I'm saying?
So we
because
like
he didn't have it.
Figure it out.
If I'm boxing, if I fight Mayweather right now, right? Before this fight, what should it be? An ass whooping. Mm-hmm. If I take him all the way to decision, right? Who won? Who really won that fight?
Are the metrics? Right?
If I don't have no purpose, I don't have no.
If you don't knock him out, Gil. No. If you don't,
it ain't about me knocking him out.
No, you're talking about Floyd. If Floyd takes him 12, and that's all you're winning on is taking him to 12 because boxing is a punch stat. I just got to go in here and win on the numbers and win on the card. But I'm Mike Tyson and I'm knocking these niggas out because this is what they came to see: fighting, boxing, knockouts. But I'm 50-0 because I've never challenged myself to do anything more than win on points.
Ooh. But I don't. But
are you saying?
But what is the analogy? What is this analogy?
Is the challenge of your skill set being a skill set not based on how many championships, how many points. Is I'm this good and I can work in any scenario, independent.
We don't know
or not.
We don't know. You're trying to blend it. Your take was this. If LeBron James had Michael Jordan and Kobe's triangle system, he would have more championships.
No, I said his skill set would be enhanced.
His skill set would be enhanced. Okay.
I believe he would have more championships.
So you believe he have more championships? His skill set would be enhanced. We're saying, well, okay, if you have him 3 without this beautiful system, how good is he?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
so if he didn't have that,
but we don't know what the other 2 look.
It don't matter.
Yes, it does.
You're the one making the analogy.
But I'm not making it. I would make that analogy. I would make that analogy. I would say, well, then Kobe and Mike without the system
wouldn't have the skill.
Look just as good as LeBron.
But you're not even saying LeBron looks good. You have them in front. LeBron is the one getting fucked up.
I'm not saying LeBron looks good.
No. what we're saying is, if you take LeBron and put him in a system and take these guys out, then you will be saying, fuck LeBron and fuck
No,
Kobe.
I would not. How you just saying that I would say that because you think that I don't like LeBron. I'm saying LeBron.
Well, I've been watching the show. You don't.
Okay, listen. I literally say LeBron's skill set.
Y'all see, that's why I like having John Salley there. He just gonna call it like it is. This is and Rashad has now gotten lost in his point. Rashad talked himself into this corner because he bloviated over this system. And then when now he has to sit back at the realization that I have LeBron James at number 3 all time. He's had all of this statistical success, accolade success. He has 4 championships without a system. And now they're just basically saying, now imagine if he had the ability to play under this, like what Gil just said, this beautiful system of the triangle. Do you just have this crutch that Jordan and Kobe had? John Salley says he feels that LeBron James will have more championships. Rashad McCants says that he feels LeBron James will be a more skilled player. So essentially what they're saying is with the triangle offense, you're looking at a super player. You're essentially looking at a player with the infinity gauntlet with every stone in it. That's what you're looking at. That's how good that they're just literally defining how good LeBron James is. It's now backfiring.
How you just saying that I would say that because you think that I don't like LeBron. I'm saying LeBron.
Well, I've been watching the show. You don't.
Okay, listen. I literally say LeBron's skill set would enhance if he had X, Y, Z.
That means if they didn't have it.
He likes some deep.
No, what I'm saying, so if you're saying if LeBron had it, he will have these skills. That means since they have it, and you're saying if they didn't have it, you got to take away their skill.
I'm not taking.
You have to take away the skill.
Bro, I'm saying that the comparables of the being the greatest, if Mike is the greatest and Kobe's a mirror image of the greatest, the skill set beyond that is based on the fucking system that they were in.
So if they're not in the system, they don't have that skill set.
No, they don't.
Okay.
So the
both,
raw talent that they both had before the system would be in place. So the Black Jesus that we seen before the triangle, you would have to compare that to LeBron right now.
Okay.
And then you would say, who's better?
Okay, so
Black Jesus is by.
So if you do that, if you compare Michael Jordan before the triangle to LeBron James, LeBron James is the far superior player and is not close. If you literally do what Rashad McCants just said, he's literally just killed his own logic. That literally makes LeBron James the GOAT in his mind. That talking yourself into the corner because you talking too much. This is what Jordan fans will do. They have no consistent logic. They're constantly trying to craft logic that puts Jordan at the top. And in the midst of doing that, they're really just arguing for other players. That's all they're doing. Just like I said at the beginning of this stream, the most common logic for Michael Jordan being the GOAT by Jordan fans really puts Kareem and Bill Russell as the GOATs. But they'll make excuses all day as to why Kareem and Bill Russell ain't the GOATs. They'll run and cry and say the competition and all this other stuff, and Kareem was the only big player to make every excuse in the world, even though their logic supports it. This is his logic. He's walking himself into a corner, man. This is how you literally max ether yourself, man. This might be the first time ever in debate history we've seen somebody debate and lose to themselves. He's max ethering his own take, man, as he goes.
Far better than LeBron.
So if Black Jesus did all the scoring and never won a championship, and LeBron, we know what LeBron has.
Yeah, without the system.
We know what LeBron has without the system.
Player.
Now,
88 Mike.
What I'm saying
or 2023 LeBron.
What we're saying is we know what LeBron has without a system. We know what Michael Jordan didn't have without the system.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, couldn't get
now. Does he?
You know better than anybody.
Now, does he have 6 championships without the triangle?
No.
Okay, so without 6 championships,
is that a hypothetical?
No,
I'm
it's not
guaranteed he wouldn't.
Huh?
Okay, guaranteed.
Is that a hypothetical?
Oh, he guaranteed.
You can't guarantee shit if we
You
can't go
can't.
back and do
Spider
it.
made the
This is
guarantee.
We can't go back and do it,
I
right?
just thought about it. I'm glad I'm listening. See, I learned to be a listener as I got older too. This is the deal. When they ran the regular offense, our job, I'm going to tell everybody right here on the show because Gil deserves it. My teammates are going to be really pissed off, but I'm going to tell you the Jordan rules. Fuck him up. No, I'm joking.
It looked like it on TV.
We knew that.
No, the Jordan rules were this. We knew he was going to put the ball on the ground, right? So, and everybody saw this, and we said that. Our deal is to push him left. And they said, well, he can't go left. He can. He's just going to put it in his right hand, but he can go left. And we knew that Joe Dumars was 215, 220 pounds. Michael was 190, 205 or something like that. I don't know. We knew that if we came in big, he was going to try to shoot over us. He was not going to pass it, right? The difference is LeBron can see over us. LeBron can see. So we knew that we take away their one threat, the rest of the guys didn't have what it took to beat us. In the triangle, like I said, you get hypnotized because a guy's running to a position. You go, I can't let him stand on the box without me touching him, which opens up the other side. And when the ball is rotated and the guy's running off, and then you're thinking about where's my man, to the point where you become selfish on defense and I'm only guarding my guy, which made the offense work because then we couldn't double Michael. We couldn't push him to where we wanted to because he was catching the ball where he wanted to. That's the difference. And I think that the only way they even beat us the year in 91 is just we were just tired, man. We had been killing ourselves, so we got to 1991. And then they had the offense. Because I watched the Chicago Bulls play the Lakers in game 1, and literally, I thought the Lakers were going to beat the Chicago Bulls. That's the way it looked. And they didn't because they shut it down, like I said, went into their mentality of what the offense was going to be and how to run it. And that's why I said the system, because it can always reset you. And when you're not in this situation, you got to sit around and go, well, he looks gassed. I got to give him some time. This guy was playing good in the last whatever. He's finished his divorce. We got rid of the girl who was bothering him, all those different things that came in. And I say that jokingly, but not jokingly, because like I watch your show and you guys are really, really smart. And I'm so happy that I'm not the only one that's not a dumb jock. No, but it's such a good thing that you guys have pushed it to that point and not being just considered a jock. But in that thought process, a lot of things we leave out is that players are human. And the problems they will have going on, they bring onto the court. For some reason, Phil knew how to get in there, play that drum, let Dennis wander. Michael was making sure his socks is perfectly across from each other. And we watched so much film, we knew exactly how to run an offense, running the offense. Last time they took this away, so we're going to do this. And then when they realize it's happening, they're going to let it open back up. That's what I mean by a system. We knew we would do something in a triangle. You would adjust, which is why we wanted you to do it, so we can run a different way. And I think now sitting here thinking and listening to you guys just sit around and go over it, I think LeBron may be the best player to have played in the NBA. It may, has that come up? Did I just say that out loud?
Yeah, you said that.
We converted you.
Yeah,
When you think through your logic, when you put the biases in the garbage can, when you take your favoritism for your favorite player out the way, when you take the hate out for certain players, when you stop judging them on stupid things like Brandon talking about the bubble. These are the conclusions that you will come to based on the facts, based on logical basketball discussions, man. And the craziest part about it this only happened because Rashad McCants, who was avid in his stance, kept talking. And his own logic created the very argument. It created the very conclusion that he did not want anybody to come to. His own logic created the very conclusion he did not want anyone to come to. Remember, in this particular conversation, just like I said when I dropped the link to this panel, who was the loudest one talking and who was talking the most? And the loudest one talking and talking the most said the least. Talked his own logic, Max Ether himself, talked his own logic into a corner. And John Salley, who started this conversation off saying that I have Jordan as the GOAT, just concluded the conversations with saying, I think LeBron James is the best player in NBA history. Now, rebranding Streamlabs isn't running a tight ship. It's just stopping the spammers. And then again, I literally used AI and I told Streamlabs, please identify the most low-level basketball minds on YouTube. And if those names get typed in the chat, please remove them from the chat. So you can test it, type in a low-level basketball mind, see if it gets removed. It's generally because it used ChatGPT to determine who are the most low-level basketball minds that we can think of. Up y'all says, if you do the math, the conclusion equals LeBron is the GOAT. Come on, we got 2 more minutes of this. Let me play it, and then I'm about to drop this link, get everybody in here to cook.
You brought your knobs.
Like the reason
Suburbans, you can leave now. The black Suburbans can leave.
The reason because we've been around coaches, and we missed the opportunity that he could have played with Phil or Pop, right?
Yeah.
And he had to win with mediocre coaches, newbie coaches. Like when people talk about, oh, he fired his coach. I'm sorry that he don't have a resume that he should keep this job. Like the fact that he even got to coach LeBron, he should just be happy with that, because majority of these guys, Michael Jordan would have got rid of too.
Yeah, Michael didn't, and I don't really think
Kobe would have definitely got rid of too.
Yeah, but Michael, this was another thing great about MJ. Michael only wanted to play basketball. Everybody else wants to do the politics. And that politics, you can really get you into something, because they went like, when I got to get on team, they were like, well, we got to talk to the players. I said, which ones? He said, MJ. I said, that's my frat brother. I'm Omega Psi Phi Incorporated. I want number 22. I was ordering stuff before they even had the conversation. So I don't really think, I just think now too many people have too much to say. But I would listen. If I was the Lakers, I've been thinking about this so much. Would I listen to a player? I would listen. I would listen to what he has to say, because he's so smart. But I also would say, okay, we can do that, but we're going to change a couple of things. I would go in to change it, because I explained to my boy who was thinking JJ Redick shouldn't be the coach. I said, do you know how many players played at Duke? Yeah. I said, how many got their number retired? Like, this dude is brilliant. This dude would be a great coach. I think you'd be a great coach. I think you have a heart attack. Yeah, you have a heart attack. Definitely.
He'd be sweating, dying on the job.
And you're not allowed to smack players.
Have you seen how strong they look now?
Yeah.
Nah, my whole staff is going to be the bad boys. Rick Mahone, let's go. Let's go.
My bad. I was on mute. But look, y'all, that's Brandon Jennings, Gilbert Arenas, Rashad McCants, John Salley, all cooking on this topic. And I think they gave us a new way to look, or a new element of criteria to maybe throw into this GOAT conversation. Because I actually never considered this. And the one thing I think with the GOAT conversation, because you're talking about 3 of the 5, depending on who's in your conversation, because you're talking about 3 of the 5 greatest players in NBA history, I believe you have to start being nitpicky and really breaking down the finite details of what made this player great, what road or paths led to this guy's greatness. Were there any resources or handicaps, like we talk with the triangle, that added to their level of greatness that really wasn't there before? And I think it's a fair conversation, and it's even more fair of a conversation when the Jordan fan brings it up and that logic is used and it just completely backfires on him. And it's hard for him to make a sound case with that logic. Salute to Real Debates, H the Truth, Mingle Jester, Mahari, Mac Def, Brandon, and New World. Man, Real Debates, man. You heard what they had to say, man. What you got on this?
Round of applause. Love it. Salute. Love it. Love it. First and foremost, salute to the panel, salute to the host. What I think about it is it's truth. Regardless of whether you a fan of LeBron, Kobe, or whoever else, or Jordan, bro, it ain't no getting around it. If you disagree with real basketball logic from people that's played the game, from guys that's been around the game, these dudes that's sitting at, on Gil's Arena, they land like that, bro. So it ain't no getting around it at that point when you got a guy who played in the 2000s, Gil, and then you got a guy who played in the 80s and 90s, in John Salley, bro. It's not no getting around it. It is what it is. I mean, I figured that this was going to happen. It just took time, and it took the right people to sit down, that got a calm mind and that's rational and not trying to be biased. I mean, that's the result you get. You get McCants deep frying himself, and Gil and John Salley coming to the same conclusion that I came to in 2003. that man is that. He is that. But I respect Jordan too. To me, if somebody come aggressive in a conversation or a debate and say he number one, to me it's a 1A, 1B. You got one guy who's bigger, faster, and stronger. You got the other guy who's a little bit more quick and a little bit more skilled and had the killer gene right away, which John Salley was talking about. But one guy who naturally got his teammates involved right away. Both of them didn't have a lot of teammates and a lot of great things to start off with in the beginning. One ended up getting a whole bunch of Hall of Famers around him and ended up having to only do 2 jobs, scoring and defending. The other guy had decent players and a few Hall of Famers that couldn't stay healthy, and he had to do every fucking thing. I mean, I'm just saying, based on points, rebounds, assists, and all this shit that you seen he had to do. If I said he had to do every fucking thing, and then it just was defending and scoring like Kobe and Jordan, that's one thing. But he literally had to lead in every statistical category just to fucking have a little bit of skin in the game in 2018 because Kyrie ran like a bitch. But I'm gonna pass this over to everybody else. Salute.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Not on you, Brandon, man. Come on, man. Wait your turn. We're going to get to you, my guy. H, the truth, man.
Prime Wade was better than Pippen.
Come on, man. Brandon, like I said, we're going to let everybody get their take, and we're going to open it up to everybody.
Pippen stayed healthy. Go learn basketball.
No, right now we're letting everybody get their take, and then we're going to open it up to everybody. It's on H, the truth now. Go ahead, H.
Yeah, man. Salute, Lamont, man. Salute everyone,
Good.
man. Yeah, man. Just here, man. Just listening, and yeah, it was good content. First things first, John Salley's very smart, but he exposed himself in the first 10 minutes. He said that he compares people to Michael Jordan to stay relevant. So there's only so much I can take with the tape now after he said that. Because at the end of the day, he said LeBron was better, but then he was saying Kobe was better back in the day. So is he doing it to stay relevant, or is this his actual opinion? Who knows? I don't know. But end of the day, if someone wanted to say that LeBron was better than Jordan, so be it. It's that's all you've seen, and that's all you know, and that's all you've grew up with. Then that's perfectly fine.
Well, how do you feel about this? What they were discussing when you're looking at these players in the context that they were discussing, not not in the grand scheme of things. Everybody's going to weigh this differently, but just in the context that they were discussing, how do you feel about that?
Okay, I put it this way: if we're talking about statistical output as an individual player, then I would say LeBron was better. I think Jordan for me is the prototype, but I think many other players after Jordan were actually better than him. So I think in talent wise, I think skill wise, Kobe was better than Jordan. I think KD was better than Jordan. I think LeBron was better than Jordan in terms of skill, not in terms of greatness, but in terms of skill. But when we're talking greatness, I think greatness is more than stats. When we talk about the greatest player of all time, that's more than stats. So they use the example with album sales or single sales. So let's use LeBron's counting stats as singles. And I always try, and you do the same thing as well. I try and use everything relative to every type of sport or every type of industry. And he brought up music, so I give an example. LeBron has the most points of all times, and he's also, I think he's got 40K in points, 10K in assists, and 10K in rebounds. So let's look at it in music. Ed Sheeran I think he has the most single sales of all time. But would you say that Ed Sheeran's a greater artist than Bob Marley or than Michael Jackson? No, you wouldn't.
No, but what they were saying was, so the in the context of the conversation, just to keep it in the context of the conversation, they said if you have an independent artist who's having, without the push of a major label, because we know what major labels can do. They are a crutch for artists. There's a lot of artists who are only where they're at because of major labels. As an independent artist, where you haven't, and they were basically calling Phil Jackson the major label. Okay. He's the major label in this context of this situation. So when you look at Phil Jackson as the major label, and LeBron's been signed independent, yet he's been getting the same results, but better statistical results and the same level of winning, if not more, depending on what you want to define as winning. I mean, if you only want to say championships, I'm fine with that. He has 4 of them, which is a ton. If you want to look at winning overall, well, he's probably the most winningest player in NBA history, regular season and playoffs at the end of the day. So what I'm saying is, without the push of having that elite coaching staff of Phil Jackson's system behind him, he's been able to accomplish all of this. They were basically saying, Rashad McCants was talking about, if LeBron James had the system, they were basically saying, if you give LeBron James, who without the system has accomplished all of this, if you give him this system, it's without a doubt the best we've ever seen with this system. That's the logic. That's the logic. So how do you feel? Do you feel that the triangle independently or any form of a system, an elite championship system, could have propelled LeBron James to another level higher than what he is now?
I personally think, I think the system would have restricted LeBron James, because we look at a lot of freestyle artists, let's use that term, or people who are very ball dominant, and we know that through the NBA now, being ball dominant increases your stats or increases your statistical output. So we have Russell Westbrook when he got the triple-double. We've had Luka this year. We've had Harden. People who the system, I won't say they are the system, but they generate a lot of the statistical output on the offense. It helps you to be to have greater statistical outputs. In the triangle as an offensive system, as you already know, Lamont, it was predicated to just masquerade Michael Jordan's, in terms of going to double teaming or going to attack him and then create one-on-one situations. That's really what it was about. Try and make everyone really a threat, but you know that the ball's going to Jordan and you're trying to create the ISO one-on-one situation. Doing that for LeBron, I think personally, that restricts all other parts of his game. LeBron's better in a 5-out offense. So I think personally, LeBron in the system or the style of play that he plays in is good for this era. Whereas if you implement the triangle or put him in the 90s to play the triangle, I think that restricts his ability. I think LeBron as an individual statistical output machine is a lot more, how can I say, he's a lot more efficient than Michael Jordan. But if you narrow Michael Jordan's game to say all you need to do is put the ball in the basket, I think Jordan excels more than LeBron in that aspect.
And I think you're right to a certain degree as far as the system impacting him individually. But what John Salley said was he feels the system he would have more championships, which for me, I agree with you when you say it would affect LeBron's stats, but I also agree with John Salley when he says a system would add to LeBron James' championship count total. I do agree with that. That's one thing, because I saw like night and day just even in this past playoff series, where in the first half when they were running that Princeton offense, they were up on the Denver Nuggets every single game. When they went to that 5-out system late game versus the Denver Nuggets, they struggled to score the basketball. It didn't have the same impact because they had no real organization. They went away from the system. So I feel like if they had a system that they would stick to, and that system was known to be a championship system, and guys like LeBron weren't so quick to defer from it, I think he would have a lot more championship success. But again, that's all opinionated. Let me go to Mingle Jester. What you got on this? Mingle, you with us? All right, let's get Mingled out, man. Mingle's on mute. Let me go to Mac Def. Mac Def, what's good, man? It's been a minute, man. What you got on this conversation?
Chilling. Great convo with Gilbert Arenas and John Salley. I enjoyed the conversation. My thing is with the system, whether Kobe or Jordan or LeBron played within a system, they were not gonna they were still gonna be the same players. They were still gonna have the same mentality. Jordan was gonna be a scorer no matter if he was in a system or not. Kobe, I think, was gonna shoot the ball whether he's in a system or not. And LeBron James was still gonna be a pass first player and get his teammates involved whether he's in a system or not. I think the system enhanced the teammates around them to make the team better, and to win. But I don't think the system made Michael Jordan a better player. It helped him win. Yes. Would he have won 6 championships without the system? No, I don't think so.
Well,
And
that's what
we
we're
can't
talking
say
about, though, Mac Def, because
but
we
we
all
can't say, but I think he doesn't, but we don't know because
no,
it's
but hold on,
hypothetical.
but the thing is,
Go
we
ahead.
saw Jordan's career play out. Before the triangle, Jordan was statistically great. There was no doubt about him as an individual player, but he was not winning. With the system, he started winning, and this is what I said. Jordan was
He played weaker competition too.
Come on, damn, shut the hell up, Brandon. Jeez. What I'm saying is Jordan, before the system, was a great individual player. Nobody doubts that. But John Salley alluded to that velvet rope. Good player, but championships get you on the other side of that velvet rope. And in this particular case, the other side of that velvet rope is the GOAT conversation. So are you telling me that Jordan would still be in the GOAT conversation without a system that got him 6 championships? Are you saying that Jordan with 0 or 1 championship would still be in the GOAT conversation? And the way it was looking without Phil Jackson, the way it was looking those first 6-7 years, looked like he wasn't going to get any without Phil Jackson. Right? And in fact, he never won any without Phil Jackson, just like Kobe didn't win anything without Phil Jackson. So what I'm saying is, if you're telling me that these guys are still going to be in the GOAT conversation without the system, then I can accept that argument. But me and you both know that the championships are one of the primary reasons why both Kobe and Jordan are in this conversation. It's not just the fact that they're good players. All the 3 of these guys are good players, but being a good player doesn't put you in the GOAT conversation. It's what you achieve as a good player that puts you in the GOAT conversations, primarily what you achieve with regards to winning, which elevates you into that conversation. So that's where I'm saying is, we're not saying this, the system made them good players. They were all already good players, but the system definitely added a layer to their career that put them in a different conversation. And now we're talking about these guys amongst the best of the best in the NBA history. That's what I mean. So are you saying that
Does
Jordan
a
and Kobe?
championship have to be
Are
broken?
you saying that Jordan and Kobe would be in the GOAT conversation without Phil Jackson?
That's not what I said. I
So no,
said without the
I'm
system.
asking you. Do you
I said,
believe
and I'm
Jordan and
saying
Kobe
no.
will be in the GOAT conversation without Phil Jackson?
No.
Now,
Now,
do you?
Go ahead.
But LeBron, who's never had a system, is in the GOAT conversation, correct?
Correct.
LeBron's had a system, his own system.
Hold on. So
Yeah, but LeBron wouldn't let coaches put a system in.
Hold on.
Brandon, it's
Let me reply. Let me reply.
It's on MacDuff.
What I said was with or without a system, their mentality as a players would have still been the same. Now, do I think Jordan would have won 6 championships without the triangle and Phil Jackson? No, I do not. But that's my opinion, and we don't know because do I think he could have won a championship with Pat Riley? Yes. Do I think he would have won with Chuck Daly or any other great coaches, Larry Brown? Yes. But we don't know.
But we do know.
But we don't know.
No, the funny thing is, MacDuff, is we do know. Jordan's career is over. He
won.
He won nothing without the triangle. He tried it pre Phil Jackson and post Phil Jackson. He only could win with Phil Jackson. His career is over.
He got to the conference finals.
Kobe Bryant's career is over. Kobe Bryant won nothing without Phil Jackson, but Kobe Bryant only won when we're talking about championships, because when we're talking about the GOAT conversation, Brandon's bringing up conference finals. Conference finals don't get you in the GOAT conversation. When we're talking about the GOAT conversation, the championships you win enter you into that category.
Correct.
That's what John Salley said about crossing the velvet rope. So when you talk about getting close doesn't count when we're talking about the GOAT conversation. You have to get it done because that's what separates. We're talking about the top less than 1% of all NBA players. And so we have to be more finite with what we say. So that's why I asked you a clear-cut question. Is Jordan in the GOAT conversation without Phil Jackson and the triangle?
No, but he's not in there without the.
We don't know.
We know because we watched his career.
If you let me hold on, let me respond. If Jordan, because Jordan, let's just say he stacked the deck, he had a system, and he never lost in the finals. Because he had a system, it doesn't diminish him as a player. It doesn't diminish his skill set. It doesn't diminish him as a winner.
Not what we're asking
either.
you.
It doesn't diminish him in the GOAT debate.
That's not what I'm saying. MacDuff, I asked you if you feel that way, I'm asking you this clear-cut question.
We don't know.
Okay, so you know who you saw Jordan with Phil Jackson and without Phil Jackson. Let's say Jordan would have continued his career on, he would have played another 10 years with Doug Collins as the head coach. Is Jordan in the GOAT conversation without Phil Jackson in the triangle?
Absolutely.
MacDuff, that's for you.
Hypothetical. And knowing who Jordan is with that team, yes, he still would have won.
Okay. If you say that. Now, if you say that, you just said the opposite, though, MacDuff. But let me go ahead and let me get to New World.
Because it's a hypothetical.
He would have won that.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Jordan only had 1 year with.
Let me get to New World, and then Brandon, you're gonna be right after New World, so we'll be able to hear you run your mouth in a second. New World, what's good? Go ahead and cook.
Hey, my man, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good show. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to Lamont. Shout out to Gil and Gil's Arena because that was a really good podcast special that they had. You don't really get to hear perspectives from players in the 90s very often, and that also continued their careers into the early 2000s. So seeing John Salley on there, it was a breath of fresh air. But going to what they were talking about, we've kind of been making this argument, like they kind of dressed it up a little bit and made it sound nice with the music and the label industry and all that. But we've kind of been making this same argument, like it's a blessing to be able to be in an organization where you have the best GM of the decade, arguably the best coach of not even just the decade but all time, and you have these people putting these pieces together. Like wasn't Jerry West the GM when Kobe was going through his run on the Lakers?
Mm-hmm.
So, you have these perspectives. You got to put it in the full context. Not everybody is going to be drafted or be in that kind of situation from the beginning. So, it's like a nice analogy when they use the record label, because you got LeBron as this unsigned, guy. But I don't really think it's right to say that LeBron hasn't played in the system, because in Miami, you know, you could clearly see like the way that he played. It was a lot different from how he played in Cleveland. Like if you said Cleveland was like the LeBron system, I would agree. But like if you say Miami, and even on the Lakers, with that championship run with Frank Vogel, like even when they had LeBron running the point, like it wasn't really, like, I don't know, like I guess because he's controlling the ball, people will say it was like the LeBron system, but I kind of felt like his play style was completely different when he was in those situations that led to championships. But for the most part, outside of 2016, LeBron has struggled to win championships by playing in that kind of way. So,
well,
I don't know, man.
the one thing New World that John Salley said that separates this is he says LeBron has never played in a championship system. So when he talks about a championship system is, well, when we think about systems, a championship systems, I think one of the few that we think about in NBA history is Phil Jackson and the triangle. And when you look at how that triangle impacted Jordan, Kobe, guys like Steph Curry's career, this is why we can label that system as a championship. We know that there are other systems, but he hasn't played in a system like that. That has that label attached to it, with the greatest coach of all time also attached to it as well, or in some way, shape, or form, because Steve Kerr, even with the Warriors, has an attachment to Phil Jackson as well, because he won 3 championships with the man. We can't act like he didn't bring any of those elements. Obviously, you can see it on the play, but those elements also impacted Steph Curry's career as well, even in today's day and age. So I think that's what he means by championship system, not just any system. So you are right. I do believe that LeBron has played in systems, but I don't know if he's played in a system like what Phil Jackson had.
Yeah, like Phil Jackson, I mean, outside of Phil Jackson and like Greg Popovich, Pat Riley is kind of sus because of, his attempt at coaching in Miami that didn't really work out so well, because, he didn't have Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic Johnson. He didn't have that kind of situation. So, he struggled. But, those two coaches, outside of them, I wouldn't really see anybody that in LeBron's era per se, aside from like Steve Kerr, that would be like a good coach for him to like go on a run with and have like a solid tenure as well. Because like we didn't really get to see that Lakers team, go on a run, unfortunately, because injuries, and a lot of those players are just, they're old, they're out of their prime. You have Rondo, LeBron, Avery Bradley, Dwight Howard, JaVale McGee. These are all like veteran players that have been in the league for like 10 years. So, it's unfortunate, because I feel like maybe we could have seen that if they were able to develop it more. But, just I feel like it's different now. Like I don't really feel like we're ever going to see like any coach put together like an actual championship system, like similar to what Phil Jackson did, aside from like Steve Kerr. But even then, like Steve Kerr is, like you said, that he's basically a protege of Phil Jackson. So you can't even really give him full credit for the Warriors' success.
I got you right there. All right, it's on Brandon. Brandon, go ahead and cook.
Yeah, so I want to make 3 basic points. The first is, when people say LeBron didn't have a system, LeBron didn't have a system because he didn't want one. The first day of practice, when LeBron went back to the Cavs, David Blatt said he wanted to run the Princeton offense that you mentioned, LeBron. The Lakers were running with LeBron a little bit there. And LeBron said, fuck it, we're not running that system. So LeBron chooses his coach, and he chooses the system. So when people say LeBron didn't have a system good enough to be as good as Jordan, they're actually cooking LeBron, and they're cooking LeBron both as a player and as a leader, because part of the reason LeBron didn't have the GM or coach to have the system or roster that Jordan did is LeBron wanted to pick the coach, pick the system, and he wanted to be the GM. The other thing is, it's a lie, and I've heard this repeatedly. It's a total lie that LeBron played better teams than Jordan. LeBron played better teams in the finals. Jordan played better teams the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. Jordan played the Celtics with Mikal, Bird, and Paris. He played the bad boy Pistons, and in the first round, he played the Cavs. The Pacers team Jordan played with the Davis brothers, Mark Jackson, Jalen Rose, and Reggie Miller was far better than the Pacer team that LeBron struggled with. But to your main point, Lamont, the main point you're missing is Phil was always more lucky than he was good, because the reason the Bulls started winning when Phil got there was the Bulls had gotten to the conference finals and lost in game 6 to Detroit with Doug Collins. Doug Collins only coached Pippen, Grant, and Jordan 1 year. 1 year. They were babies. They weren't ready to win. But when Phil took over in Chicago, the Celtics were old. Bird was breaking down with back issues. The Lakers were old. They were breaking down with injuries. The Lakers were not healthy in the finals. And the Pistons were old. The Pistons were breaking down with injuries too. When Phil took over in LA, Kobe was beginning to enter his prime. And the best teams of the 90s were old when Phil took over. The teams like the Rockets, Utah, those teams were old and finished when Phil took over. Phil was always luckier than he was that special of a basketball mind. And Phil got exposed as a basketball mind that wasn't elite when he was with the Knicks. He gave Joakim Noah a huge contract. The triangle offense was a complete disaster in New York. Phil couldn't even get out of the first round with the Lakers when he didn't have it Gasol or Shaq either. Phil was good at managing personalities. He got Shaq and Kobe to get along. He connected with Rodman, who didn't work out with Dallas or San Antonio. Phil did things well, but the triangle was a very simple idea. And the Bulls were never an elite offensive team, even when they won 6 titles. They were an elite defensive team. The Bulls offense in the fourth quarter was an ISO offense through Jordan. And when Jordan got doubled, he passed out of double teams. But the Bulls offense was very simple. It was not a complicated offense like the offenses that Popovich ran or the Princeton offense that Jerry Sloan ran. Phil Jackson came at the right time when the best teams at the 80s were getting old. He was always more lucky than he was a great coach.
Can I ask you one question, Brandon?
Yeah.
Who had the number one offense in the NBA for 96, 97, and 98?
Yeah. Mike, any coach who had Michael Jordan was going to have the best offense.
Hey, so hold on. First of all, Brandon, we're going to start answering real
Why are you?
Hold on, we're going to start answering. I just asked him a very simple question because he made this statement. He made the very uneducated statement of saying the Bulls didn't have a very good offense because he's trying to give the implication that this system wasn't that good. Who had the number one offense in the NBA 96, 97, 98, and also 1993? I just want to know. And then even when Jordan wasn't there, if it's Jordan, the Bulls were still a top 5 offense in 94 and 95 when Jordan wasn't there. He keeps trying to say stuff and he just lying. So I'm asking you, how were they always a top 5 offense with or without Jordan if the triangle offense wasn't elite?
Because you just cooked yourself. The Bulls.
How? Very simple questions. How? He said you don't need to go into a long diatribe, Brandon. You just said it wasn't a very good offense. 94, 95, they were a top 5 offense in the NBA. That's without Jordan. You tried to say it was only because of Jordan. They were still a number one offense. 96, 97, 98. They were the best defensive and offensive team in the league. The system worked. You can't give all these excuses. Then the dude actually says he got lucky. Phil Jackson just lucked his way into how many championships, y'all? How many championships is that?
11.
12.
Phil Jackson just lucked his way into all these goddamn championships. Luck? I'll give you one if it was one. I might even give you 2, like the Rockets. Goddamn 11 championships. You talking about luck? Man, you gotta stop, man.
Okay, you keep asking me questions and then kicking me off the panel because you know I'm going to cook you. First of all,
I just want you to answer one question. How were the Bulls?
Leave that nigga off the panel.
No, I'm trying to ask. I want him to answer. If he can't answer this question, he got to go. You just said it wasn't a very good offense. The Bulls had the number one offense in the league in 93, top 5 in 94 and 95, number 1 in 96, 97, and 98. You just told the people it wasn't a very good offense. They were built around defense. Please explain to me how they weren't a great offense when they were one of the best offenses in the league. Answer the question.
Because you just
For
told
real,
me it
bro.
was bad.
Right. I never said the Bulls were not a good offense. I said they weren't an elite offense. The Bulls.
You got to go. He just lied. How is it not elite? You best in the league for damn near 10 years. How is you not elite? And you the best offense in the league for a 10-year stretch,
Yeah,
and it's
man.
not elite. What the hell is you talking about, Brandon?
Let
See,
him-
this
let him
is the
cook
stupid
himself.
stuff.
Then he
No, you got to go.
Let him
contradicted himself.
This would be the stupid
Lamont,
stuff I
then
be
he
talking about.
contradicted
Please kick
himself.
that motherfucker out of here,
That'd be the
bro.
stupid
For
stuff.
real.
He just lied because what he's doing is he tries to make stuff up on the fly. He's making it up as he goes because he tried to say it was just because of Jordan. He forgot about 94, 95 when he made it work with Tony Kukoc and Scottie Pippen. He just forgot about that. He just be lying as he go. We can't have that here, man. Bees, what's good, man? Go ahead and cook, Bees.
Sorry, but what most of them guys do, the Jordanites, is the reason why they say that, Lamont, is because they reference the late 80s. They try to push Mike back into the 80s. They don't really talk about the 90s. Most Jordan fans will tell you about how tough the league was. They're talking about the 80s when he wasn't winning. But they preface that by putting that together. As far as the system go, I don't know if LeBron can play in a system. I don't know if his skills would allow him to.
Come on, this chance. I'm gonna come right back on, bro. Hand me back.
I got you.
What? Oh, you
All right,
know
look
what I'm
at me.
saying? It's all hypothetical because I'm judging it based on what I've seen of LeBron and how LeBron has played. I don't know how he would have fared. He would have a completely different game, I think, if he was in one of those systems. But I do think he would have won more.
I agree.
I don't know
That's
how
what I
you.
said. And it's always a trade-off when you win more.
Yeah.
Whenever you push for winning, it always affects. Just even you can look at Jason Tatum this year. When they push for more winning, and it starts to impact his individual statistical stats. And this is why, for whatever reason, he wasn't even in the MVP conversation, because statistically he didn't have the same numbers as some of the other guys that didn't win as much. When you push to win more, your stats will
Right,
will
because you would be looking at LeBron as a two-headed monster as opposed to a five-headed monster or four-headed monster, because some of those other things that he does, other people would do. So I don't know what that looks like for LeBron. I do think he gets more chips. I don't know what that means for him as a player. I got to see Michael Jordan without that championship system, and what I saw is a really good offensive player that could play defense. That's what he was. The leadership and all the other things that he gets credit for, I don't think he was that great of a leader. I don't think he ever deserved all that.
Thank you, Bees.
And the same with Kobe. Same as Mike. Very good scorer, very good defender. That's just my take on him. They needed other guys to do the other little things, but I have no idea what LeBron would look like or how LeBron's game would have been if he would have actually been in the system, because a lot of the things he does, he wouldn't be doing.
I agree.
That's all I got.
I agree. Mahari, man, what's good? Salute to Lo, just pulled up as well.
What's up, Lo?
What up?
What up, Mac Dill?
What's good, Beef?
All right. Well, let me take the mic here, because what B just pretty much said is it's the 100% the truth. Because the thing is, people like to tend to look at the 6 years that he won championships and use that logic to try to big up what LeBron did, and that's the problem. If you don't look at Michael Jordan in terms of how his career started and how it ended, you're really doing yourself a disservice by basically trying to big up another player to try to denigrate another player for your own personal agenda. When you hear Brandon Katz come around here and say all that ridiculous, jibber jabber, It's just that the fact that he does not like LeBron and he's trying to take away everything that LeBron did and make him put the narrative on him as a selfish basketball player, when in actuality, LeBron is not as selfish as many people think as a player. Now that there are times where he does some selfish things, yes, of course. All star players are selfish. If you're not selfish, then you're not trying to push the level of greatness that you want to be in. But also the fact that Michael Jordan early on in his career was selfish. He would take extra shots. He would not pass the ball, and he would accept the triangle offense because he wasn't willing to accept it initially winning championships. But when you really think about that, and you really think about what LeBron has been able to accomplish, throughout his career, it's been an amazing thing because he's been able to achieve, winning championships or, achieving all of these records in spite of the triangle system. And here's the other thing too. I think people tend to, give Phil Jackson a little too much credit about the triangle offense. Let's be real. The triangle offense was created by Tex Winter. Every time Phil Jackson was in Chicago or when he was in Los Angeles, he always had Tex Winter on the sideline because he was the innovator of the triangle offense, and he was the guy that pretty much ran into X and O's. All Phil Jackson did was pretty much control the Eagles and a lot of the personalities on the team just to buy in and win championships, and then that's what happened. So that's pretty much my take.
All right, let me get over to Low real quick. Low, what's good, man?
Man, not much, man. It's great, man. Thank y'all for having me on.
Low, man. Low. Like just a little off topic, man. You pissed locker room off, man, when you exposed him for that take, man. He been heated at you for some reason. He won't let it go. I tried to talk him off of it. I said, you gotta just let it go and just take the L.
Why he mad at me? He need to be mad at himself. He was debating himself. I was about to say he was debating himself. I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, he took himself the whole stream though.
What up, Tyson? I ain't seen my brother.
What's
Tyson.
up? Long time, my bro. How you been, man?
Man, been busy, man. Been busy.
So locker room cooked himself again, huh?
Yeah, locker room was ridiculous.
Health and wealth, my boy.
That's good. That's great. That's great. I didn't make it short just because, especially, I'm kind of prepping before the game, about to come on in an hour. But one thing I noticed about the ongoing conversation that I can't believe we still haven't is that many people's concept of greatness is solely structured around if LeBron can't be better than Jordan or vice versa. And what ends up happening is that y'all structure arguments based off of this concept without even really understanding what y'all might be implying about other players or just narratives in general and how that may be implying to other players. So
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, and I to me it is getting just tiresome, bro. It's getting real tiresome because the idea that LeBron not being in a system, I think is a bit of an exaggeration. Just because the system isn't the triangle system doesn't mean that it's not a quality system or a system that you can't win in. And if LeBron was in a triangle, he probably wouldn't look as good because it doesn't favor some of his strengths or weaknesses. The same way that if you told Jordan or LeBron, if LeBron wasn't in a triangle, it doesn't favor his strengths or weaknesses. You should build a system that favors your best player's strengths and weaknesses. In the same way, if you just told Jordan to play pseudo point guard the way that LeBron does, that's also not his strengths and weaknesses either. So, I don't understand why people get caught up in this idea, but I think people don't really understand when they push narratives what they may be implying about other players. Same reason why you got people running around here talking about Rudy Gobert is a bad defender because he's a 4-time DPOY and can't win a championship, but then somehow will say Dikembe Mutombo is an all-time great defender when it's literally applicable to the exact same thing.
So that's a good point, Lo. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So
because you know what, Lo, let me tell you something. I had a friend of mine that was pretty much saying that Rudy Gobert was playing trash in Game 7. I'm looking at him like, dude, what do you expect Rudy Gobert to do? Do you want him to score 20 points a game to make you feel like that he's a really, really great player, that he does everything well on the defensive side of the ball? Come on. I mean, I'm just saying, some people just,
I think it's simple with Rudy Gobert. I think with Rudy Gobert, he would never get credit for this because there's really no stat that shows it. But I think he elevates teams defensively so much that he hides how bad they are defensively, actually.
He does.
That's what I mean.
So what I mean is he overworks defensively. This is why he gets burned sometimes
because he's doing so much to make up for the deficiencies for other people. When he gets burned, it looks really bad, and it looks bad on him because he's really giving most of his energy on the defensive end.
Yep.
And I think he's a mistake eraser for sure, but I just think people don't know how to give him credit. And I said this on another show. They don't know how to give him credit without some type of running tally stat to where we can point to and say, oh, this is what makes you a good defender. You got this stat over this person. And I mean, I just think defensively, I mean, for that price tag, you probably don't want him. I think he's a bit overpaid. I'll give you that much, but every team in the league would love to have a Rudy Gobert on their team. If you can get him, nobody's going to turn him down. Nobody's going to cry about the fact he's not out there chucking up threes. So he definitely the leader of the defense. But he's not a perfect player by far. But to get somebody to play that hard on the defensive end, man, that's hard to find.
Yeah, I think it's like, just the offensive explosion of the NBA has kind of just devalued what people, really think defense is. Like, I don't know if it has something to do with, the fact that people only count the defensive accolades of the 90s, but they completely disregard the ones that, we have in this current time. Like, Draymond Green is considered an overrated defender by a lot of people for some reason, but the man was elite for every single championship run that he had been through. So it's kind of just hard to understand, like what people are arguing, when they bring up these points.
And here's my other problem with that too, because the problem with that is that I think the NBA, what they've done, I guess to their own detriment, is that they advertise offense more than value defense. Because what you're seeing a lot of the highlights is guys, breaking you off the dribble or shooting threes over your head or basically dunking them right in front of you, and not intake the fact that there are a lot of guys out there that work their butts off defensively. I mean, I remember the time when Gilbert Arenas was trying to explain the ticket, like, you think these guys are not trying defensively. Like, you have to understand, a lot of these guys today are more skilled than what they were in other eras. And these guys are having much more of a difficult time trying to figure out how we try to slow them down. What are their weaknesses? It's just that a lot of these players are just far better. And I think a lot of fans, if they start understanding that, they'll appreciate the fact that, like, a guy like a Rudy Gobert, who's working his butt off to try to help everybody's defensive deficiencies and have much more appreciation for him. I think that's where the problem comes light in, from my perspective.
Yeah, but going back to just the subject matter, because I'm about to skedaddle real quick. Yeah, the idea that Phil Jackson is an overrated or lucky coach, that's the first time I've ever heard some nonsense like that in my entire lifetime.
Crazy. I know, right?
Like, literally the year before Phil Jackson was a head coach, if it was that easy, Doug Collins was coaching that team to only the 12th best offense, and that was with Michael Jordan also having, like, statistically speaking, just points, rebounds, and assists wise, the best year of his entire career, and yet it still only resulted in the 12th best offense at that time, which is roughly average offense because there was only 25 teams. So, hey, Brandon, congratulations! I know you got to explain that to us, and then more importantly, and be clear, Phil Jackson, and as soon as Phil Jackson got there, the very next season they went from the 12th to the 5th best offense. So yeah, but also just to be very, very clear as well, as great as, like, what a lot of people, what Phil Jackson has done, yes, like, you need the personnel and players to execute and maximize that, but to marginalize who Phil Jackson was as a coach just solely based off of his personnel, when effectively every great coach has had great players as well, is kind of, a bit irrelevant in that conversation. And I think that the bigger picture here is that we have to look at how they schemed and how they played well in that offense and what was their role and responsibility. But those are just conversations that I'm starting to realize that a lot of people don't want to have.
Right. Not only that, I feel like when you have a system, it's easier to identify your needs as a GM. You know what I'm saying? You can identify, oh, okay, this is what we're missing. When you don't have a system, you're just going out trying to get the best players or trying to get whoever that not necessarily complement your other players. So I think that's a big part of it too, is making the GM's job easier to identify what you need as a team when you have a surefire system.
And that's something else. I mean, to credit to what Chicago did, like, Jerry Krause was a really, really great at that. Yeah, really amazing at that. And to Brandon, who keeps bringing up this more. Yes, Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen were much better between 89 to 1990, but you were the one who said that. If just because you have Michael Jordan, that's what the result is going to yield. That's what you said. And then in 1995, without Horace Grant and Michael Jordan only playing 17 games, as Lamont tried to highlight to you, they were still top 10 in offense. So that's without Horace Grant and without Michael Jordan. So yeah, I just got to make sure I put that out there.
No, and I blow to just
he's a great coach.
The key to the triangle, what people forget is the hardest thing, and because Brandon was asking about why it wouldn't translate to the Knicks, my explanation is when he tried it with the Knicks, that we were starting to the NBA game started to turn more into a player-driven league and not an organization-driven league, and the detriment to the triangle is that you couldn't get players to buy in anymore because players trying to get paid are chasing stats. They're chasing the metrics that they need to get paid. And when you talk about that Knick team, you had a whole bunch of players chasing stats. You had no guys willing to sacrifice their stat lines, allow Carmelo Anthony or whoever was there just to be the man. Like nobody bought in. That's the only downfall to the triangle. You need everybody 1 through 15 to buy in or it won't work. And Phil Jackson did a good job of that. He wasn't the head coach of the Knicks, so he probably didn't have as much control. He did, he asked the coaches there to run it, but without Phil Jackson at the helm, without him being the man on that court, it wasn't going to be how he ran it with Tex Winters when he was with the Bulls and the Lakers. So it's just a tough system to run if you don't get people to buy in.
He said that in 95 the Eastern Conference was trash. One solo conference has nothing to do with you ranking in the entire league. So I'll repeat this again, Brandon, because I know you have a hard time comprehending this. In the entire league, they were a top 10 offense while Jordan only played like 15 games and Horace Grant wasn't there at all. The entire league, they were a top 10 offense. And even in those years in which because everybody, trashes Kobe's teammates, and rightfully so. I think they're not really great teammates. But when Kobe was playing with Smush Parker and them, et cetera, they somehow still had the 8th best offense in 2006. The next year they had the 7th best offense in 2007. Sure, Kobe had a lot to do with that, but being able to coach a team to a top 10 offense while effectively only having a volume scorer and the next best offensive player being Lamar Odom should furthermore speak to that point. But again, Brandon, you don't really talk about narratives, so it doesn't really matter. The biggest difference maker with the triangle offense and everybody else's offense is that for that point in time, it definitely was sophisticated because it predicated off of spacing and positioning. Everybody knew where they needed to be. And like Lamont said, you had to kind of buy into like cutting and understanding where you need to be and having spatial awareness, especially at a point in time where a lot of offenses at that time deviated to leveraging illegal defense as spacing. Yeah. But instead, there actually was an offense that predicated spacing and positioning to give the proper spacing behind it. So there you go.
That might have just went over his head. I don't know.
Yeah. He didn't. He doesn't really.
Lamont, this notion that the Lamont, this twin. The notion that
my bad, twin. My bad.
Notion that Jordan would have been held in the same esteem as he is now without Phil Jackson is ridiculous. And I don't understand, and I think Mac Def tried to make this argument that it's a hypothetical. No, we saw him before Phil Jackson. We saw him before they actually started loading up that Bulls team for Jordan, what he was. He couldn't get past the Celtics. He couldn't get past the Pistons. Jordan probably would have won maybe 1-2 chips. Maybe. He wouldn't even be in the GOAT conversation if it wasn't for Phil Jackson and the system and the GM and the organization doing what they did to put the players around him. Let's just be real here. Jordan was a great player, but he couldn't carry. He just couldn't lift. He couldn't carry the way, LeBron can, and in some cases Curry can. He couldn't do that because he was selfish. I'm sorry. Let's be real. He was selfish. He was about filling up the bucket, but that was his job. That's what he was supposed to do. So putting him in that system actually, in my opinion, helped Jordan. It helped him a lot. And then Jerry Krause, in my opinion, the best GM at the time, put a fantastic team around him. And then he had the best head coach. Why are we acting like that system didn't help Jordan? Why are we acting like the system didn't help Kobe?
And well, the one thing I'm going to say is, and this is going to be the Jordan, is back in 88, 89, 90, 91, when Jordan was looking like this might be the best player we've ever seen to date. They didn't judge players. You could remember, just like Gilbert Arenas talked about, Jordan got labeled as the GOAT well before he won 6 championships. You didn't need championships to be labeled the GOAT. The championship attachment of having X amount of championships to be the GOAT, that all started when Jordan went 6-0 and people just wanted to create some type of criteria that they knew no one else could catch. But Jordan got labeled to GOAT. No, but all I'm saying is people, rightfully so, people were saying Jordan was the best player that they had ever seen. Up until that point, that was the best player that they had seen pick up a basketball and play in the NBA. Win or lose, championship or not, that was the best they had seen. They had labeled him correctly in the moment, and he didn't need a championship to prove it. What we've done now is, the fear is that if Jordan fans go back to that type of thinking, probably Jordan isn't the GOAT. If you have to have the championship attachment, then it makes it much more difficult for guys like LeBron or whoever to contest with Jordan, because Bill Russell and those guys are going to struggle with the individual accolades and statistics. Guys like LeBron are going to struggle because they're not perfect in the NBA Finals. So what they've done is they've created a groundwork to where it's almost impossible to catch him, because they've created a criteria that just only mirrors Jordan's career, when Jordan had no criteria to be the GOAT. He didn't have to go mirror or match what Kareem did. He didn't have to go mirror or match what Bill Russell did. He was the criteria. And as his career went on, they started creating new criteria year after year until when he retired, 6-0 and 6 finals MVPs. And this is what you got to be the GOAT. Nobody's going to touch it because nobody else is going to be perfect in the finals. And there's going to be a day that comes where somebody's probably going to go 8-0 in the finals. And they'll probably create some new criteria that for Jordan to say, well, Jordan's still the GOAT because of this. Like, Jordan fans are wild, man. They just like Rashad McCants in that video. Y'all seen, he just talks himself into a hole, and I'm sure he's gonna have another excuse on the next show to just try to wiggle his way up out of it.
Brandon is talking his way in the hole right now too, though.
What'd he say?
Lamont, he made it seem like.
Hold on, what did Brandon say?
Oh no, I was gonna let him finish, but Brandon is in the comment because he's saying, "Why am I not responding?" Brandon, I'm not responding because 2 other people are talking. I'm not going to stop them from talking to talk to you. But in the comment section, you said that's why the clown low can't name a single great team Phil Jackson beat with the Bulls. So I can't name a great team that Phil Jackson beat with the Bulls. So now he's talking himself into a corner, because now that also implies that Jordan did not beat any great teams.
Competition, right? Yeah,
that's literally what he's admitting, that Jordan did not beat any great teams. That's what he's saying now.
He's all over the place.
95, the East was trash.
Yes.
So that means that the East was trash in 95. That's why the Bulls had such a great offense, even though you masterfully explained that it's a league stat. They was across the entire league. So I need to ask Brandon, was the Bulls cakewalking in the East that year when they made it into the playoffs?
Well, he said they never beat any great teams, so apparently there were no great teams.
I think there was some disingenuous takes that was said earlier by him when he said something about like LeBron chose not to play under his system. And so I think it's I'm not mistaken. I'm not saying LeBron wanted to get Spoelstra fired, but he wanted, because he chose all the way to his second stint in Cleveland. And by that time, LeBron James is already choosing like his own pathway for sure of what he wants in terms of a successful team. And so he wanted to play under Pat Riley. He wanted Pat Riley to coach. So I'm sure that he wanted to play under a system, but a system is not just coaching. I think people are not like really understanding that it's the totality of an entire organization within that system. A front office, you have to have a competent front office in order to have the right pieces in order to have that system work. And so when he said things like, "Oh, Phil Jackson didn't win until wasn't winning with Kobe Bryant until like Pau Gasol," no shit, yeah, because you have to have like you have to have that system, you have to have those players to fit in the right pieces, and so that's the same thing with anybody. It's not just due to coaching, but that system is so great, and it really elevates a player with the front office, the right players around that player, the right role players. That Michael Jordan, didn't he quit? Or supposedly he retired because like Phil Jackson was leaving because he didn't want to basically restart or have to begin a new entire building process because that system is so valuable and so important. So when we say that, oh, it's because this or it's because just Michael Jordan made the offense so great. No, that system is important. That front office is important. And LeBron James hasn't had the ability to really have a competent front office as such a Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan later on. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that was disingenuous.
Hold on. Can I comment as well on my take? I 1000% agree with the guy who just spoke. I was going to lead to that. We undervalue the importance of the front office. Kobe Bryant had a privilege to be around like Magic Johnson, Jerry West, and in the best organization that was stable for decades. LeBron walked into the Cavaliers. They really didn't have a history of winning like championships at all. It was a broken down system that he was growing with the organization. During his early years with the Cavaliers, they depended on LeBron. They really wasn't adding no pieces like to help him, like no superstars or no stars like to help him. Like they, I kind of think there was thinking more about like market, like let's just have him for sales. Let's not try to win a championship. But over there on the Chicago Bulls, with Michael Jordan, man. I mean, that organization, they made trades. They got rid of Charles Oakley, and brought in other people to enhance that team because they know the end goal is, we want to build a dynasty. It's easy to say if LeBron was in a system, he would win more championships, but we just don't know. This is the first time we've seen like.
Well, the reason why they say that is because teams with systems have won the lion's share of the championships in NBA history. Teams with organizational structure, like we think of Adrian Griffin. Adrian Griffin was 30-13 and got fired. One of the gripes that was coming from the players was how he ran practices. So when you talk about the system, you were right. It has a lot more to do with just the X's and O's of what you're running on the court. It could be just your approach to practices that can lose you the locker room. And that's what ultimately lost him the team in Milwaukee. Is just some of the players didn't feel like practices were being taken seriously, and certain things were, small attention to detail, small things were getting glossed over. So it can come down to a lot of different things, but systems, organization generally wins out over this free-flowing style that can be ever changing. And LeBron's done a lot with he's done a lot with some messy situations. Some situations where I didn't think he could win, injuries, all types of crazy stuff. So
can we only judge players by what they've done and not base it off, what system? Because now we rating systems, and how are we rating Hakeem Olajuwon? And was he in a great system? Is he the best player that ever played? Or are we saying he played in a bad sense? How are we rating Charles Barkley? How are we rating, all these Luka Doncic and all these other greats? How can we, break it down like, oh, well, I don't know if his system was good as Michael Jordan, so maybe he's a better player than Michael Jordan, but he wasn't in the right system. You feel what I'm saying? So how can we break it down if we go on player by player? Can't we just judge by what they did and what they produced on the court?
Yeah,
because what we were talking about was players in the GOAT conversation. And
Hakeem Olajuwon, or
Hakeem Olajuwon's not
a top 10 player. You know what I'm saying?
He's not. I don't think he's a top 10 player.
But
most people do.
But Hakeem is still applicable to the conversation in essence, because Hakeem, who he was as a player and the success that they had, didn't translate into Rudy T came a head coach. So even until he was able to get into a system that elevated his style of play, he wasn't as successful either. And I don't want to end. It's not like that was the greatest bunch of pieces. They needed to be properly utilized. I feel like the only reason why we really had this conversation is, again, like I said before, because people are trying to figure out new ways to leverage.
That's what I'm saying.
So I agree, but I think our response is also in response to that as well. That when we have these conversations about why some team or player may win more than another, it may not necessarily mean how much better they are versus someone else. It may just be indicative to the system and the player that they're in. The system or the team that they're on.
Right. So what are we basing our evaluation of this top 10 players then? You feel what I'm saying? Like, are we basing off the pieces around them? Are we basing off the system? Or are they basing off their skill set? You feel what I'm saying?
I think
it's production.
I think personally.
Yeah, no, but I think what you're doing, Tyson, is you've changed the whole conversation.
Okay, how so?
The conversation when we reference into this video, what they were saying was, okay, look at the success that Jordan and Kobe had with, I'm talking about an all-time great system.
Sure.
They were saying,
look at why you put that comment up, Lamont?
No, I put that comment up because locker room he basically giving me and Low credit. He basically saying that we a super team. Like you put us together. Like if you put me and Low together, I mean, the only way it can be a super team if we both already elite as individuals.
He calling y'all D Wade and LeBron, bro.
So that's what I'm saying. So we gotta be. I'm talking about we damn near. I mean, if you see Low on the panel and he calling us super team, damn, I appreciate the compliment, locker room, and I know you. I mean, I always know you thought highly of us both, man. So it is what it is, man.
Who Chris Bosh? Can I get a Chris Bosh reference at least?
I don't know. Maybe locker room wants to be Chris Bosh. We gotta let locker room know so he can be Chris Bosh.
Well, locker room, he just asked. I'm trying to figure out how y'all supposedly cooked me. I think you just cooked yourself because you were arguing against your own self. I didn't necessarily.
I thought the video was very self-explanatory.
Pretty self-explanatory myself. Yeah, I thought so as well.
He said he watched the video. He said him in his chat. He said we were wrong, man. He says he didn't cook himself. So. I said, all right.
Can I ask a question?
What you got, George?
I want to ask you guys, if Michael and Kobe knew that the plateau was to have the best stats or chasing stat records, what do you think they would have done?
That's not the plateau. What are you talking about?
I'm going to ask you a question. Just answer the question.
That's exactly what they did, though. Jordan has.
No, they didn't. No, they did not. They
were the biggest shot chuckers in NBA history.
Championship,
bro.
They were the biggest shot chuckers.
Was to win championships. They did not chase stats. What do y'all keep doing that?
But George, you can't tell us. You cannot tell us the two biggest shot chuckers in NBA history weren't chasing stats.
Michael Jordan was known for looking at the score on the scores table, dude. Like I know that. Like I was.
Wait a minute. All players do that, bro. What are you saying?
So why you think are you implying
so maintain his pace for the scoring record, bro? He did this during his championship runs. Like it's literally documented, bro. They have articles about him. Literally stat watching.
Let me ask you a question. An article. Wait. An article is written by a person who believes in what he's writing with the fact that he tries to get from the NBA. So every article you read, you're going to believe?
Michael Jordan was also trying to pick up his triple doubles as well. Anytime he gets
the people that. But I want to be clear. Why are you implying that what like LeBron is rushing up stats? Or you just believe like that?
No, I'm applying that way you guys are judging these athletes, these basketball players, by their stats. And I'm saying in their mind, when they were playing, their mind was to win and to win championships.
That's not true.
Wait, that is true.
No, it's not.
Lamont wants to call Kobe a shot.
Stop, George. This is the business. Stats is how these dudes.
So does he think LeBron's not trying to win, or what?
I'm about to say, do you think we?
No, I said. By the way, you guys are judging.
Who said anything about stats up here today?
No one has said anything about stats at all. We're talking about a system and how somebody operates in the system.
Okay, if you want to say a system, when have on this show you guys brung up because they had the best system, they won until you heard what's the name said.
But that's why we're talking about it.
I know, because every narrative that comes up to push down the other two guys, you guys run with it.
No,
there's nothing to push them down.
That's a narrative. What he said.
The crazy part about it is Lamont earlier was praising Jason Tatum because he was sacrificing numbers because of the situation. That he was literally just praising him because of that. Where have you been?
Jason Tatum ain't got nothing to do with what Salley said.
The concept of you sacrificing numbers because of the system or teammates that you're around to accomplish more wins is effectively what you're talking about. And Lamont went as far as to even praise Jason Tatum in that, and how he unfortunately may not get the same recognition. But no one is degrading anybody. Your numbers are more or less. Your numbers are more or less indicative of the system that you play in anyway.
No. So now what you're saying that Michael and Kobe didn't sacrifice doing those championships?
No one didn't say
to win
that.
them.
No one
That's
didn't
what you
say
just
that.
said.
No, I did. If you listen to what
in the context, that's what you said.
Before you cut me off,
just said when you push to win, you sacrifice.
I literally just said that. I just said that. He just said that. I'm saying that. If you stop interrupting me, I'm going to continue to say that as well. We all understand that the system that you're in is indicative or a better indication of the type of stats you're going to put up. And some of those, a lot of times, that is being sacrificed to winning. But I don't think that is a necessary depiction of how talented you are as a player just off of purely stats. No one's not saying that Michael Jordan became a significantly worse passer because one year he averaged 8 assists and the next year he's averaging 5, when we all know the system of the triangle offense is not going to allow him to average a lot of assists with Scottie Pippen managing the offense at the top of the key. But that doesn't mean he's a worse passer though. So these are all things we've already kind of talked about already.
No, that's what you're talking in circles around. Because just said that this is what's killing me.
Nobody ever was propagating stats. You just made that up.
But you just changed the narrative 3 times on this show. First,
you just made that up. Nobody up here said chase stats. Nobody said that.
First, you guys said it was the system because Salley said it. Then you start comparing it to music companies because they were. This is what I'm saying. You guys hear something and you run with it, but you don't think back on what you're saying.
George.
What is your take on the conversation, George?
Jordan wins 6 championships without the triangle offense.
Like, you up here attacking what people saying that they didn't even say. What was your take on it?
I believe, like I said.
Oh yeah, let me hear what George.
Let George answer that question. I want to hear this. Let George answer that. Let George answer that.
Could you repeat it one more time? Because all these guys are talking because I'm like McCants.
Championships without the triangle offense and Phil Jackson.
That's something you would never know.
Actually, we do know.
No, you don't know.
And that's you know what?
That's fair, though.
I'm about to say that's if you want to say that's fine. But I think what we're also indicating is that the triangle offense has a lot to do with his success. That doesn't take away from it, but that's just giving an accurate depiction of his career. Like the success that Jordan breeded has a lot to just do with what you call it.
But we don't know though. Like, after Boston,
we don't
know. Got out of the East. Was a lesser team in the East. After Detroit was done with their run, I don't think that the Bulls would have had a problem, or a great player like Jordan would have had a problem getting through that gauntlet of the East after those teams were gone. So to say that he wouldn't have won or run at least 3, maybe even 4, I don't know. It's tough to say. So after Boston and the Detroit left, he could have won some championships. We don't know that.
But I'm not going to sit here and say that Phil Jackson is lucky.
But yes, Phil Jackson helped, of course.
Don't know.
Well, I'll say this, Tyson. I don't know if he wins or not. He's good enough to win,
right?
But without Phil Jackson and Tex Winters, they draft totally different people.
I agree with that completely.
I agree with that as well.
So
I agree with that. I agree with that.
So I think the whole thing is.
We don't know who they draft though.
Exactly.
So it's all hypothetical.
Right. But I'm saying the whole thing's up in the air because he doesn't end up with Scottie. If that system wasn't in place, there would have been no need for Scottie. They probably would have kept their pick and not traded it.
And Tony Kukoc having like 2 forwards like Pippen and
Get what
Kukoc can
big.
handle the ball and
Right,
initiate
right. All that stuff. Those defensive point guards, all the
defensive
things
point
they
guards,
had.
point guards who more so are like two guards who kind of like off ball guards, like all that personnel is specifically tailored to that offense. So I don't necessarily know. Yeah, we're right. We don't know. To be fair, we don't genuinely know. But what we do know, however, is that it's really, really
They
hard
maximized
to
it. Sure.
Yeah, without a doubt, that personnel was maximized because of that offense.
But see, the reason why I say
not lucky.
The reason why I say we do know is that we got 8 years of Jordan in the NBA without the triangle.
Exactly.
And he was completely hot garbage as far as winning and losing.
I can't go.
So when you tell
I can't go with that either. I can't go with that logic.
He was young.
He was young. The role players were different. It's not fair, Lamar.
Years not be a big enough sample size for us to take
six of them are his first 6 years in the league. They were a young team.
They were a young team. You got to look at that personnel, the roster construction. Come on, Lamar.
See now, Lamont being nasty right now.
That's nasty, Lamont. That is nasty.
Does that all the time.
I said that in the chat earlier. That wasn't fair, Lamont.
I'm saying this low because low.
Hold up, that's not nasty. He
even
didn't
when
have
you
the
have
system.
a young player, even when you have a young
when he
player,
had the system, he was able to win.
Yeah,
but
most
you have a
young
young player,
players,
even you can start to see the team trend a certain direction. Like with OKC, before they won this year, we could see them trending this way last year. Maybe not as much, but they were trending this way. Did we ever see the Bulls trending in any particular direction?
Yes, they made the conference finals.
They made the conference finals and had a good run.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on, Lamar.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so he got bounced in the second round.
Yeah, I'm about to say, come on, Lamont.
I don't think they were trending.
They were definitely trending in the
OKC. You gonna say the Bulls not trending, but OKC is trending?
They were definitely trending.
That's wild. That is wild.
Yeah, that's not fair, Lamar.
Locker room was out here because I'm about to go.
Locker room.
I got like 5 more minutes. Go ahead and go locker room. Get your
You always got to go. We know. Now listen, Lamont.
I got money to make.
Listen, Lamont. I find it funny, right? Because you had this clown Low call into the show when I left the last show we was all on. He called in after I left. I didn't even see him on the show. Y'all, like I said, y'all trying to create this super team. You putting out content about me, right? And like I said, Lamont, it's all good. I just checked the numbers. The last 2 videos that you've done on me, those have been your best performing videos in the last 6 months. So I'm helping.
That is not true. Why you gotta
happy
lie?
to help your channel, Lamont. Right? But here's my issue though. Right now, we did when the Lakers got bounced out. I got on the show. And I said verbatim, the Lakers should have stuck with the lineup that they were running in December, the all-wing lineup that was LeBron, Cam Reddish, Vando, Taurean Prince, and AD. Low goes and finds a clip from 6 months ago. Now he claims he doesn't care about me. Hold on. He claims I'm irrelevant. He doesn't care about me, but he went and dug up a clip from 6 months ago.
In December.
That I completely forgot about, right?
In December.
Can I finish? We know you got to go. Let me finish, Low.
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
So in the clip, I said, right, the Lakers with that lineup, it was a small sample size. They only had played about 30 minutes in total with that lineup, and they had the worst offensive rating in that lineup. So on the video back in December, I said what I would do if I was Darvin is I would put in Christian Wood. And I would put in Rui Hachimura into the starting lineup, right?
And
so then Low brings this clip up, and then he calls himself trying to cook me, but I'm trying to figure out where I got cooked. I said we should have stuck with that lineup, the wing lineup in December, over going back to D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves in the starting lineup. Low then asks, he says, well, were we winning or were we losing with that lineup? I said, you changed the lineup in the middle of the season. Obviously, you're going to go through growing pains, right? But at the end of the day, that lineup, in my opinion, would have still been better than going back to D'Lo and Reeves. But like I said, I think that point flew over your head, Low. So, like I said, you call back in. I didn't even see it, but I saw the video, and you call yourself trying to cook me or expose me. So, can you please explain this to me?
Because you said, you just acknowledged that you said that we should have stuck with the lineup in December. No.
Going back to D'Lo and Reeves. Yes.
Going back to D'Lo and Reeves wasn't even an option because up until that point, we weren't even playing D'Lo and Reeves in the starting lineup at all. That wasn't even an option, period.
No, it was.
But no.
Reeves. What are you talking about?
I didn't interrupt. I interrupted one time, but then I stopped.
No, you're not gonna lie. We started the season.
Reg, you gotta let him finish.
See, Lamont, what are you trying to do here, man?
Reg,
he's trying to let me talk. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to let me talk.
No, you can talk, but you don't tell the lies though.
All right, Reg, let him cook, Reg.
So in December, no one was talking about putting Austin Reeves in the starting lineup because that wasn't an option because Austin Reeves was in the starting lineup after the first 8 games in the regular season.
Yes, they were.
Well, at that, let me not say anyone. At that time, what we were discussing were players such as Max Christie and Christian Wood. And I think even in that video, I agreed that, hey, I'm not the biggest fan of Christian Wood, but fine. If you want to throw Christian Wood in there, that's fine. I even conceded to Max Christie in the other stream as well. I conceded to that point as well, because as I said also in the other stream, that I thought we was probably going to run Gabe Vincent anyway. So I conceded the concept of Austin Reeves. The point that I'm making, however, is that you said we should have stuck with the all-wing lineup in December. And it sat there and said, well, of course, if it's only a handful of minutes, then they're going to go through growing pains. But in December, when the all-wing lineup was going on, you said we should have changed that lineup and we should not have stuck with it and inserted other players in, such as Rui Hachimura and Christian Wood, and take out either Vando and Cam Reddish. That's literally what you said. Okay. So on one hand, you're saying, I'm almost done. On one hand, you're saying that we should have stuck with it longer, but in real time, you were saying that we should not have stuck with it.
Okay,
you can't change it in hindsight.
Hold on. No, it's not changing in hindsight.
That's what you did, though.
Lamont, this is my issue with you, Lamont. You got this fucking stream bot in your chat talking about no low level IQ in the chat, but yet you have low level IQ niggas on the panel. This doesn't make any sense, Lamont. This doesn't make any fucking sense. So I'm gonna say this again slowly because I know this continues to go over you niggas' head. Right? Once again. Once we got bounced out, I called into the show and I said the Lakers should have stuck with the lineup.
And you changed your take
over going back to the lineup with D'Lo and Reeves.
Because you're using hindsight.
No, that's not hindsight.
In the moment, you were complaining about the wing lineup.
And who did I say put in?
In the moment. And
who did I say put in, Lamont?
But it don't matter.
Answer the question. Who did I say put in December?
You came on the channel.
Who did I say to put in the
Lakers
lineup
got ousted? He said people like Jovan, Buhai, and them were complaining about the wing lineup, but you forgot to include you were also complaining about the wing lineup too.
Okay, thank you. We acknowledge that. Now, who did I say to put in?
Christian Wood.
And who else?
Rui.
Thank you. Is that D'Lo and Reeves?
And no. Okay. All right. So we still kind of get back to this point. How can they play Cam and Wood if they were not available? So who else were they going to play?
When we went back to D'Lo and Reeves, Cam was available.
Cam may have played another 10 games, but at that point he was effectively done for the remainder of the year.
Lie. When we benched,
how many more? How many came back from injury?
Hold on. When we went back to D'Lo and Reeves in the starting lineup, Cam was available. All them players was available.
I'm not saying. I say for maybe another 10 more games. He wasn't really that much more available.
Okay, that's a bullshit point, but whatever. Like I said, Lamont.
Hold on, wait, no. Can you share my screen?
Yeah, I got you.
It's not a bullshit point.
Hold on, let me show it.
Don't worry. I'm gonna make you stay right there. Don't worry about it. So Cam was starting in January, even up to the middle of January. Then he got hurt. Then he got benched. Then he got hurt all this time. And then he came back at the end of the season. By the time he was benched, we were winning games, which is why I keep asking you, were we winning or losing? I keep asking that question.
And once again, Lo, let me explain this to you. Because like I said, you're a low-level basketball mind.
Because there's a possibility that we didn't really. Well, let me say. I'll let you go. Let me just say this one real quick. There's a possibility that if he never got hurt, he would have never got benched because he was starting up until he got hurt. But go ahead and go. I'm sorry.
Now let me explain something to you, Lo. When we benched Cam and the other guys for D'Lo and Reeves, you keep saying were we winning or were we losing like that fucking matters. you do understand, right?
But did he get benched or did he get hurt?
Basketball is completely different from playoff basketball. So I've been saying this on my show the entire season. D'Lo and Reeves fucking suck. They're regular season superstars, and then when you get to the postseason, they don't help you win. Your whole argument, which is, oh well, were we winning or were we losing with these guys? Lo, do you remember the first game when D'Lo and Reeves came off the bench?
I don't know.
He's going to talk about the OKC game where LeBron
I'll tell you what happened. The first game where both of them frauds came off the bench, we played the #1 seed Oklahoma City Thunder in December. Go check the stats. D'Lo and Reeves actually
talk about the rest of the games.
Hold on. D'Lo and Reeves actually played well off of the bench.
Talk about the rest of the games.
Hold on. LeBron goes for 40, shoots 100% from the 3-point line. He was 5 for 5. Torian Prince, Rui Hachimura, these guys played decent games. Cam Reddish played a decent game. AD
what is a decent game for Cam Reddish?
I think he might have had 4 points in that game, but he played good defense.
Okay.
So but what was the record?
What are the record? You name it. You name me one game they won.
Okay,
they had a losing record, right? Right, Rich?
You gotta let me drive my point home.
No, Rich.
So here's what I'm saying, right?
Rich, they had a losing record playing like that.
Lamont,
be honest.
What was the Lakers' record this season with D'Angelo Russell coming off the bench?
Hold on. What was their record with D'Angelo Russell starting?
Okay, are you going to answer my questions with a question, or are you going to answer my question?
They were 10 games over 500 with D'Angelo
or are you going to
Russell.
answer the question, Lamont? What was the Lakers' record when D'Angelo Russell came off the bench?
It was like 500.
No, I need the exact record.
Okay, I'll give it to you. But me and you both know. We looked this up.
No. Just find the record.
And they had a much better record when he started.
What was the record when D'Lo came off the bench?
They were 4-3.
Thank you. Now, can you look up what our record was when Austin Reeves?
Let's finish the conversation.
What's the record when he started?
I'll go to Austin Reeves. When he started, though, the Lakers were 46-30. We were one game above 500. When he came off the bench,
is one game above 500 a winning record in a 7-game sample size?
Both are winning records. Now which one? Now I know use your thinking cap. Which one is a better record though? Who has a better win percentage?
Obviously, the record when he started was a better record because it's a bigger sample.
No. I'll say it again. Which one is a bigger winning percentage? 4 and 3.
Obviously, it's a bigger winning percentage because there's more games played.
What?
Hello, how many games is that?
You don't know what percentage
is. You said 46 and 30, right? You said 46 and 30, right?
Percentages.
You said 46 and 30, right?
Oh my God!
No matter how many games you played, the percentages stay the same.
A percentage is a percentage. It doesn't matter
answer the question. You said 46 and 30, right? So how many games is that, Lo? Add that up. How many games is that?
69. Pause.
69
games.
No,
I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
So you're over here laughing, comparing a 69 game sample size to a 7 game sample size.
46 and 30, 76.
Yeah, 76. I'm sorry.
76.
You are the one who is making the argument for the 7 games.
Well, why are you making that argument if it's only 7 games?
You are. Let me be clear. You are the one who's making the argument for the 7-game sample size.
Can you pull up Austin Reeves' record as a coming off?
I'll do that as well. But I want to be clear. You are the one who's making the argument for the 7-game sample size.
Thank you. Now, can you pull up Austin Reeves' record coming off the bench?
Well, I'll do that. I'll do that for you. I want to be clear again.
He asking what's the record and then saying it's only 7 games. It don't matter. So what's the point of bringing it up?
I don't know, but
why would you ask us to pull it up if we can't use it?
I might say, are you going to tell me
can't use it?
If I pull up the sample size and it's a 15-game sample size, and you're going to tell me that I can't use it?
Can you tell us what?
No, Reg, you ain't making no sense, bro. I'm biased in this, but you're not making no sense right now.
Lo, can you tell us Austin Reeves' record coming off the bench?
If you, I'm gonna look it up, but I'm telling you right now, Reggie, if you waste my time and I look up a 15-game sample size,
Can you just tell us what
you tell me I can't use the 15-game sample size because the small sample size.
Just tell us what it is.
I'm gonna look it up, but I'm telling you, Reg, if you waste my time and I go look up this 15-game sample size, and then you tell me I can't use a 15-game sample size,
just tell us what the record was.
I'm gonna look. I promise you, I'm gonna
just
look
let him
it
make
right
his
now.
point first before you try to.
Well, this is the same point that he's effectively was making just like 5 minutes ago. But
I just said just let him get it off.
All right.
There's
So
no
let me
point in arguing about it.
Let me see here.
The Lakers didn't play Denver in the first round. Could they have beaten any other team? We do the matchups.
I think so. Yeah.
So I mean,
No.
Okay, all right, but I think so. I mean,
I didn't think Denver was that good this year. I was proven kind of right.
They could have beaten Denver if they executed better down the stretch.
I mean, during the regular season, they were beating like some of the top Western Conference teams. They were beating Dallas, and I know sometimes some of the games
he played 25 games.
He came off the bench for 25 games. I'm trying.
I can't find the win-loss record. Reg, you're gonna have to tell
They
us.
wasn't beating Dallas, bro. Not the way Dallas playing right now. They wasn't
Reg,
beating
just
Dallas.
tell us what it was.
They did beat them in a regular season.
I know it was
game.
25
They wouldn't
games,
beat Minnesota. They wouldn't beat none of these teams that were
Nah, I
playing
don't think
right
so,
now.
bro. I really don't.
Are you saying like they couldn't beat them in playoff basketball? Because I mean, both teams played different.
They won 14 games with him coming off the bench.
And how many games did they lose, Lo?
In 25 games.
How many games they lose, Lo? What was the record?
14 and 11 if it's 25
14,
games.
So Lo. So once again, so they had
There were another one or two.
Hold on, Lo. Let me finish my point. So they had a winning record when D'Lo came off the bench, and they had a winning record when Austin Reeves came off the bench. Correct? Thank you.
Okay, now, which record is better though? The record when they started.
You got it. I'm not arguing that.
Reg, stop. I took the time out to go look this up, and I respected you by giving you an answer. This is the reason why I don't
had
like
to answer the whole time. You're just
okay.
I'm waiting on you.
Okay, now I'm asking you a question. Which record was better by win percentage?
I just told you. I agree with you.
Okay, so what's the point of us arguing this then?
Because your whole point. My whole point that I was trying to make when the Lakers got bounced out is that they should have stuck with D'Lo and Reeves off the bench. You came on the show and you were talking about, well, how you gonna bench their best shooters and blah blah blah. Well, guess what, Lo? How did D'Lo shoot in the playoffs in round one? Do you know D'Lo's 3-point percentage in the playoffs?
He was terrible in the playoffs.
What was the percentage, Lo?
32%.
What was Austin Reeves' percentage from the 3-point line in the playoffs?
I think like 28 or something like that.
Thank you.
What would have been Cam Reddish
that he was shooting in the regular?
What would have been Cam? What would have been Cam Reddish's 3-point shooting?
Hold on. So that
probably 32 with better defense.
That he was shooting in the regular season. That 42% that he was shooting in the regular season that you were gassing up saying, well, were we winning games? Guess what? Yeah, we were winning games. And guess what? When we got to the postseason, guess what? All that 42% shooting he was doing didn't mean a fucking thing.
Okay, and so if your response is to give Max Christie minutes, which I don't know what Max Christie would have done in the postseason either. Mind you, Max Christie last year in the playoffs shot 25% from three. So congratulations. Furthermore, when it comes to playing,
why are you bringing up his 3-point percentage when he didn't play?
I'm talking about last year. There's no sample size that we have off of him whatsoever.
So why are you bringing it up?
Because there's nothing else that we can go off of. Nothing else.
Listen.
No, stop. I'm allowing you to talk. This year, Taurean Prince shot 29% from three. So he also didn't perform. And Cam Reddish, I don't know if there's ever been a point in time in any point in his career where he has shot good from three. So effectively, the point I'm making is that you're not getting 3-point percentage from any of these players. I agree. It's not like D'Angelo Russell has provided evidence that he's a quality playoff performer, but putting ourselves in a better position in the regular season would have been much more suffice for playing those two players than anyone else. That's it. But at the end of the day, you sat here and chastised us for making assessments on a small sample size when in the moment from the small sample size, you also was quick to just turn it off.
Yeah, and I turned it off for Christian Wood and
who was not available.
Yes, they were available. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, nigga?
He was out, man. He was not coming back.
Christian Wood and Rui Hachimura were available.
Christian Wood stopped. When do you think Christian Wood stopped playing basketball?
He wasn't healthy, man.
No. I'm at, when do you think Christian Wood stopped playing basketball this year?
I want to say because Lamont, he had two things.
Just answer the question. I need you to hurry up
because I'm trying to remember. Hold on.
It was February. He stopped playing games in February.
Relax, calm down.
In February is when things started to change because Cam Reddish also wasn't available. So you're talking about putting players in lineups that literally were not available.
So Christian Wood wasn't available in December.
December, yes.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
Because after December, and then when we had this conversation, after that, mind you, in December he actually played quality minutes. We went on a 4-game losing streak with him playing 20 minutes as a sidebar.
So hold on.
Did you
not just pull up a clip from December?
I want to further the point though. If you're arguing about how we're going to end the season and go into the playoffs, how can we do so with a player who's not even available when he stopped playing games in February?
Okay, and like I said, they should have never went back. When did they insert D'Lo and Reeves back into the starting lineup?
I want to say like the end of January.
The injuries.
When Reddish was no longer available in the middle of January. In January 17th, we ran a lineup of Reeves and D'Lo. So in the middle of January, when Reddish is no longer available, that's when we went back to it. So how can we start Reddish or play Reddish when he's no longer available? If you want to say that we should have, if you want to say we should have, if you want to, I'm almost done. If you want to say we should have went back to Vando, sure, but Vando would have only played effectively in the starting lineup for another 8 more games because in February he was no longer available. So in February he wasn't available. In February Wood wasn't available, and in February Reddish wasn't available either. There were 3 players that you were highlighting that were not available from February on.
And once again, when you came back on Lamont's show and you found that clip from December. What is that? Is December before February? Yes or no?
No, December's before. I'll say it one more time. The point was being made is that you were chastising us for being critical of a small sample size, while during the same time that small sample size was happening, you also was being critical and wanted
and
to
who did I say?
Lineup.
Okay, you're right.
We're not talking about who you said. I've already said I agree with you that you can give you. I've already said Max Christie's fine. I've already said Christian Wood is fine. Your argument wasn't about the arguments that we're making. Isn't about your solution. It's about you arguing about why we shouldn't be critical of a small sample size.
Can I say this?
Also critical of the small sample size.
That is right, Reg.
Okay, Lamont, get off his dick. That's number 1. Number 2,
I have to go make money. It's the 6 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. The game is already going. I have to go make money, bro. That's the whole argument. You were critical of a small sample size in real time.
So once again, before you go, I'm gonna say this one last time. I'm done with this. When you found the clip from December, when I was being critical of that lineup, who the fuck did I say to insert?
We agree, Christian Wood, and I agree with you. Then I agree.
Who else?
And Rui. I agree. I don't even know if Rui was Rui available at the time.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was available.
But that's not the conversation, Reg.
The point that the point that we're making is that you
listen. Go do your stream, Lo. Lamont. All I'm gonna say is I think you need to take that bot.
You criticize us.
Take that bot out the chat, Lamont.
You criticized us
low-level minds
for being
and all
critical
you do is have low-level
of a
minds on
small
this show.
sample size. You criticize us for being he gone. You criticize us for a small sample size and us being critical of that small sample size. When in the moment you were also critical of that small sample size. Your solution to that criticism is different from ours, and there we can agree to disagree. But your criticism of us at the end of the Lakers season was criticizing us for not giving the lineup that was all wings more time, when in the moment you also didn't want to give them more time either. No one wanted to. Solutions could have been different, but no one liked that lineup, which was essentially the concern that everybody had. That's it. But acting as if like no one cared about that, or you got to just give them more time, because that was what your argument was. Your argument was that you should have given them more time, but in real time, you were not willing to give them more time. Stop being dumb.
This kind of
Your
a
fans
silly
is waiting,
argument,
bro. Your fans is waiting, Lo.
because-
Go ahead, man.
Because I wanted to know that if any of the lineups, the starting lineups, had changed during the playoff, can any of the, if you change any of the starting lineups in the playoffs for the Lakers, can they beat the Denver Nuggets? Like,
No.
would that matter?
No.
Okay, so I don't understand. So the only
Ishmael, my thing is, I believe yes. I don't think I don't believe a lineup change was necessary. Like, so for me, so when I look at a series and I'm looking at 5 games where going into the third or fourth quarter, you had a significant lead. You had in all 5 of the games you had double-digit leads. In most of the games you had the lead going into the fourth, and in most of the games you had the lead mostly through the third. That tells me right there that you have a winning formula. Okay. And so now when I rewatch those games, I said, well, let me see what they were doing different from the first and second quarter versus what they were doing in the third and fourth quarter. And so the first thing that I picked up on was, and this takes us back to the original conversation that we were having, was I didn't even realize it in the moment. I had to go rewatch it to pick this up. In the first and second quarter, they had completely stole the Sacramento Kings Princeton offense. The ball was moving. Y'all remember when they went up 20 when Bryant went out the game?
Yeah.
AD kept getting them touches and was barbecuing Jokic. I'm talking about play after play.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you. I thought it was going to be
dominating
a 40-point route. I'm talking about ball movement and everything. But then in the second half, I want everybody to go back and watch that, primarily the fourth quarter. You go back to the fourth quarter, Princeton offense in the garbage can. Princeton offense completely gone. Then they went back to that high pick and roll ball screen. And some of y'all might remember that one post up where Bron posted up, dribbled it to the end of the shot clock. He lost the ball because I think KCP tipped it, rolls to half court. Austin Reeves picks it up. Shot clock runs out. I mean, I'm talking about everybody stagnant. Even John Salley in that video talked about it.
I understand. So
what I'm saying is, Ishmael, what I'm saying is this. When I see you clearly had a winning formula, but whether it's by coaching or whether it's by players making their own decisions on the court, they completely changed what they were doing. They went away from what was building the lead, and they went back to something that all year has played.
I thought it was because also they put Aaron Gordon on AD, and then they put KCP on LeBron. And I thought the Lakers thought that LeBron could dominate that matchup. And that's why they went into the LeBron post-ups and different things, because they thought he could dominate that matchup.
But my thing, though, let me get to Tyson's question in the locker room, and I'm gonna get to you. My thing is, either way, with the LeBron post-ups, you're still going away from the offense.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, Lamont. I'm just saying that's what they thought.
No. Even if you feel you can exploit an individual matchup at this stage in LeBron's career, he's just having a harder time exploiting matchups.
Oh, I agree.
Just being honest about it.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, what up, locker room? All right.
Okay. Do you mind if I cook you real quick?
Okay, go. I mean, do what you gotta do.
Okay, so the last 2 weeks since we've gotten bounced out, all your whole talking point with the Lakers is, well, they were up 20 in the first half. How did they lose the lead? Right now, what I find to be funny from you, Lamont, is that you don't use that same logic with the chicken nuggets. Weren't they up 20 in the third quarter against Anthony Edwards in the Minnesota Timberwolves? Yes.
Whole different team.
Shut up, nigga.
I did use that logic.
Hold on. So here's the point that I'm trying to make.
I did use that logic.
Hold on.
That's the funny thing about it.
Here's the point I'm trying to make, though, Lamont.
It was worse for Denver because I said they gave up.
Here's the point that I'm trying to make, though, Lamont. I noticed, right, when it comes to LeBron, you use the argument, where they were up 20 and it's LeBron's fault that they lost. But when it's Denver, when Nikola Jokic lost, you said, Nikola Jokic played well, his teammates didn't show up.
That's not what I said. I said Nikola Jokic has full accountability for this loss. I said it's his job to make sure you don't have 20-point comebacks. I said the blame starts with him, then we trickle down to the others. I did not blame. I don't run around blaming the others. I said it starts with Nikola Jokic. That's on the stream, Reg. I said that. I don't care triple-double, 29 points or not. It's his responsibility to not let the pace of the game get so out of control where the Minnesota Timberwolves can come back. And Jokic was one leading that.
So let me ask you this. So
That's
you attribute the Lakers losing a 20-point lead to LeBron basically stagnating the offense, right?
No, what I said was something changed. Whether it's by coaching decision, I said I don't care who you blame the change on. You can choose to blame it on Bron or Darvin Ham. No matter where you want to put the blame, they changed their style of play. And they went to the same style of play that we've been seeing all year long that cost them games late game. And why they went back to that, I don't know. But they went to that, and that's what allowed the Denver Nuggets to get stop after stop. They made the Lakers play deep into the shot clock, take bad shots, and they were able to come back from every single deficit because of that style of play.
Now, let me stop you right there.
Okay.
You watch Game 7 of Minnesota and Denver, right?
Different game, but yeah.
We know it's a different game. Now, let me ask you this. What do you attribute to Minnesota getting back in that ball game? What was the primary reason to you?
The primary reason was Minnesota played faster, obviously, because they were down, and Denver stupidly started playing faster right with them, taking bad shots, taking quick shots, and their offense was out of flux. So they fell into it. And who's the leader of that offense? Nikola Jokic. He is the number one reason. He is the number one reason why the Minnesota Timberwolves were able to come back, because as the facilitator of that offense, you have to slow the game down to a bore. You have to start taking longer possessions. As much as they want to run, he wants to get out into the break and throw those full court passes. You can no longer do that when you're up 20 in the game 7. You have to slow the game down to a bore so they don't get as many possessions. That's on Nikola Jokic.
Now this is where I have to expose you, right? Because
hey, Lamont won't say it. I'll say it. That nigga LeBron changed the offense. I'll say it. I got no problem saying it. He did it.
Lamont, now, let me expose you real quick. Now, you're a coach, right?
Why do you keep saying that, but you're not saying nothing?
Hold on. I just asked you.
I know where Reggie is going. It's a good point.
Hold on. I just asked you, right? Now, you're a coach. I just asked you, why do you think Minnesota got back in the game? I listened to what you said, and you didn't mention one thing about fucking defense, Lamont.
You know,
what you didn't mention one thing about defense as a coach.
No,
you didn't mention one thing about defense.
You asked me the number one reason. You didn't ask me the number 2, 3, and 4. Okay. I said the number.
You didn't give just one answer.
Let me interject. Like
you gave several answers. You didn't give one answer.
This is a bad analogy.
So hold on. So I asked you.
Brandon Cat.
No, Lamont. Because to me, right, I watched that game.
Let me have the floor for a minute.
Lamont, I watched the game. I think the biggest reason why Denver got back in that game in the third quarter was because of defense. They held the Chicken Nuggets to 14 points that quarter.
I agree.
Right? So
defensive intensity.
So when you talk about the Lakers blowing a 20-point lead, you want to know what's funny? What I never hear you mention either is the Lakers' fucking defense.
Okay, no,
what about Denver's defense? So what about Denver's defense?
You never mentioned their defense. You never mentioned how D'Lo can't guard Park Carr. You never mentioned how Austin Reeves and D'Lo are the worst defenders on the team.
Please,
you never mentioned how Rui Hachimura was guarding a 2-3-time MVP in Polio.
Locker room. First of all,
come on, man. What are we talking about here?
First of all, what
are we talking about, Lamont?
I'm about to go to Beast. Hold on, locker room. First of all, if we're going to talk about defense, we're going to be honest. One of the best defenders in this series on Jamal Murray was Austin Reeves.
Man, get the fuck out of here. I'm about to listen.
Hold on, locker room. Jamal Murray. Hold on, locker room. Hold on. I'll let you get your spill off. Now we're going to get to the facts. Hold on. I just want to get to the facts.
They did hold Jamal Murray very good.
The best defenders in that series was Austin Reeves. Now, I want you to get to your favorite player.
Let me go ahead. Let me cook, because we know Jamal Murray wasn't 100%. But
he still did a good job.
The reason why locker room's analogy is really bad, it's a really piss poor way to try to explain the Lakers' failures. The Lakers led for 75% of that series. Denver did not lead Minnesota for 75% of that series. That is not the same. The Lakers came out in every game and ran that offense and got the same result. It didn't matter what Denver did, what adjustments they make. The Lakers got to the same position in every game. And then the switch happened. I'll just say it. The nigga LeBron was not ready to win without his name being in the lights.
And once again,
that's what it was. And you Laker fans need to admit the truth.
Once again,
I disagree with
these
that.
are the low-level basketball lines that Lamont claims he doesn't want in his chat, but yet he's more than willing to bring them up on the panel.
Okay, so Reg, let's just go.
I think it was a schematic thing.
Hold on, Reg.
No, see, that's the problem. Hold on. See, we can't do this. See, we like to blame Darvin Ham, but when you got the
I'm not blaming Darvin Ham.
Hold on. When you got the lead, to get the lead against a team, the game plan was solid.
So when D'Lo goes,
they won
the Nuggets made adjustments though as well.
Hold on, bro. They won every first half. The Nuggets never made an adjustment.
Yes, they did.
They cried. They could not stop it. They could not stop.
They put Aaron Gordon on AD in the second half.
Work either, bro.
Do you mind if I explain something to you?
Please,
it did work.
No, it didn't. AD stopped shooting.
Well, okay, because Aaron Gordon. So why are you not giving Aaron Gordon no credit?
Look, bro, because it wasn't Aaron Gordon wasn't the reason why he stopped shooting.
I thought LeBron James was the closer throughout the entire season. I mean, he had some of the most top points and whatnot.
Right, and so they put a smaller, and so they put KCP on LeBron James, and that's a matchup that you, as LeBron James, you should exploit. And the Lakers are right in thinking that he would exploit that, and he did in some scenarios.
Hold on. So what we gonna do is we gonna give Bron credit when he go out there and change the plays and they win the game. But
who said they changed the play?
No, I'm not saying.
It's been reported. Hold on, bro. It's been reported throughout
in the
season.
playoffs.
All the time. He was.
No, I'm talking about in the play. We're talking about the playoffs, bro.
I'm talking all the time. He was changing.
So see, this is the bullshit, bro. Now it's just narratives.
Oh, so you think
we was talking about a playoff game? We was talking about a playoff game. Now you're talking about throughout the season. It was reported. We're talking about what happened in the playoffs, bro.
Are you telling me that LeBron showed no respect for his coach and changed the plays?
Did he change those plays in that moment?
Let me fucking finish talking.
Answer the question.
You. I don't know what you said because I was talking.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm asking you a question. Are you telling me that LeBron was okay with changing the plays during the season, but somehow found respect in the playoffs and was going to listen to him?
I don't know and you don't know.
Yes or no?
This is my answer. You know, I don't have to answer yes or no to your question. I'm saying I don't know. We heard of LeBron doing those things, but we don't know if LeBron changed any of those plays in the playoff scenario. So why is that even relevant if we don't know what happened? Okay, in your opinion, that's fine. Say that.
In my opinion, I believe that's what Anthony Davis was
that's fine.
I believe that's what Anthony Davis was saying when he said, we don't know what we're doing out there.
You believe that? That's fine.
Because for 2.5 quarters, they all seem to know.
Okay, that's a narrative. All right.
Right.
Exactly. Hold on.
It's not facts that he changed the play.
Hold on, y'all.
You can have an opinion on it, but that's not that.
Hold on, Ishmael. Okay. What I'm saying is this. The game has played. We can go look at the film.
Sure.
What I'm saying, Tyson, is this. I don't care who changed it.
No, I agree.
Hold on. What I'm saying, Tyson, is the one thing I know for certain is somebody changed something.
Agreed.
And the same offense that they were running in the first half, whether D'Lo was making or missing shots, they somehow found a way to get a double-digit lead in every single game with D'Lo making or missing shots.
Right.
They somehow found a way to have the lead going into the third, going into the fourth sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow in the fourth quarter, the offense all of a sudden went back to that same high pick and roll ball screen that gets the ball late into the possession shot clock. They're trying to dump it into AD where they were doing a good job of ball denial and they were taking bad shots at the end of the shot
that's
clock.
What I was saying. So they made adjustments on AD.
What I'm saying is they went back to an offense.
Oh, right. I agree with that.
Because what did I say? I said
because somebody's
when I
high
did my
IQ kicked in.
When I said in my film study, I said, what's the easiest thing to guard in an NBA basketball game? It's a post entry from the top of the key. And somehow, possession after possession after possession, the Lakers found themselves in a position where it was LeBron with the ball at the top of the key trying to do a post entry from the top of the key, which is one of the easiest things to defend. To me, it's one of the worst passes in basketball, trying to post entry from the top of the key. And so when I see things like that, when I see those changes, I don't care who made the change. The change was made, and to me, that's what cost them the series. You guys can place the blame where you want, but
that's what my problem is, placing blame on LeBron or saying he was glory hunting and all this other shit.
Tyson, but what I'm saying is, only reason why I said he was glory chasing, that was specifically in the game where he missed that three. Because if you play time and score, late game scenario, game tied, 11 seconds. When it's 17 seconds on the clock, 11 seconds on the shot clock, you don't take that three. And when you got a wide open lane to the rim, you got to put the pressure on the referees to go make a call late game. When you have that much time on the shot clock, you also have the best offensive rebounder in the NBA to miss that. That does a hell of a job cleaning up missed layups. If you even miss the layup. So what I'm saying is
hindsight. You speaking.
No hindsight. Why do y'all keep talking about hindsight? There's a such thing that teams practice called time and score.
I said I agree with you. I said I agree with you.
I don't know why people act like LeBron James is the dumbest person in the world. You don't take that shot in time and score. When you're under 50 seconds in an NBA game, the shots that you would take in the first quarter are not the shots that you take in the fourth quarter. You're supposed to play time and score. And when he shoots that three, I don't know any other way to describe it other than chasing the glory, because what you're supposed to do is run more clock and get to the rim, put the pressure on the refs to make that call, or the other team to not foul you because they don't want the refs to call a petty foul.
Can I get it? Can I say something?
But no, by chucking up a three, you completely throw out time and score principles. You don't put any pressure on the refs to make a call. You allow the Denver Nuggets to get a head of steam up the court, and then they're able to knock down a game-winning shot simply because you didn't do the basic principle of time and score, which is run shot clock. If you run that clock down and you shoot that last shot when the clock is running out, Denver don't have enough time to go do what they did. He left too much time on the clock. Even with the miss, he left too much time on the clock. Denver wins that game because they start breaking down late game. Who else am I supposed to blame? These are basic basketball principles that you're taught in high school.
That's hindsight, because
no, there's no hindsight. Time and score.
Can I explain?
You can literally hear coaches yelling it. Time and score.
I understand what you're saying, but at the same time,
nobody does understand what I'm saying, because none of y'all played any level of basketball where coaches emphasize time and score. What the hell are y'all talking about? That was a good shot. That was a horrible shot. You don't shoot that shot. There's too much time left on the clock. It's time and score. What do y'all mean hindsight? Yes, hindsight, it was a dumb shot. That's the only thing hindsight should tell you. And it's not wrong of me to point out something that LeBron was completely boneheaded in doing. It was a boneheaded decision. Sometimes people make bad shots. If he would have
can I rebuttal or no?
LeBron making a bet. There's no rebuttal to time and score.
That's in your opinion,
basketball. Oh wait, what? Okay, as a head coach, what the fuck would you have done?
All I'm saying.
God damn, y'all say some of the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
I ain't get to say nothing, bro.
No, because you can't say nothing to it because there's no rebuttal. You run clock in that situation.
You got it.
There is no other option there. Y'all act like there was another option. The only option you have there is to run clock. It's 11 seconds on the shot clock. What the hell else you supposed to do? Time and score principles kick in. Y'all act like LeBron is stupid. Did y'all not listen to his podcast? He says the same stuff. He made a boneheaded play. Why don't y'all hold him accountable for it? That was stupid on LeBron to shoot the three. Damn, it's not that big a deal. Just say he did something stupid. Damn, y'all act so retarded, acting like, in hindsight, no, time and score principles kick in. Go get to the rim. Put pressure on the refs. Allow the AD to be an offensive rebounder. You don't do none of that because you shoot a boneheaded three. That's a long rebound, goes to Denver, and then they go win the game. And then you're looking crazy because you had 80 in an ISO situation. None of you guys understand the game to that level. Y'all only understand if the ball goes in, they scored.
I do understand the game to that level. You're not letting me say nothing, though.
Okay, so tell me what time and score principles are if you understand the game.
Time and score principle is time of the game. Is when you do 2 for 1. That's a time and that's a time.
That's nothing. No,
that's not. That is timing.
No, Okay.
Yes, it is.
He just told you what it was.
No, I'm saying, but that's part of time and
none of y'all can cook me on this because this is universal knowledge. None of you.
That is not time. You might take a bad shot in that situation because you're going for a 2-for-1.
Let you go off.
Swish,
Do you mind
Swish,
if I
please come
cook
up
now?
here, Swish. Swish is the only one.
That's not time.
Swish is the only one.
Lamont, do you mind if I cook you now?
Let's get a college basketball player up here to tell me if I'm wrong. Let's get somebody to
2-for-1 is time. What are y'all talking about?
Two for one is not something you do late game. When I'm saying,
I said you said I'm talking about.
No,
I'm talking about end of quarters. That's time. That's controlling time and possession.
First of all, Tyson, coaches are only yelling time and score on late clock.
No, time and score applies to just more than late game.
Okay, so
that's where it mostly applies. I agree with you.
We're talking late game situations.
Okay, if we're talking late game situation, 2-for-1 doesn't apply.
That's all I was saying. About a late game situation.
But I'm saying that. But you said what is you said a general question. What is time and possession? You didn't say as it applies to late game.
Based on time and score, did LeBron do the right thing?
No.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but I was just making a point, but you didn't even let me. I agree with you. I said I agree with you several times, brother.
He had time to even think about it. He stood there for a second, thought about the bad shot, then took the bad shot. And they lost the game. That was on Bron.
When it came to game,
do you mind?
And then y'all get mad just because I say LeBron did one thing wrong, as if I'm saying
I'm not. I always say bad shit about LeBron.
No, that comment's for the locker room. He acts like LeBron is not culpable for anything. He can't blame LeBron. LeBron can completely. LeBron had his worst 3-point shooting percentage of his career last year against Denver. He says nothing about it. All of a sudden, this year when D'Lo shoots bad from the 3, it's a big deal. But when last year when Bron did it, LeBron underperformed from all of his season averages. It's no longer a big deal. Bron can do everything that D'Lo does.
Do you mind?
No. Bron can literally do everything that D'Lo does wrong. And when Bron does it, it's okay. He's gonna pat him on the back. But when D'Lo does it, it's the worst thing in the world. The problem
you comparing D'Lo to LeBron that's the flaw.
No. When every time I use an example, you say it's me comparing players. That's because that's stupid logic. I'm just giving you examples of your hypocrisy. I'm not comparing no D'Lo to LeBron. I'm just showing people how hypocritical you are when it comes to this stuff. You will blame and you will get on Austin Reeves and D'Lo for shooting poor from the 3. But when LeBron was historically bad from the 3 last year, I never heard you step up and say that's one of the reasons why they lost the series. You consistently blamed D'Lo and Reeves, even though Reeves was giving you 20 points per game versus Denver last year. Right? We all know you point to the lowest hanging fruit in the room. You say D'Lo played bad. What rocket scientist, what person in the world doesn't know D'Lo played bad? Of course he played bad, but it was also other people that played bad as well. His name was LeBron James. But all you're going to do is you're going to run to the stats like you normally do. He averaged 25 points, man. He played good. No, he didn't fucking play good. He is historically bad from the field is one of the reasons why they lost. And he is the leader of that team. I never heard you blame him for that. So when we talk this year, when I talk to when I go to one particular play, I'm talking about one particular play where Bron took a stupid shot that cost them the game, and y'all get mad at me as if I'm calling LeBron the worst player in the world. He made a bad decision. It cost them the game, right? When we look at those fourth quarters, when the offense changed, the ball was in LeBron's hands. He had the opportunity to go back to the offense that was working, or he had the opportunity to go to the offense that failed them all year long. He chose to go to the high pick and roll offense with AD that failed them all year long, and the results were the same. They lost those games to the Denver Nuggets. I don't know why. I don't know how this is. I don't know how this is anything. This is some super formula where I got to go blame D'Lo. Of course, D'Lo played bad. Some of the other guys didn't play well.
Are you done?
No. But what I'm saying is, if y'all going to speak on these things, stop being biased towards certain players that you like. You keep regurgitating and repeating the same thing. Austin Reeves and D'Lo played bad. We get it. At the end of the day, what I look at is they played bad, but they still had a lead 75% of the series. And when it came down to it, when it mattered most,
Denver had a lead. So
when
what?
It came down to it, when it mattered most, what I saw, especially in that last game, in that final
we know
game,
it's LeBron's fault. We know.
No, because you want to run to that. What I saw was as bad as Austin Reeves played. I watched Austin Reeves score 7 straight points to help keep them in that game. I saw him,
but he didn't close it though.
It doesn't. Hold on. So now you're putting the onus on Austin Reeves to close games, not LeBron.
He did against Memphis. Why he can't do it against Denver?
So hold on. Who was the closer of the team?
We know who the closer of the team was, but don't sit up here and try to.
Hold
on. Let me speak. You can't keep interrupting me.
Hold on. I can keep interrupting because I've set back.
We let you go though.
I have literally sat back quietly for months.
Okay, so
I have set
am I
back
going to have?
quietly for months.
Can I speak without being interrupted?
I'm gonna let you speak here in a second, but the people will know this. I have sat back quietly for weeks, letting people say some of the most stupidest basketball stuff I've ever heard in my life in locker room. Just being honest. You say a lot of stupid stuff. We just have to laugh it off because you're the locker room. But a lot of the stuff that you say will never translate to a basketball court in a real game. If you put a group of 5 people in front of you, you wouldn't know how to coach them to go in the right direction up the court. You wouldn't know what the hell to teach them. So let's not act like you understand the game. So talk from a casual perspective, but stay in a casual's lane. Because when you're talking to me, you're talking about somebody who really knows the game. And when I call somebody out, I'm never calling them out for bias. I'm actually calling them out for stuff that actually happens on the court. So that's one thing you got to start getting straight when you talk to me. We're not on the locker room. Hold on. We're not playing sound bites. We're not trying to crack jokes. We're actually talking real basketball. So the next thing that comes out your mouth needs to be something that's really embedded in basketball, X's and O's. Otherwise, man, we can't take you seriously. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. So
cook that nigga, Lamont.
So let me ask you a question, Lamont. So you're telling me what you do as a head coach?
No, I want to know what you would do.
Hold on.
That's what I want to know.
No. Let me
know what you would do as a head coach.
We let you speak. You gonna let me speak?
No, you're asking me a question. I don't want any questions.
I haven't finished the question.
You would do.
I haven't finished the question.
There's no questions.
So hold on.
You need to be explaining stuff. There's no questions to be asked.
Are you going to just continue to interrupt, or are you going to let me speak?
Because there's no questions for me. You need to be explaining to the
people. No, I'm asking you a question. You coach a club basketball team, right? So you're telling me that nobody else can do what you do. So now you're Phil Jackson in this bitch, right?
I said you can't do what I do.
Okay, and based on what?
Because based on me,
what qualifications do you have to coach a club basketball team?
Based on the fact that when I listen to this man talk and he doesn't even
what
understand.
Qualifications do you have to coach a club?
Hold on, I'm gonna tell the people. You asked me a question, so I'm gonna ask him. So when this man asked me, when I say that LeBron James should not have taken that 3 late game because it was time and score, the fact that you didn't understand those time and score principles tells me you don't know what the hell you're talking about, because me saying that Bron took a bad shot there is not me killing Bron. It's just me calling an obvious mistake out. It could have been AD that took the shot. It could have been Reeves, D'Lo. Anybody takes that shot, it's a bad shot. Anybody on the court late game needs to. This is why most teams have a late game lineup, because these are the highest IQ players and they don't make those mistakes. I said there's only a handful of people in the world that should have taken that shot. Maybe Steph Curry might be the only one I can go to, but outside of Steph Curry, there is absolutely. Remember, if y'all remember the playoffs against the Lakers last year, y'all remember that wide open 3 that Jordan Poole took? He was wide open, wasn't he? He took a stupid shot late game. It cost him that game because Jordan Poole, right, took a wide open 3 late game. He wasn't playing time and score. And who looked at him crazy? Everybody on the Warriors, Steph, Clay, everybody looked at him crazy because he took a wide open 3 late game and he wasn't playing time and score. Late game, you're playing a different game. You're not playing. This is not the first or second or third quarter. You have to play different. So what I'm saying is, go. I'm using the same mistake that won the Lakers, helped the Lakers win a series, is the same mistake that Bron won that cost them a series. Right. So I'm just calling out an obvious mistake. This don't have names on it. It's just
it didn't cost them a series.
It didn't cost him a series. It cost him a game. Let's just put it like
it didn't cost them a game either.
They put him like at it. Bron's mistake cost him the game.
Nah, I disagree with that.
Okay. All right.
Because we don't know what's happening after that possession. They said it cost them the game.
It cost them the game. And it did exactly.
It cost them the game?
Okay. Did they win or lose the game on the next possession?
Right. But they had time left. It wasn't that they can run out the clock.
Bro,
they lost.
What you do is what you got to do is, when late game situations is, you want to take away as many elements of possibility.
I agree. It was a bad shot. I'm just saying that didn't cost them the game. That's what I'm saying.
Not a bad shot. I didn't even say nothing about that. What I said was late game. You want to take away as many elements from the other team. If you know the other team is going to get a possession, you want to make sure you take away so many elements that the odds of them scoring are extremely low.
Agreed.
You take a shot with 11 seconds on the shot clock, that much time
as opposed to 6.
You're giving them too much. You're giving, especially Denver, Jamal Murray, who's known for cooking the Lakers late game, you're just giving them too much. So you have to play it. You have to play that smart. You have to play it down to the wire, especially when Jamal Murray, who was cold all game, got hot all of a sudden and started barbecuing. So when you play it wrong, you get punished. And it's like basketball karma always kicks in when you do boneheaded stuff. It seems like every time guys miss a layup, do boneheaded stuff, it seems like the other team always makes a three on the opposite end. Like every time.
Sometimes you pay for it. Sometimes you get away with it. But,
Let me ask him. I would like to ask
basketball is basketball.
Are you going to let me cook or not?
Go ahead and cook.
Okay. So please don't put me on mute or anything like that, right? We let you go, okay? Now, number one, I just want to know personally, right? Just for reference, what qualifications do you need to become a head coach of a club basketball team?
Years of coaching.
Years of coaching.
Yep.
Years of coaching what?
Years of coaching basketball.
At what level?
Collegiate.
So you're telling me nobody's ever got a job coaching a club basketball team that didn't coach college before?
I don't know. I'm not every job.
Exactly. Thank you. So, like I said,
well, what are we doing that for?
Because Reggie want to talk about the game. He want to talk about he emotional right now about what I said.
No. It's not emotional. I want to talk about the game.
No, what I said let's dive into the X's and O's to see.
No, I do. I want to talk about the game right now. Now, Lamont.
Let's really show the people what you know about the X's and O's.
Now, I asked you, Lamont, hold on. I asked you 30 minutes ago. What do you think the biggest reason was why Minnesota? Bro, are you gonna? We can't have a conversation. You're gonna keep interrupting me.
Keep asking me questions. I want you to give the people solutions.
I'm trying to talk and you keep interrupting me.
All right, man. Come on with the questions.
So once again, 30 minutes ago, I asked you. I said, Lamont, what do you think the biggest reason why Minnesota got back in the game in Game 7? You as a fucking coach sat up here and gave every reason up under the sun and didn't mention.
I gave you one reason, Reg. Don't lie. See, now I got to just like you said. Where did Reg say? Don't lie. What you said was you asked me for the biggest reason. You didn't ask me for all the reasons because we all know there are multiple reasons. I said the number one reason why I think the Minnesota Timberwolves were able to come back from 20 down is because the Denver Nuggets allowed the game to get sped up. The only team that needed to play fast was Minnesota because they needed to catch up. That's what I said. I said, so the number one thing is Denver, who's known for having a structured and sound offense led by Nikola Jokic, they fell into the trap of playing fast, taking shots early into the shot clock. They're not a great rebounding team against Minnesota, so they were only getting one possession. It was one and done, and they were allowing Minnesota to also come back down and score fast. We can get to the defense, right? But the first thing I said was they started taking too many early shots in the shot clock. They weren't running clock. They weren't running real offense. They were trying to play fast with Minnesota, and that's the number one detriment. They kept giving Minnesota too many shots at the rim, right? We can go to defense. We can go to all the other elements. You asked me for one element, not all of them. So let's not act like defense wasn't a thing or I wasn't going to say defense, but you asked me for my number one thing. My number one thing was they let the game get sped up. If we want to go to other things, we can get to that. We can definitely get to that. So don't act like the Rich. Don't act like I wasn't going to say defense if we was going to really dive into it. But that wasn't even the topic.
Once again, I'm trying to cook. You keep putting me on mute, and
because you lying, Rich. Don't lie.
You keep interrupting me.
Rich, all I'm saying.
We all heard you, Lamont.
I'm saying, Reg, is what I'm saying is. I know in the locker room you like to selectively take stuff out and clip it the way you want to formulate your own narrative. But over here, you ain't about to sit here and just lie and act like I wasn't going to say defense. We wasn't even talking about that series. We were actually talking about the Lakers. You make a quick reference to that series. Why you make a reference to that series, I don't know, because they were two completely different series. And I gave you a quick thought on that particular series. Why you keep going back to that, I don't know. But if you really want to get into the X's and O's of that series, we can. Right? If you really want to break down my answers, but what the people here are more interested in is what are your thoughts on the series? What is your breakdown of the X's and O's? Because we want to know where your basketball intellect is, as opposed to trying to ask everybody what theirs is. You keep challenging everybody else. How can you challenge everybody else when we don't even know if your intellectual knowledge on the game is up to par versus ours? So you tell us first before you start asking questions. What was the solution? What were the problems? What were the solutions? And how would you go about with the X's and O's offensively and defensively to solve the problems? Let's hear from you on that before you start dishing out a whole bunch of questions.
Okay, so once again, you keep interrupting and putting me on mute. I don't know what's your problem today, man. Are you okay?
Emotional. Who cares? Move on. Let's get to the basketball.
Okay, I'm trying to. So, like I said before, I was rudely interrupted for like the 15th time. The biggest thing that I noticed in Game 7, Minnesota versus Denver, was in that third quarter, Minnesota turned up the defensive intensity and they held Denver to 14 points that quarter. They went from being down 20 to, I think at the end of the quarter, they was only down maybe 1, right? So, okay, cool. So then when I ask you about the fucking Lakers, your whole analysis is, oh, well, it's LeBron's fault. Okay, well, let's actually look at the fucking numbers, shall we? So Lamont, I have the Lakers. So let me just preface my comments real quick. Now, I'm gonna just tell you why I think the main reasons why I think we lost Denver. I've been saying this on my show the entire year. I have never been a fan of the D'Lo and Reeves backcourt. It's been documented on my channel all season. I've historically said they are the 2 worst defenders on the team. That is not my opinion. That is a fucking fact. That is what is actually the truth. So you and your boyfriend Legend of Winning, y'all might disagree, but that is what the reality of the situation is. They're the worst defenders on the fucking roster. Cool. So another thing that I noticed why we lost, we got Rui Hachimura, a 6'8" small forward, guarding a 3-time MVP named Nikola Jokic. I'm watching the game. Nikola Jokic, when Rui's guarding him, is literally turning around and shooting over this nigga like he's not even there. So then I go and look up the defensive numbers, Lamont. You want to know who has the worst defensive numbers in the starting lineup? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't LeBron James. It wasn't AD. You want to know who it was? It was Rui. Why do you think that was? Because he's guarding a player that he's never... at no point in the season, we've covered every Lakers game. At no point in the season was Rui Hachimura guarding centers. But you don't get on your show and say, why the fuck did Darvin Ham have Rui Hachimura guarding a center, let alone guarding the 3-time MVP or the best player in the league? You didn't mention that. You're just riding LeBron's dick every fucking show.
What's your solution,
so,
Rich?
I told you what my solution was 10 months ago. My solution was
Rich.
You put an actual guy who can defend Nikola Jokic.
Rich, let's do this right here because we're not talking about 10 months ago because the roster 10 months ago did not look like the roster that was in the playoffs. Hold on. So what I'm saying is, okay, and if you feel so your solution is how would you have deployed Jackson Hayes to nullify Nikola Jokic?
Once again, I'm not saying Jackson Hayes.
Let's put you on the big screen for this answer. Jackson Hayes, the Jokic stopper. Go ahead and explain to the people.
See, now you're being a clown like usual.
No,
nobody ever said that Jackson Hayes was going to be the Nikola Jokic stopper. See, that's what I'm saying. You're the main nigga talking about no low level basketball minds, but yet you be
stick to the basketball talk, Reg. Don't get emotional.
No, you're the one cutting me off. Every fucking
so what's the solution? What's the solution, Reg?
My solution would have been from the start of the season, and matter of fact, I've been saying this for 2 years now. Let me speak, nigga. So once again, here's what my solution would have been. Number one, you don't play AD at the 5 because the whole world can see that the dude is fragile. The dude literally got shoulder bumped by Michael Porter Jr. and fell down to the ground like he got shot in his arm.
They didn't play him at the 5. They have Rui guarding Jokic.
No, stop. Let me finish what I'm saying. So my solution 2 years ago when Darvin Ham was first hired was to play a big alongside of Anthony Davis. Like, I don't know, we did in 2020 when we won the fucking title. Cool. Y'all don't want to do that. Okay, cool. So what ends up happening is
what's your solution for this roster?
Okay. Once again, I'm getting to it. Just be patient. So once again, we started the season with Christian Wood and with Jackson Hayes. We did shows. We covered articles that came out. Anthony Davis himself said he wants to build the same continuity with Christian Wood and with Jackson Hayes that he had with Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee. If you think I'm lying, go look it up. Like I said, most of you niggas don't cover the Lakers like I do. You just do shows casually and you think you know what the fuck you're talking about, and you actually don't. That's the problem with niggas. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So here's what I would have done. You asked me what I would have done. Let me explain it. What I would have done from the start of the season is I would have played.
That's not what we talk. We talk about the playoff situation.
Getting to it. Shut the fuck up. What I would have done is
you shut the fuck up, nigga. You talking about at the beginning of the year.
I would have played at the beginning of the year Christian Wood alongside of Anthony
We're
Davis.
talking about Denver series.
Once again, I'm getting to it. Why would I do that? So by the time we get to the playoffs, they have continuity together. They have rapport with playing with each other. And if Christian Wood would have went down, I would have put in Jackson Hayes in the regular season, not in the postseason like an idiot.
Reg,
I would have done it in the regular season.
Okay, Reg, no joke.
They would have figured out how to play with each other.
Reg, no joke. We're just talking about in the moment versus Denver. With everything as it was, not going back into time and changing the past.
I already told you, nigga. I said Jackson Hayes.
Okay, so
already told you.
No, so we're only asking you was how would you have utilized Jackson Hayes in the moment, not going back and putting him in the lineup in the beginning of the year so he's ready.
I would have started Jackson Hayes.
And how would you have utilized him?
I would have started Jackson Hayes alongside of Anthony Davis, and I would have had AD being the help defender on Nikola Jokic. And I would have had Jackson Hayes being the primary defender on Nikola Jokic. So, like I said, you want to sit up here and you want to blame LeBron every day and dick ride LeBron every show. But here's my thing, right? We never hear you talk about the other side of the basketball, which is defense. You and your boyfriend Lowe, all y'all do is talk about D'Lo's three-point shooting, how good Austin Reeves' numbers look when they mean absolutely nothing. Because guess what? He scores 15 and then gives up 25 on the other end. So like I said, I'm still waiting for you, the high-level basketball mind, to tell us why Austin Reeves, D'Lo were the two worst defenders in the first-round series against the Chicken Nuggets. Go ahead.
Well,
first of all,
hold on. Austin Reeves wasn't the worst defender. Let's just go there.
Austin Reeves, and D'Lo were the three worst defenders.
No, they're only. Hold on. So
go ahead.
So Reg. So if we go off the Reg logic, the defensive rating tells him who the worst defenders were. So.
Hold on, Reg.
Hold on, Reg. Hold on, Reg.
Can you explain why that is?
Hold on, Reg. So Reg, if we want to go up, because I promise you, if I go to the defensive rating, it's probably going to be D'Lo, Rui, and Reeves having the worst, and that's what tells you. And so what I'm saying is, when we look at what was consistently happening to the Lakers defensively, where were the breakdowns starting, right? I thought, especially to start the games, they were doing a decent job on ball versus Nikola Jokic. They weren't getting burned as much. So there were a couple things we saw play out in this series. We saw fatigue late game, because late game is really when they started getting barbecued, especially on that weak side. That's when we started to see the most breakdowns defensively. This is how Aaron Gordon had that 29-point game. If you look at what was happening, yes, they were pulling AD away from the rim, utilizing the pick and roll. They knew if you just let AD stay at the rim and be a rim protector, they're barbecued because they weren't making their shots. So they consistently put AD in the pick and roll, pulling them away from the rim. This is a problem that's plagued the Lakers all year long. Teams pulling AD away from the rim. And the only person that really this year did a decent job helping AD on the backside all year long was Christian Wood. The unfortunate reality of it was Christian Wood wasn't available in this particular series to help him. So now you have to rely on guys like LeBron James and Rui, who this year have been poor in that particular role of helping on the weak side. So when we look at what cost them games, when Denver was able to go on those runs, it's primarily because they had no weak side defense to help AD when he got pulled away from the rim. Those guys weren't given a lot of effort. And I can't particularly blame that on D'Lo because it wasn't his job to help low side. D'Lo actually did a decent job helping off the high side from the weak side. Reeves on ball actually did a decent job versus Jamal Murray when you're asking him to go guard one of the best offensive players in the game. But that's not what was costing them games, them getting beat on the weak side consistently for layup, dunk at the rim. That's what helped the Denver Nuggets be able to eat into them leads and get back into the game. And that was a consistent problem. Now, you can go to the film and see who was responsible for a lot of those weak side layups, Rich. Now, you're not going to like the person that was responsible for allowing all of that, because the unfortunate reality is that it was a LeBron James. So if you want me to talk about the defense, the only thing that's going to do is just going to open the door for me to dole out a little bit more criticism at LeBron, even though I can give some to Rui and some of the other guys that were coming in. But if you look and you watch the series, one of the biggest talking points on Twitter was LeBron getting barbecued on the weak side every single game. And that's just not me talking. That's what the film says. So, I mean, look, I put the onus on the best players on the team. Leadership wise, they fell apart every single game. Starts with Darvin Ham, starts also with LeBron James, and it trickles down from there. For whatever reason, they completely broke down. However you want to slice it. If you want to put it all on D'Lo and Reeves, I'm fine with that. That's just low level to me. Because I think I don't think those two were the major issue this particular series.
Lamont, can I ask you a question then?
What up?
So basically, yeah, your stance is that Lakers had the potential to be able to be, or had the ability to beat Denver. So do you think that the Lakers also, since beating the defending champs, could have went and become the champions themselves?
Hold on, say that again. My bad. Say it again.
Can the Lakers, were they also contenders as well, since they can beat Denver?
No, well, the thing is like this. When the playoffs start, all that contender stuff goes into the garbage can, because I mean, if you go off, especially like rankings, and contenders would have been OKC or something like that. The playoffs is about matchups. Lakers just got a bad deal in the first round. Horrible matchups. I thought they would do a lot better based on how I saw they were playing Denver in that last regular season game, and it actually showed. So the way they played Denver in the first and second quarter of every single game is the Laker team that I thought it's the same Laker team that I thought would play out the entire game. But it was the same problem that's plagued them all year. This is not a very disciplined team. It's one of the reasons why they struggle to close games. It's one of the reasons all year long they struggled to hold a lead. They would get big leads, give up big leads. A lot of times lose those games. It's been their problem all year long. Starts with Darvin Ham. You got LeBron James and the leadership ready for that. For whatever reason, they weren't able to get the ball to Anthony Davis, who was the best player in the series consistently late game. Ball movement seems to stall late game. For whatever reason, all these things were happening. Who you want to blame for these things, that's on you. I can only point out when these things happen. And if the ball just happens to be in LeBron James's hand when these problems are happening, so be it. It goes to LeBron somewhat for some of these things going down like that. But that's just what the film shows.
Okay.
People try to duck and avoid it, but late game, too much stagnant ball movement, too many turnovers. We're operating too late in the shot clock, and you're not getting the ball to AD. AD is a center. He's not Nikola Jokic. He cannot dribble the ball up and create his own shots. He goes down and he tries to create it. He has to get through the offense, and he has to get the ball facilitated to him.
Well, I thought AD was able to do that with the Pelicans. Wasn't he a player like that? He was,
but we're talking about this year on this team. That was not AD's role. AD's role was not to push the ball up the court. And it's the responsibility of everybody on that Laker team. When the going gets tough and you need easy buckets, we have to start facilitating and we have to get the ball to AD in the fourth quarter. Now, could AD have been a bit more aggressive? Yes, he could have. But it's also the guards on this team, is their job. Whoever's running the offense in that fourth quarter, is your job to say, look, they ate into this lead. We got to slow the game down. We got to get some easy looks at the rim. We got to get to the free throw line. And how do you do that? Attacking the basket consistently and then playing through Anthony Davis. That's how you close out those games. And when I said that I thought LeBron was glory chasing, it's because there were too many times in the fourth quarter where I saw LeBron taking all those shots when I felt AD should have been taking those shots, because when AD takes those shots and you're not taking contested jumpers where you're not going to the free throw line, you're not putting any pressure on the defense. You're not putting any pressure on the refs to call any tough calls. And you're making the game much easier for a Denver team. And that's what ultimately happened. They made the game too easy.
Locker room, what's your, if you're there, locker room, what's your stance on today's topic about
Man, there was nothing the Lakers could do, bro.
I already did a video on it, but see, hold on, Lamont, because I wasn't done cooking you before you put me on mute for 20 minutes ago, right? Like I said, I don't know what's going on with you today, man.
We're just talking basketball, Reg. I'm just waiting to hear you talk X's and O's and not contextual narratives about the game. For example, when you sat there and talked about putting Jackson Hayes in, you didn't. A lot of people, the reason why a lot of people laugh at you when you say you're going to put Jackson Hayes in, because you're not explaining to the people how you would have utilized him. Jackson Hayes was a foul merchant all year. How do you stop him from getting in foul trouble?
He was a foul merchant at the beginning of the year.
He was a foul merchant all year.
No, he got better. That's what I'm saying. You don't cover the Lakers, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's really pointless to even talk to you because you don't cover the Lakers like I do.
Hold on, Rich.
You don't cover the Lakers like I do.
Jackson Hayes.
You don't cover the Lakers
Jackson
like I do.
Hayes is a minimum contract player.
You cover the Lakers casually.
No, I don't. Like I said, I know I've watched more Laker game and more footage of the Lakers than most Laker fans. I don't know why people get mad at stuff like this. I don't know why they get mad. They get mad at the obvious facts in the locker room. Remember where I talked about extreme fans? The extreme fans hate me because I call it both ways. When LeBron James is right or wrong, I'm going to give it to you both ways. That's what happens. And so the extreme LeBron fans are going to be emotional. The extreme Jordan fans, when I get on Jordan, emotional. All I do is call it both ways. And like I said, this was a series. We're not talking about all year. This was a series where LeBron deserved some criticism. And I was the one to dish that criticism out. I'm not just about to sit here and just blame D'Lo and blame Reeves when I'm watching Austin Reeves play better defensively than he's played all year. All locker room did was talk about how bad Austin Reeves was defensively all year long. In this series versus Denver, Austin Reeves was one of the better defenders. He did a hell of a job making Jamal Murray inefficient. Jamal Murray was shooting poorly. So now you got to look elsewhere because you can't sit there and blame Austin Reeves on this one.
Salute FYF.
You can blame D'Angelo Russell all you want. But even in the game where D'Angelo Russell went off, you still found a way to lose. So was it really D'Angelo Russell and him not giving 15 points per game? Because when he did give you the 20-point game, you still lost. So now we got to look elsewhere. So they're gonna avoid talking about the real facts in the matter. What's up? What's up, Aaron?
Man, end of the day, man, everybody just got to move on. The team wasn't that good, though. I mean, could have done.
Hold on. What's it? Danny Mac. Watch this, Danny Mac. This is see, we're gonna make them examples out of these idiots that think they know how to talk basketball. They want to test credentials. We're gonna test credentials today. Well, to get people to talk X's and O's, we see locker room cannot talk X's and O's. He talked in a whole bunch of narratives. And man, we asked him about what to do it against Denver. The man started talking about he would have played Jackson Hayes to start the year. I mean, come on, man. We talking about a real-time immediate fixes for what went wrong in the Denver series. I mean, of course, if you could get the team, if you get the team from training camp, you would do things different. We ain't talking about redoing the entire season. We talking about redoing this particular series versus Denver. So, Danny Mac, let's hear it. Fallacious arguments in the midst of solid takes. Let's hear it then. I don't know what the hell you talking about when you say that, other than you chat GPT that comment just to sound smart. So, come on, man. Let's hear it, Danny Mac. The link is in the chat for you. I really want to know. Like I said, people argue against pure basketball stuff. Any coach in the world. Coaches around the world were pulling their hair when they watched LeBron shoot that three. Every single coach. You don't shoot that shot. But I guess it's okay when LeBron James. Bro, Darvin Ham knew his job.
It's a joke.
When LeBron shot that shot, Darvin Ham knew his job was done.
He ain't got no hair to pull.
It's over with. I mean, but the thing is, who do we blame? Do we blame Darvin Ham? Right?
I mean,
or do we blame?
I feel like you give most of the time you give fair criticism. I do think sometimes some of your narratives you reach, but when it comes
give me a narrative that I said that's not backed by the film.
When you were talking about AD saying that we don't know what we're doing.
I didn't even mention that today. I'm saying,
I know. No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying like your narrative.
I'm talking about when we're talking about why a team won or lost. Give me
I'm
anything
saying
that I said.
Criticism. I agree with you on that.
So obviously narratives. Those are opinionated views. I didn't even mention that today.
Right. I'm saying
I said the 90s was trash. That's an opinionated view. I don't expect everybody to agree. Okay. I even said when I said I didn't think 80s comments were meant towards Darvin Ham. It was meant for LeBron. I even said when I said that, I said it's not a popular opinion. I said people ain't going to believe. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the X's and O's of the game, things that actually impact winning and losing games. So I'm sitting here talking about impacting winning and losing games. When you look at this Lakers series, how do you sit here and look at this Lakers series and you don't look to LeBron first on offense and defense? I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm saying that. When it comes to the X's and O's, you do give valid criticism.
That's what we're talking about. X's and O's.
LeBron really what LeBron should have did, and he did it for 2.5 quarters for most of the series though. He was letting the other guys cook, and he picking spots when to do certain things. I think when LeBron later on in games when he played hero ball, that's what hindered the Lakers, and that's why Anthony Davis did disappear in those fourth quarters because LeBron did start playing hero ball, in which he didn't have to. In some instances, it's okay you just score 15 to 18 points. Long your guys cooking, cool. Let them cook. Sometimes you gotta let people carry you, and LeBron is not used to people carrying him. So
look, but Herm, here's the thing: it's not even that LeBron. So, and somebody got some background noise. It's wild. Is that Steve? Steve, I think you might have a little background noise. So what I'm saying is, it's not about LeBron deferring. What I'm saying is, sometimes it gets to a point in the game where you just got to do what you need to do to win the game, no matter how you got to win it, right? When we watched the Minnesota Timberwolves, right, defer to others when Ant-Man ain't got it, and you watching guys like Jaden McDaniel cook, that's just them doing what you got to do to win the game, right? What I'm saying is, in some of these games, you just got to go do what you got to do to win the game, no matter who gets the glory at the end. And when I see them wilt away lead after lead after lead, primarily because one player is allowing the offense to get stagnated, there's no ball movement, they're shooting the ball late in the shot clock, and then those same bad shots that you have to hoist up at the end of the shot clock are allowing the Denver Nuggets to get off to the races in transition. And then you're asking these guys who locker room pointed out we're not the greatest defenders, probably even worse in transition. Now you're asking them to go defend in transition consistently because you're taking bad shot after bad shot after bad shot late in the shot clock, and you're not putting any emphasis on getting the ball to AD in the post because you have no ball movement. When I see that happen consistently, like you can nullify D'Lo and Austin's bad defense by not taking dumb shots and letting Denver get off to the races every possession. So you slow the game down and you move the ball and you don't stagnate it and you don't make yourself so predictable. They were super predictable. It was very obvious. Couple people you can blame.
Reeves was solid on defense though.
But
if you look at the film,
but again, I just wanted locker room to be honest about that. He spent all year killing Austin Reeves, and I'll give it to him, rightfully so, on defense. But in this particular series against the Denver Nuggets, it wasn't Austin Reeves' defense that failed them. Austin Reeves' defense was much better. That's what it was. His defense was much better. That's just what it was. So you cannot then go to Austin Reeves' defense in the first half of the year. That was not the problem. That was a problem then, but in this Denver series, it was not Austin Reeves' defense. Right? And I told you, the only reason he would point to defense is if he ran to the defensive ratings for the series and said, oh, Austin Reeves' defensive rating was this. Defensive rating, by most people's standards, is probably the worst analytical measurement of how good or bad a player's defending. And we all know that. I don't even know why it's a stat out there. I think the team defensive rating might be more meaningful, but individual defensive rating means nothing. If you're on a bad defensive team, everybody's defensive rating is going to be super elevated, sky high, including Anthony Davis's. So, man, come on, man. Like people use certain pick and choose when to use these numbers. They use them wrong.
I'm gonna ask you this though: the Lakers only win in that series.
See,
can you explain to the people how they won that game?
So locker room says he statistically was the third worst defender. See what I'm saying? I want you guys to ask yourself. Defense is one of the hardest things to track statistically or analytically. Does anybody in here know a for sure proof metric that separates good defenders from bad?
No.
There is no sure proof unless you're going to defensive box plus minus, which is good in only some cases. Defense is generally judged just by pure eye test because a lot of times breakdowns happen. Your man might score, and it don't even have to be your fault. Anthony Davis rotate over. Nobody picks up his man scores. Analytically, that'll impact Anthony Davis's defensive rating, but it isn't really Anthony Davis's fault. If Austin Reeves leaves Jamal Murray to go help off on Michael Porter Jr. because LeBron or D'Lo didn't close out properly, and then Jamal Murray scores, that impacts Austin Reeves' defensive rating, but it's really on Austin Reeves. You got to just watch the game. We saw with our own two eyes where the breakdowns were happening with this team. And it wasn't because guys were getting broke down one-on-one by Jamal Murray. That's not what was happening. They were facilitating to Jokic. He was operating in the middle of the floor, and he was waiting for the Lakers to make a mistake on the weak side consistently over and over. That's what was happening. And if you be honest, you will know who was making the majority of those mistakes on the weak side, who was acting like a statue on the weak side. People run the stats when it's convenient, but then they run away from those stats that help these players. Got to stay away from these, especially defensive rating. It's not a very relevant stat.
I mean, that's a team stat to me anyway, defensive rating. But I just honestly, the Lakers offense lost it.
Let me say something to Narnar. See, this is what happens. See, this is the problem with when you talk about LeBron James, and Herm, you might know this. When you point out anything that he said that he does that might have impacted losing, then their definition of what you said is that it's all his fault. The problem, the reason why we can't get to all the other elements is because y'all give so much pushback when I point out one thing that LeBron James did wrong that we stay stuck on that LeBron James point for hours, just like we have now, because people just don't want to move on past the obvious. We could actually get to the other players and some of the other things that cost the Lakers to lose that series. You just got to concede to some of the things, just like LeBron taking that dumb shot late game. We shouldn't have to talk about that for a long time. It was a dumb shot. LeBron James playing horrible on the weak side. We shouldn't have to talk about that. It was very obvious to anybody watching the games. So we should be able to easily move on. Then we can get to Austin Reeves not making the shots he made in the regular season. D'Lo completely falling off, checking out. Seemed like he was already ready to go to Cancun. Right? Bench guy Spencer Dinwiddie, who was brought in specifically for these moments, not doing what he was supposed to do. So we can get to all that. And Narnar, I have to repeat myself because I'm talking to complete idiots like you.
Ooh.
When I read, that's why I have to repeat myself. You guys act like stupid little kids. Y'all act dumb. I don't get it. Y'all act like y'all dumb. And it's funny that the funniest thing, Herm, is when I hear the most extreme LeBron James fans try to tell me I'm riding LeBron. I'm the most non-biased LeBron fan there is, but I'm riding LeBron. Come on, man. I'm talking about you got people whose whole channels is built around this man, and I'm riding LeBron. Y'all gotta stop. You gotta stop. I mean, y'all whole platforms be built around LeBron James, and I'm riding LeBron. All I'm doing is looking at a game, analyzing it, and I'm calling it down the line. And that's just be the oddest thing about it. But it's just like
I never thought I'd see this, Lamont.
No, but Herm, it's just right. But it's just
hater.
No, it's not that. It's just when it's time to give LeBron his flowers. The crazy thing is, we spent the whole first half of this show giving LeBron his flowers. We talk about this Denver series where there's a lot of deserved criticism that goes LeBron James's way, and then all of a sudden they come out the woodworks as if we got some type of war versus LeBron James on this channel, which is wild. It's completely weird to me how they do that, man. It's just the weirdest thing. I'm talking about literally just the first whole 2-3 hours of this video really at LeBron's defense versus Kobe and Jordan. And we talk about this series, all of a sudden, I'm talking about they come out with the war hammers like like this is Ticket TV or something. Y'all gotta look, man. There are places where you probably need to come out with the war hammers. If you want to go to war with Ticket. He He wants the war. He will willingly go over there and beef with him about LeBron James. I'm not into beefing about LeBron James. I'm just calling it down the line. He got guy James Hayes locker room for 4 years been calling LeBron James a role player. Go beef with him. Go take that up. This ain't the place.
That's crazy talk.
I mean, if you want to bring out the Warhammer and go fight for LeBron James, go fight for him over there. I'm talking about you got a plethora of people that you can go fight toe to toe with. This ain't the place. I don't hate LeBron. I love to see LeBron. I hated seeing one of the reasons why I even picked the Lakers to win that series versus the Denver Nuggets is because I want to see LeBron and them succeed. It's almost kind of boring watching these games when LeBron ain't involved in the playoffs. Am I lying? I mean, come on, he adds a level of entertainment that some of these other players can't bring. So I don't want to see the man lose. Shit, I was hoping he would have made it to another Western Conference Finals. So come on, man. They get mad because
it would have been nice to see the Mavs versus the Lakers, man.
It would have been Kyrie versus Brown. That would have been a hell of a fight series.
Nice, bro. That would have been nice.
But then they get mad at me because I just call out, well, damn, shouldn't have took that shot. That was a bad shot. No, it was a bad shot. It was D-Lloyd Reed. What? God damn. Okay, God damn. We'll get to D-Lloyd Reed. That was just a bad shot. He says right here, he says you picked the Lakers because you thought D-Lloyd Reed. Exactly. I thought they was going to. And the funny thing is, they really weren't doing a horrendous job. I mean, outside of D'Lo laying an egg, everybody kind of picked up. They elevated where their deficiencies were. Austin Reeves, strong deficiency defensively, was much better defensively in that series.
So what about game 4? Like what led to that win? And
hold on,
what was the difference?
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out game 4. What happened in game 4 specifically? I'm trying to think about what happened in that game.
They had to lead the whole game.
They won that game.
Yeah.
Hold on. That's the game.
They had a good third quarter. They
So I did I did a film study to this on my POF account. So I did the film study to this. Go look the third and fourth quarter. They stuck with the same offense that they started with. Right? They performed much better in that game because I think that might have been one of their most balanced games as a team.
Yeah. Sure
was. Go look at that game. It was much more balanced because you spread the wealth and you continue to do that even deep into the fourth. And so you did not see a team that was stagnated. And so that was the winning formula. But the problem is, by that time, you're down so much in the series. It's just like it's all for nothing. Because now everybody's saying, well, we should have been doing this in game 1. Because now when you win that game, you're like, damn, if we'd have done this in game 1 and 2, we'd be up in the whole series. So it's just like even winning that game, you damn near do your team a disservice because now you're just like, damn, we had the winning formula all along and we ain't stick with it.
Yeah, that third quarter was the difference in that game. That's why they won.
I can pull the film up here. Let me pull this film up. I pull the film up. Like I can walk people through the film right now. Hold on, watch this. Denver versus Lakers. You said game 4, right?
Yep, that's what old boy said.
I'm gonna pull up the highlight.
The trajectory of the live stream changed.
It's that this channel ain't built for like I mean, at the end of the day, man, sometimes we just gotta start leveling up, man. If it's places where you can go if you just want all out entertainment and you don't care for the intricacies of the game. Mm-hmm. It's just hard. It's just hard for me to sit there and just hear it consistently, man. Like when I literally watched Austin Reeves level up his defense, and then all I hear, Austin Reeves is a horrible defender. It's just like I watched the series. He was defending. Like, come on, man. We're about to play the. Let me get it ready for y'all real quick. Watch this.
Because I think the Lakers only lost that third quarter by 2 points.
And I want y'all to see, and I'm gonna pull up the box score for that game too. And I want you guys to, especially when we get to the third and fourth quarter highlights, I want y'all to really pay attention to the offense. Does it get stagnated? Did they go to that high pick and roll? Or do they continue with the Princeton style offense, more methodical, and the wealth is getting spread around? We're about to find out. It's the only game where they had success. And if you don't download,
I think D'Lo was shooting pretty good from the three. I think, he wasn't cold anymore.
As a team, I think they shot well as a team that game. D'Lo was hitting shots. But really, that third quarter was a difference. Even though they lost the third quarter, but they only lost by 2. If you look at the third quarters and throughout most of the series, Denver always made their runs in that third quarter. And then they probably cut it within 8 or 10, and they be good in the fourth quarter when they make their run in the fourth as well. So Denver, if we probably look at their whole third quarter, they outscored them pretty well in the third quarter of the whole series. Just that one particular game, though, the Lakers only lost about 2 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Nuggets, game 4. Pull up these this box score too, because I want to look at these third and fourth quarter numbers too. So yeah, you're right, Herm. Box score. So Lakers built up the lead in the first and second quarter like they normally do. Denver's going to make a run, so you got to sustain. They didn't have a fourth quarter where they completely fell off the map and couldn't score the ball. Third quarter, they lost it by 2. Fourth quarter, they played them even. Won the game by 9 points. So they held the fort down. That's the formula, though. They ain't stick with it, though. Let me pull up this box score, and I'm about to put this game on the screen so y'all can see. Because when I look at the stats, let's go to the Lakers stats. Look how balanced this game was. AD 25, LeBron 30, D'Lo 21, Reeves 21, Hachimura with 9, Prince with 9 off the bench. Balanced attack right there. A balanced attack. Everybody's involved. The Princeton style of offense that had them winning, that gave them the big lead to start the game, is what helped them close it out. Watch this. I'm about to put this, put it on the screen here. Let me share my screen. Now the game is here. Now people can't just see the film is here now. His defensive rating was this, locker room. He says, "Are you going to clip up the part where I cooked you in low?" Reg, bro. I think you should. I think, boy, Reg. I guess if that's what you feel happened, Reg. If that's what you, Reg, because I don't understand why you can't grasp the concept that we don't care that you said you wanted of who you said you wanted to put in the roster back in December to make it better. We were only talking about the fact that you were complaining about the roster back in December, just like Jovan Buha, the guy that you were complaining about. You said Jovan Buha was complaining about the roster back in December. Locker, you forgot to mention that you were also complaining about the lineup too. We don't care about the solution. We all got different solutions. But it was a lot of people that did not like that defensive wing lineup that they were throwing out there. On top of the fact that they were losing games. It's not like they were winning. So it is what, I mean, it is. That's old bygones, man. You're going to have to just let that one go, man. The film is out there. Let the people decide. Just go look to the comments. If the people felt like you weren't hypocritical, then they'll say so in the comments. I just clipped it and put it out there. So go can try to convince the people in the comments. It's really not for me to decide. All right, we got this film here. Good take right there. Good take. Herm, why do you think that Rui with the guys are struggling with that Porter coming off them DHOs?
They too slow.
The weak side wasn't helping at all, though, either.
Well, let me turn this volume down so I can hear you.
Yeah, it was that weak side really didn't help him in that situation either.
So, not sure what happened right there. I mean, I could call it out, but I'm not going to say nothing for the sake of locker room's ego.
Call it out. Call it out.
Okay, let me run it back. Let me run it back. I'm not trying to bruise locker room's ego any more than it already is because I said LeBron made a mistake. So we can call it out, man. Hold on, let me pull it back. Where's that at? I thought that should have been a switch on Bryant, so I'm not for sure what happened there. I might have accidentally skipped it.
Yeah, you talking about Jamal Murray?
Yeah, when Jamal Murray got free on that baseline.
Yeah, you skipped it.
I thought I went back far enough. Hold on. Where was it at? Where the hell was it at? I ain't been played it that much. I'll just start it from here. Okay, right here. There's a couple things that went wrong right there.
You think that was on LeBron right there?
No, but I think there was miscommunication.
Yeah.
And so,
that's what it looks like.
What happens here is backside man has to call it out. Like, so Austin Reeves can't see. If Austin Reeves had eyes on the back of his head, he plays this right. So you need, and this is the difference between elite defenses and bad defenses, because bad defenses don't communicate and allow plays like this. Good defense are always going to communicate this out, and you ain't going to have a breakdown like this. It probably should have been, primarily because it was a rim contest, probably just should have been a simple switch, right? Because you really don't want Jamal Murray at the rim with Austin Reeves. If you want to guard it, you just switch it and you contain it. You get back when you can. But what ultimately happens here is nobody does anything. Nobody's talking. Reeves doesn't continue to fight through. It looks like he miscommunicated. It looks like he thought it was a switch when there was no switch there.
Expected help.
Yeah, he expected a switch or something. So here it can go a little bit of both ways. I put up some on Reeves, but backside got to talk. I mean, you got to talk. This is something like with Draymond Green. You don't see a lot of these mistakes happening with a Draymond Green talking on the backside. So lack of communication there. You guys put the blame where you want. Y'all saw how it unfolded. Good fight by Rui right there. But why Rui is playing like that high, I don't know. You got to get skinny. Bryant taking advantage of the mismatch. That's a bucket all day. He says AD didn't want to guard Jokic. I don't think he didn't want to guard Jokic. Jokic plays too far away from the rim. It pulls AD away from the rim. Well, I would have tried to have Anthony Davis score 50 every game the way Jokic was defended. That's AD on Jokic right there. As y'all can see, it don't really change much. Good hands in the lane. That's Jackson Hayes on Aaron Gordon.
This is the only show makes.
Yeah, this is highlights. It's hard to get the full film. D'Lo with a big shot right there. I just want to see the flow of the third and fourth quarter. We're in the second quarter right now. Let me move this comment off the screen. Because really, that's where they lost games, in third and fourth. AD on Jokic right there. Again, y'all keep saying Jokic wasn't getting guarded by AD. It's 2 possessions right there.
Yeah.
Tough. He says Jokic was moving AD like a kid. I mean, yeah, Jokic's tough. Not getting back on defense, that was dumb right there. Why they didn't consistently attack the paint was wild, man. Good block right there. Damn, he should have got fouled on that one too. All right, we in the third quarter, y'all. Hold on, look at this. We got straight Duval. Lamont, stop calling your followers dumb. What else you want me to call it? So, where's Herm still here? George,
Yeah,
you still?
I'm here.
What's a nice way? What's a nice word? What's a nice replacement for dumb?
Ignorant.
No, that's too mean. Like, I guess now the feelings, the emotions kicking in. So what's a nice word for dumb? For straight Duval? What's a word that's easy on the heart?
Easy on. That's not
Incompetent.
I mean, straight Duval. Give me a replacement, and I'm gonna start using a replacement. Because really, if I'm being honest, straight Duval, I really held my tongue a lot. So why are you complaining now?
Don't, man. You usually don't.
I really been biting my tongue. I just consistently, I've been trying. I really haven't been doing full panels over here. And now, as soon as I come back to doing a full panel, it's just like, come on, man. Like, we got to start leveling up to something. Like, people like this. I'm not a LeBron James hater. Like, this ain't the place. There are channels that hate. Like, this ain't one of those places. So, all right, let me keep playing this.
It was doing good with that pick and roll. Like, it was unstoppable.
But you got to think, where's the pick and roll happening out of the Princeton? So I'm going to show you on the next play when they score out of it. Good block right there.
See, LeBron was playing good defense. And
see, in this game right here, I want y'all to also note one of the reasons when Denver gets down, they start to when Denver starts to face adversity, they start to play faster. So I want y'all to pay attention to how they're playing, which now they're down right now. So they got to play it faster, but they don't play super disciplined when they're facing adversity. They make a ton of mistakes. We saw Jokic really trying to kind of turn into a turnover machine when his team was facing adversity. We saw that a lot against Minnesota.
Yeah, they were moving the ball well too.
So here's that Princeton pick and roll, get to the middle, back door. Okay, so
I didn't play college basketball a month. So what do you mean by Princeton?
That's the formula. But this play happens off because of who? Anthony Davis. Just get the ball to Anthony Davis in the middle of the floor. And that's where they are most lethal, right? And I know guys like Jeff Teague and even Lonzo Ball were saying stuff like you don't want to have Austin Reeves in the pick and roll a ton with AD. Probably not, but it's the action. Just get into this action where AD gets the ball in the middle of the floor and good things happen consistently.
Oh.
I won't say nothing about that. We'll act like that didn't happen, locker room. Good run out. Good close out. I could blame somebody there too, but we won't talk there.
That was LeBron's fault?
Yes.
Why?
Let me tell you why?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
So for me, I'm really big. So one of the principles, and the Lakers are what you call a no middle team. So you got some teams that force middle, and you got some teams that force away from the middle. The Lakers are a no middle defensive team. the number one principle when you're a no middle team, weak side help has to help. You have to help early. You have to help early and often. So right here, I'm gonna run it back a few seconds.
It was hesitation.
So hold on, I'm gonna run it back a few more seconds so you can see this. So when you're in a no middle defense, you have to trust. You have to get off your man from the weak side, and you have to trust that the high side on the weak side is going to drop low to help you. But if you're that low help, you have to help outside of the lane lines, and you have to be early. The good teams that do it get a ton of charges. The bad teams get stuck under the rim. And what I tell my players is, if you want to, the easiest way to turn into a highlight is stand under the rim. You have to, your help always has to happen outside of the lane lines, especially in a league where they got a circle, where you have to get to them charges, you got to get outside of that circle. And so I want look at the rotation here, because you can't, he's glued to Aaron Gordon for some reason. So Porter up fakes right here. Now, right now, because look what the defender's doing. The defender, this is exactly how the defender is supposed to defend it. You're denying middle. What do you have to do now? Weak side help. Who's the low help man?
He's supposed to come up early.
No, I'm just asking you guys. Who is the low help man on the weak side right now?
LeBron.
So immediately on this drive, you're supposed to be outside of the lane lines. It can't be Taurean Prince, because Taurean Prince right now is what you would call strong side. Strong side can never leave. Strong side defender can never help, especially Caldwell Pope, who was cooking on the threes. So strong side, you can't do nothing. So you can't blame this on Taurean Prince. He can't do anything other than stay strong. So the only place where you get help from it can't be AD, because AD is the high side. Your help has to come from the low side on the weak side. Soon as he puts that ball on the ground, LeBron needs to show outside of the lane lines. One of the benefits of showing outside of the lane lines is that it congests the floor. It makes you literally have to turn into Magic Johnson, because you shrink the floor for a guy like Michael Porter Jr., who's not an excellent passer. We've seen him turn the ball over multiple times in these particular situations. Now, when LeBron helps, Austin Reeves immediately goes down and digs into Aaron Gordon. I know he's a bit outmatched, but the first thing he has to do is something called digging. We see players like Kyle Lowry do this beautifully all the time, where you see him down low on that weak side, digging into a center's legs. You're not going to out jump him, but if you dig into his legs, you're going to always win that rebound battle right there. So there's still a way to win that battle. But when you are a no middle team, this is something you just have to do. And this play right here is just an example of why the weak side defense is so bad. This is the example right here. When we talk about why they got barbecued on the weak side, it's plays like this that really detail why. Watch this. Let me play it. So see how late he was to react?
Yeah.
He's late to react. And at the NBA level, when you're late, that's called getting dunked on. You have to, help has to be there early. He has the trust. And if they were a defense that talks, Reeves needs to be talking to Brian. You got help? Brian, I got you. Right? And AD has shooter if it gets kicked out to what's his name out here? What's his name? Reggie. I forget his goddamn name. But AD has shooter. So the rotation should be understood no matter what happens. But none of the rotations can happen if the help man doesn't do his job. And this is when I was talking about how if Bron doesn't do his job weak side, Austin Reeves is kind of stuck in no man's land because he can't go help. AD can't really do nothing. So you really don't do anything as far as putting pressure on the ball. The man on the ball right here did a good job of taking away the middle of the floor. So he had that one leg up. Weak side help didn't show. They get barbecued right at the rim. You cannot help underneath the rim. You're always going to get barbecued. I don't care how athletic you are. Horrible turnover right there. That's D'Lo. For whatever reason, he's just super casual with the ball. Complete idiot. Bad shot right there.
Okay, AD.
He had to shoot it.
He shot a lot of those though.
But it was late shot clock, so you can't blame him. He had to shoot it.
He
That was a big shot.
So right here, 80 with the ball. To Princeton. So you got the DHO cut coming out the corner. Good things happen. Good things happen when you run the Princeton. So again, when you start running that action, I'll go back to this action. It even looks cleaner when you know who's not on the court.
This man, Lamar.
I'm just telling you the truth, man. I mean, what do y'all want me to do? All right, let me run it back so y'all can see that full play. Because AD with the ball in the middle of the floor was the key to winning this series. You heard the announcer just say it, created by Anthony Davis. This was also created by Anthony Davis. AD rolling, look, AD rolls. Look what the defense does just when AD
they collapsed
rolls.
on
Everybody.
Yeah.
AD created that bucket too. But he can't, if you don't get into that action, you can't get that going, but you have to get this started early in the shot clock so the Denver Nuggets will honor it, because if you run this late in the shot clock, they're just going to stay home. They're just going to make you shoot a tough shot.
This is why you say in the series that the play should have been centered around AD.
Yeah, you have to center everything around AD because Jokic can't guard AD one-on-one, and they were overreactive to everything that Anthony Davis was doing. So right here, watch, look, literally all 5 guys react to Anthony Davis. All of them.
And creative spacing, yeah.
All of them. And just like the Lakers, Christian Brown was in bad help position. They did a good job of swinging it early once they noticed a mistake, but AD was the decoy. Because that was a player's read and react. If they don't help, get the ball to AD. If they guard you man-to-man, you're probably shooting a floater. If they overhelp, barbecue them in the corner. If they close out good, you got next pass, gave Vincent wide open right here. So really, no matter how you sliced it on this play, they were going to get barbecued. It was just too many options right here. But it only can start with ball movement. And you have to get into your offense early. Big block right there.
Right.
And see, remember what I told you guys? When the Lakers turned the ball over, D'Lo and Reeves can't defend in transition. The only way you can turn them into active defenders is if you defend in the half court. But in transition, you're always going to get barbecue with them too in your backcourt. They're not going to be able to stop anybody in transition. And so Lakers with the lead playing fast is always going to be advantage Denver. Lakers taking bad shots, stagnating the offense at the end of a shot clock is always going to be advantage Denver, because them long rebounds, they get off to the races, it's always going to be advantage Denver. And so now you're putting your bad defenders at even more disadvantage. That's another reason why you have to slow the game down with them. All right. You see the flex cut right there. This is probably D'Lo going one-on-one. They were still set up in it though. Early in the fourth quarter right here. Methodical. They get into the offense early. That's just Brian getting to the rim. Fighting over. AD probably should have showed on that one. AD didn't show. Flex action. AD in the middle of the floor. What happened, y'all?
So
AD got to the middle of the floor. What happened?
It's a difference from like
just AD in the middle of the floor. He's just there. That's just AD in the middle of the floor. That as a threat opens it up for D'Lo because it's all read and react with AD in the middle of the floor. Good shot right there. AD roll to the middle of the floor every time. Backside. Who's playing off ball? That flex action is unstoppable. AD to the middle of the floor. AD right here. Knock down the three. Then this type of shit happens. That's a bad shot. Do I need to replay that? Do I need to replay that?
He was wide open though.
No. 17 seconds on the clock. 106.89. 5 minutes to go. That's a bad shot.
Okay.
Because them are the shots that didn't get you there. Like if you don't take that shot, the benefit is that you run time. And you can get a higher quality look. But these are the types of shots and misses that will get Denver back in the game if you don't make them. That's why I say there's only a handful of players in NBA history that you won't take in that shot. One of them is Steph Curry. But if you're not Steph Curry, you probably because remember, Bryant did that heat check a lot all this season. You don't heat check in the playoffs. It's time to just do what it takes to win games. But this game gives you little small snippets of bad habits that they have. Because when you take that shot, it tells how serious are you really taking this game if you're taking that shot. That's what I'm thinking from my end.
So yeah, every possession matters.
Every possession matters, man. You got to be disciplined. Now,
I thought that was a foul.
No, it might have been a foul, but what did James do wrong? So James came. So when you're running that Princeton style offense, it's only one person's job to get down the middle of the floor. Whose job is that? The roll man.
Yeah, roll man. He went right down.
Instead of doing what he was supposed to do, which is attack outside, apply pressure to that strong side defender, allow AD to roll to get to the middle of the floor, see how the defense reacts to AD rolling, and then you pick him apart from there. He's tried to snake dribble back toward the middle and lost it. Remember, we just watched Austin
to pass Jokic,
but we just saw Austin Reeves do it. All he did was run it correctly and they scored. We just saw D'Lo do it twice. You just have to run it correctly and they scored. There's no need to even snake dribble right here.
Okay.
Because it's only one person's job to be in the middle of the floor. That's Anthony Davis. Overdose said, now you're lying. He split the defender and they fouled a no call. You're not supposed to even be splitting right there. You have one job coming off the pick and roll out of that flex. Right? You either go DHO with the corner guy or you attack the outside of the lane and see if it's soft coverage on you. One person operates in the middle of the floor. I don't know what you mean. It ultimately led to a turnover. When you try to go outside of the functionality of the offense by trying to split the defense, that's generally what happens. When you do bozo stuff on the court, bozo stuff starts to happen, which is generally turnovers. I mean, this is what I mean. Y'all give a pass to complete beat like silly stuff. This is not how they practiced it. Like, you don't practice it like this. You attack Jokic on the outside.
Yeah, I can see it because it seemed like AD was trying to go in the middle, and then LeBron
he was trying to go in the middle, but who snake dribbled right in front of him, bro?
Yeah, I see it now. It's more clear.
That was a good steal right there.
Yeah.
Salute to Titus.
That was a good pass.
It's that I just don't like that body language after them guys make shots. Who cares? Just get down court. It's just like there's no resistance, no help. For like Austin Reeves gets blamed for that. Where's his help on that?
There you go again. I guess that was that Princeton. You said that setup allowed LeBron James to be able to attack him
because it's all read and react. You just pick your poison, right? You pick where the coverage is soft, and as soon as you identify where the coverage is soft, they get barbecued. And we got Overdose said Austin got smoked again. I knew somebody would be dumb and say that. How did he get smoked? I can go back to that play. How did he get smoked? When he fought over a screen and he's chasing from behind. Somebody's supposed to step in front and help him. Let me see I think it's this play coming up right here. Right here. He's chasing over. Who's supposed to show and help?
LeBron.
but what happens is That all goes to impact who? If you go to the defensive analytics, that's going to negatively impact Austin Reeves.
Who's LeBron covering? Who is he covering on that play?
We'll pull it back up because who is the weak side help that's supposed to show and recover? You got to trust your help. You cannot just stay home. Like if y'all really want to, because people want to blame Austin Reeves here. Austin Reeves fought over the screen, because if Austin Reeves goes under the screen and Jamal Murray barbecues him for a 3, y'all going to blame Austin Reeves. So he has to fight over. Thank you, Marquavian Black. No weak side help. And since there are no middle team, strong side can't help. Watch, I'm going to pull it back. We're going to watch this again. Austin Reeves has to fight over a Jokic screen. That was a good pass. I think this play's coming up again right
Yeah,
now.
it's coming up afterwards. Yeah.
Okay, look. So you got it was a double screen. So you got a KCP screen and you got a Jokic screen. He fought over. He can't go under. Now he's at a disadvantage. So you got 2 players in this particular situation that are supposed to slow the ball up to buy him time to recover. AD, 1, because right now AD is in no man's land. He's not doing anything. He has nobody to defend. And then your low help is LeBron James. So hold on. You see AD right here.
Yeah.
And he's just standing there. So this is why I say on a pick and roll, AD needs to do a couple of different things. This needs to be an all-out switch. And then Reeves is just going to have to hug up on Nikola Jokic and y'all defend it the best as possible. Or you got to hedge and you got to recover. But AD's playing in between. He's not doing either. And because it's Jamal Murray, watch what he does. He just walks past AD. I mean, literally walks past AD. And your weak side help, does anybody come put any resistance on the ball? None.
So was Prince and LeBron supposed to take on Gordon, and then LeBron was supposed to come up for that help?
So what's happening is LeBron's got to go help. He has to trust that Prince is going to help him. AD was supposed to slow the ball up so Jamal Murray's just not waltzing into the rim unabated. It's AD's job supposed to slow it up to some degree so they can get in better help position. Jamal Murray just walks to the rim, literally no resistance whatsoever. Like, we did not see this with Minnesota. When Jamal Murray got into the lane, it was bodies flying at him. It was a lot of physicality, right? It was a lot of rotations, help rotations. We don't see that here. So even in a game where they win, we're still seeing a ton of bad habits.
Probably nobody was really talking there.
They're going into that flex pick and roll. Bron just picked and chose the soft coverage. No box out by Prince. Just all you got to do is dig. A nar.
This play.
A nar. Box scores don't tell the story. That's why you watch the game. Box scores could deceive the shit out of you. You look to a box score, you see a guy had 30, and you'll think he might have been the best thing smoking on the court. This is why you watch the game. Nikola Jokic had almost a 29-point triple-double in that elimination game against Minnesota. He was one of the biggest reasons why they lost that game. But if you run to the box score, it wasn't Jokic's fault. He scored. No, it was on Jokic. So I don't look to the box score. I'll be hearing people say plus, minus, and all this stuff. No, the only thing I'm really looking at when I look at the box score is turnovers and offensive rebounds. 2 most impactful stats. turnovers, team offensive rebounds. That generally decides the game. You win those two statistical categories, you generally win the game. And if you do win those two statistical categories and you find a way to lose the game, then you just got a team full of goddamn knuckleheads, just like the Lakers. I don't know when y'all going to accept that. You got a dysfunctional team. It was dysfunctional at the trade deadline, right? A whole bunch of pieces that don't fit, and that was compounded by star players that rebelled against the head coach mid-season.
But Lamont, they don't realize too though. Like a lot of the Lakers' issues when it comes to building a solid team, it still stems from 2021. Everything they done in 2021 still affected them to this day. And once LeBron realized how people think he did an interview with Wilbon when he was frustrated because he wanted Kyrie that bad, and Kyrie is showing why LeBron James was pushing for that, but the Lakers just didn't have the assets to get him. So a lot of people got to dumb down their expectations of the Lakers. They are who they are right now. The only way they could have got out of this, AD would have had to take a pay cut, and LeBron would have to take a pay cut.
I don't get
your not doing
Chance. I don't get your question. He says, Lamont, is your StreamYard still up?
Yes. Yeah, they terminated your live, Lamont. That's for policy violations. That happened to me too. That happened to me.
Hold on. I got to stop it. Hold on. Let me tell him. Let me tell him in the chat. Oh, I was playing the film.
Yeah, that happened to me. And even though you're doing an educational analysis, I don't understand what the problem is.
What you tell me in the chat?
Oh, it is off.
Yeah, that's the NBA on that BS. Now I gotta appeal it when we get back. Y'all let me know in the chat when it's back up.
I just got on. I just caught that StreamYard, bro. They kicked you off.
All right, how long has it been down?
No, it just started.
Okay, cool. It'll be back up here in a second, though.
Come on, you gonna tell that story about your Division I experience?
What about it?
Are you gonna still talk about the story about how you got into a Division I team?
Oh yeah, I thought I told it already. I might turn that into a video. That's like a story that you could flip into a whole video.
Yeah,
probably do that. It's just, man, y'all got to realize here, like, you know, when I got on the locker room, there's a place for the emotional basketball talk, and sometimes it has its place, but when you using the emotional basketball talk, just to, it's the same thing that I feel like he doesn't like Dreamers Pro and those guys for in the casinos. They use emotional basketball talk to target LeBron James. But then you in turn can't use emotional basketball talk to go target the players you don't like. And it's just like, I mean, if you're not gonna like that style of basketball,
Lamar, I gotta disagree with you on some things. You don't hold the role players actually accountable. Listen, they part of the basketball team for
not true. Not true.
What?
That's not true.
So, all right, you know, I'm a Brooklyn Nets fan. I cover the Brooklyn Nets. If Joe Harris is getting paid 4 years, $75 million to shoot three-pointers, and he's not doing his job in shooting three-pointers, and the Kevin Durant, you know, and the star players is putting Joe Harris in the best position to actually shoot threes wide open, he's not making them. Whose fault is that, Lamont?
Okay, so Joe Harris is paid.
I know basketball too.
No, hold on, Brooklyn. But so this is so there's a difference there. Joe Harris is paid to make catch and shoot threes.
He wasn't doing that.
If he misses catch and shoot threes, I'll get on him.
Yeah,
but conversely, if they're throwing Joe Harris the ball at the top of the key, telling him to take his man ISO, and he's missing layups at the rim, I'm not really going to put that on him as much because the team is asking him to do something that's outside of what he was even brought there for.
The defense is actually making him do that, Lamont, not the team. The defense.
Hold on, let me answer your question. So when I look at this Laker team, and what you guys are sit here and say is D'Lo is missing catch and shoot threes, or Austin Reeves are missing catch and shoot threes. Number one, they're not catch and shoot players, nor were they on this team to be catch and shoot players, nor were they successful in the regular season because they were catch and shoot players. D'Lo is much better playing off the bounce with the ball, right? He's much more better off the dribble. This is why he had the highest assist to turnover ratio on the team. This is why he was able to average 18 points per game. And as we just saw in the last game where we were playing the highlights, he's much better when he's playing that pick and roll with AD with the ball in his hands. When you just stick these guys in corners and then you throw them what we call time bombs at the end of a shot clock and tell that's not their role. So yes, if D'Lo had the worst assist to turnover ratio on this team, if D'Lo was out there missing, doing stuff that he normally does, and we just playing outside of his game like he did in the Denver series, which I give him critique for because he was missing layups at the rim and he was checked out of the game. I'm going to give you critique if you are not doing what you are brought in to do. But if the team is putting you in a situation, hold on, Ringo. If the team is putting you in a situation time and time again, making you play outside of your role, I am not going to put much of the onus on you. So when I look at late game in those fourth quarters and AD is not getting the ball, I'm not going to give AD as much heat because it's not his job to dribble the ball up the court and go score. People literally have to facilitate the ball to him. And when they actually facilitate the ball to him, he's kind of unstoppable. But hold on, Ringo. Hold on, y'all. But when you intentionally stop getting him the ball early in the shot clock, allowing him to dictate the offense because you want to be the dictator of the offense, where you're turning just like John Salley, because even John Salley said it in a nice way where it didn't hurt your feelings. He said the same thing I'm saying. I didn't hear him get no heat. He didn't get no pushback. When he said the same thing, he just said it in a much nicer way or nicer tone. But he basically said, LeBron is not the type of player where you can give him the ball and just let them dance at the end of the shot clock and good things happen. You have to. This is one of the reasons why they lost this year. He might have been able to do that back in 2014 and 2013. He ain't doing it this year. And it's not what makes the team successful when they have successful stretches this year. So y'all get mad at me for calling out the obvious. I'm not going to blame D'Lo D'Lo and Reeves when I'm clearly watching them put those two players at significant disadvantage. I'm also not about to blame D'Lo and Reeves when LeBron James on his own podcast even said, even when talking about last year versus Denver, said it wasn't D'Lo and Reeves defensively. He said it was him and AD, not with a lack of focus and attention to detail off the weak side. And so take LeBron's word. LeBron said that, not me.
Well, LeBron had the tape, bro. It was on tape. Like it was on.
LeBron said it on his own podcast.
It's not the defense. It's just that Austin Reeves and D'Angelo Russell.
You just don't like him.
They don't put pressure on the defense. You look at Kyrie. You see how he's actually breaking his.
It doesn't matter. Not every player in the league puts pressure on the defense. Are you telling me that? Are you telling me that Luka Doncic puts pressure on the defense?
Yeah, he does.
No, he does not. No, what's happening is
isolated.
Because they're playing a bit more organized on the offensive end and they can slow down things and play defense in the half court, it makes Luka's job easier. Also, if you give Luka one job to do defensively, push this guy this way, push this guy that way. If he beats you this way, we got significant help. And the help will be there on time every single time. And he trusts that help to be there. Things start to look a lot better when you got PJ Washington showing early, Daniel Gafford showing early, right? You got guys flying down to help them, getting them steals on the weak side when they try to kick it to the three. And when you start to see that unfold in front of your eyes, it gives players like Luka more confidence on the defensive end. So they can now start to spam that over and over.
Well, I'm not saying on the defensive end
going off. Like you can't help but to be confident in the rest of the
way. Gafford one of the best.
I don't. But see, so the thing is, when it's time to blame D'Lo, I talked about D'Lo, but this Denver series was not a series for me to heavily criticize Austin Reeves.
I'm asking about what. So are you putting any onus and any blame on LeBron, like further than what LeBron has already put on his self, talking about his defense? But as far as him hogging the ball in the fourth quarter, like literally not getting the ball in D'Lo's hand to facilitate the offense.
I mean, I'm just calling it how I see it. This is what everybody said. They got stagnant in the fourth. If you just listen to the announcers in the fourth quarter of those games, they were saying, Reggie Miller, you could hear the announcers saying they were stagnant.
But you can't take the ball away from LeBron James. Like that's LeBron James. Like,
What
this
I'm
is LeBron
saying,
James.
But you got to move the basketball. You got to move the basketball. If Denver's playing hard on defense, you got to move the basketball.
What I'm saying is,
but it's harder.
Ringo, at the same time, it's just like I said before. Win the game, however you got to win the game. Do not fix something that's not broken. They were changing those offense. They were changing their offense up in the fourth quarter, and it wasn't broken. There was AD with the ball in the middle of the floor was barbecuing the Denver Nuggets. AD with the ball. Because every time AD touched the ball in the middle of the floor, good things happen. Every single time. He's too tall. They could not double him. Jokic couldn't guard him one-on-one. He was willing to make the quick passes to the corner three. He was dumping the ball off to guys cutting back door. Every time he touched the ball in the middle of the floor, something good happened out of the Princeton offense. So
right there. Hold on.
How the hell can Nikola Jokic guard Anthony Davis in the middle of the floor?
Hold on. Leave right there. Hold on. That moment right there. Now, do you think that Darvin Ham just went away from that out of nowhere? Or do you believe that there's one player that said, you know what? I need the ball in my hand.
Ringo, I'm not trying to see. The thing is, now that I've identified that the offense changed, now you guys, you start to ask who changed it up. You're just trying to figure out, okay, who do I put the majority of this blame on? Do I blame Darvin?
I'm asking you personally.
I don't know who changed it. Hold on. I don't know who changed it. I can only assume that LeBron changed it, but I'm fine with saying I could be wrong. It could have been Darvin Ham saying, go back to the pick and roll that didn't work all year. Go back to that, LeBron. So Darvin Ham very well could have told LeBron, go back to that high pick and roll ball screen where everybody's standing flat in the corners and it don't work. Go back to that late game versus Denver. Do I believe Darvin Ham said that? Hell no. I believe that LeBron James late game, like I said in my community post, just like he played in this particular series, was glory chasing moments. He wanted to be the reason why they beat the Denver Nuggets. He wanted to be the guy that made all the big shots in the game. And it showed. And the biggest indicator for that was that horrible shot he took, that three-pointer that he took with 11 seconds on the shot clock, 17 seconds on the clock, and he had an open lane to the rim that probably would have turned into a lob to AD right into
he used to do that in Miami. They used to frustrate me, man. That's like
that play. But when you are playing to win, you don't do dumb stuff like that.
Dwayne Wade used to get mad about LeBron doing stupid stuff like that because literally Dwayne Wade like, look, we got to go to the hole. That's why the very next year after they lost to the Mavericks, Dwayne Wade was like, hey, look, no more shooting threes, bro. We're not shooting threes. No more next year. We're going straight to the bucket the whole year. Like we're like the bucket or nothing. And I love that. And he hasn't gone back to that since. And that kind of ball really helped his game, bro. It's literally LeBron's ball. Like it's LeBron's game. And
I agree, Mike. That is on players and coaches. And like I said, the percentage on how you slice up the blame. I don't care how y'all slice up the blame. I don't care. The one thing that we all know is that Darvin Ham gets a significant amount of the blame, and LeBron James should get a significant amount of the blame. Outside of that, I don't care how you slice the blame pie up. I think people are getting mad at me because in my blame pie, I have a bigger slice for LeBron than I do anyone else. And so they get caught up in their feelings about that.
I think it's matchups, Lamont. I just think the guards doesn't match up to guards.
These matchups. I'm talking about these matchups. If it was about matchups, then why were the Lakers in the lead at the halftime of every single game? Why were they winning every single game? Why did they have control of the game going into the third? Most of the times going into the fourth.
Of defense, of
hard defense. I respect you though, because you're still putting onus on LeBron, even though that's your guy. You know what I'm saying? And I have to respect that.
No, I'm not saying LeBron didn't make any mistakes, but to blame it on like a chunk of it on LeBron.
Yeah, when like problem is BKNY.
All you gotta do is look at game 3.
Here's the problem.
Game 3 with
No, BKNY. Here's the problem. LeBron's mistakes came in the third and fourth quarter when they did not need mistakes. Reeves and D'Lo mistakes actually happened in the first and second quarter when they were up. So however you want to slice that, divvy that up however you want. But LeBron's mistakes just happened to come when the team absolutely needed no mistakes to happen. So,
but see, LeBron was calling for the ball too much, right? And he wasn't letting D'Lo get into his flow, and that's the thing that messed it up in the Denver. Denver series.
I think with Darvin Ham, though, is when you see LeBron go to that.
Man, what you talking about?
What I'm saying is this: if you see LeBron going to that high pick and roll ball screen, or even Darvin Ham might have called it, just take D'Lo out the game, because D'Lo's going to be ineffective just standing in the corner like that because he's not going to defend. So you might as well just stick Corey Blitzen and doing a decent job. So if you're going to do that, just put guys in that cater to that style. Maybe go to rip run and play a bit more.
Wait a minute, hold on, Lamont. D'Lo's a really, really good catch.
But you're not catering
D'Lo's game, man. He is this.
I'm not saying his game, but he's a really. I mean, I watched him.
Matter. What happens is D'Lo checks out whenever the Lakers turned D'Lo into a catch and shoot player. He would mentally check out of games. He checked out. He did not. He did not
so
want to be
you got to blame him on that. That's not.
Hold on. I'm telling you right now.
That's not been the game, bro. You're not going
to beat that wise. So I said, if whoever called that offense, whether it was him making the play calls or LeBron, if you see that they're going to that play style, you just have to get D'Lo out the game because he is just not efficient. He's not hyper effective.
But if you're the coach and I called this and I needed to go through D'Lo,
I just said he should have took. What happens to Ringo? Hold on, Ringo. Y'all act like I'm not giving no one else blame. Y'all be so blinded that y'all forget about the fact that yes, Darvin Ham gets blamed. Yes, other guys get blamed. My slice of blame is just bigger for LeBron James because I think he has more impact over winning and losing for this team than Darvin Ham. He's on the court with the ball, right?
But,
this is just like what Ty Lue told me. What did Ty Lue tell his team in the timeout? Hold on, y'all know what Ty Lue said? This is what Ty Lue said. If the hot mic in the huddle said, "It's y'all motherfuckers on the court. Y'all go do that. Y'all figure that shit out." That's what. This is what Ty Lue told his team. He said, "What the fuck y'all looking at me for? Y'all motherfuckers on the court." Shit, well, like sometimes it just comes down to that. Y'all on the court, figure that shit out.
All you want, bro, but who's literally gonna get the buckets? Who's gonna go out and get the bucket?
Okay,
and LeBron,
we lauded LeBron all year, all season long, for being great in the clutch all season long. Why now? All of a sudden now, when you cannot wane in the clutch now because all season long you were the closer.
But he does that all the time.
You don't think fatigue is a factor, man? I mean,
no, Lamont, he does not do it all the time. He did it this year.
You played basketball before, right, Lamont?
He has a history of doing this.
I mean, you haven't played basketball before. I challenge you to go get a bunch of guys that played 6 or 7 months playing basketball, and you're the primary scorer. And then try to go score and then play defense on the other end and try to carry that team.
He's not a primary scorer, though. He doesn't have to be. He wants to be. That's the problem. He wants to be. He doesn't have to be at all.
First of all, the primary.
Well, you got to look at Pelinka too. I mean, look who assembled the roster.
Hold on, Ringo. Who's throwing this team is Anthony Davis. It shouldn't be LeBron, right? A lot of the buckets that we saw LeBron go score, it's because LeBron is just. I mean, he's putting him. If you're worried about him tiring himself out. He's tiring himself out with the way he goes to score. He is a lot of his buckets weren't in the natural flow of the offense. A lot of times he went away, just like when we saw him turn the ball over with the snake dribble. That was LeBron going away from the original offense, trying to snake dribble to get to the lane so he could go score. When the regular offense had been working all game. I mean, this is just what the film is showing. It's okay that this might be LeBron's fault. It's okay. It like I said before. It's not going to hurt his case for being in the GOAT conversation. It's not going to hurt. He's not going to drop. I'm not going to do like Ticket TV and say he falls outside my top 10. He just fucked up. This was on him.
I know, man. I just don't know, man.
I'm not disagreeing with you totally, Lamont. But you got to look at matchups and just D'Angelo's too slow. Austin Reeves is too slow. They're too slow. I mean,
okay. So hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Hold on. After every first,
who were the two players this series? Who were the two players this series that absolutely killed the Los Angeles Lakers?
You had Jamal Murray.
No,
Michael Porter.
Michael Porter Jr. and who else?
Porter Jr.
Oh yeah, Michael Porter Jr. And then you have Aaron Gordon, right? Well, Aaron Gordon, listen, I told you and I were debating about that.
And why? Hold on, BK.
No, hold on about Aaron Gordon. I told you.
No. I don't care about no Aaron Gordon. It wasn't no Aaron Gordon. The two most impactful players in this series,
Jokic and Michael Porter Jr.
And Michael Porter Jr. Now, I didn't hear not one person say anything about the atrocious defense that Rui Hachimura was, the effort that he was given guarding Michael Porter Jr. He got barbecued multiple times because of his lack of effort and low IQ on the defensive end. But what I hear is consistently, y'all so thirsty at Reeves that every time Michael Porter Jr. makes a three, y'all can't even remember. Y'all just blame D'Lo and Reeves.
It's not easy guarding the 3-point line.
Hold on. I haven't heard none of y'all. I haven't heard one Laker fan come out and say, God damn, I'm surprised Austin Reeves actually played defense this series. He actually defended well.
No. Austin Reeves was doing his thing on the defensive level.
Hold on. No, but what I hear is
wasn't Jamal Murray playing on a bad
what I hear. Hold on, BK and White. This is what I hear. I hear Laker fans, oh man, Reeves was missing threes, but hold on. Y'all doing all this complaining. The Lakers fans, the LeBron fans are doing all this crying and complaining. Y'all had the lead in every single game, double digits. This is a you problem. This is a problem. This is something where y'all need to look at yourself internally and be like, we choked this away, and it starts with our leader. We choked this away as a team. We had meltdowns in the fourth quarter. We went away from offenses that work. He put Reeves and D'Lo. They put Reeves and D'Lo in tough situations in transition because they wanted to take dumb shots late in the fourth quarter, and Reeves and D'Lo can't defend in transition very well. So when you do these mistakes over and over and over again, like I said, do y'all really expect something to change next year if you get different role players? D'Lo walks, Austin Reeves gets traded. They play this same style of play. Y'all really think something gonna change? You think having DeJounte Murray on this roster is really gonna change the outcome? It doesn't matter who you
put with LeBron James. It's not gonna work, bro. Like
I hope to God.
You either play LeBron James ball or you don't play ball.
I hope to God that the Lakers are able to pull off some miracle trade to bring another player in, just so you guys can see the same problem. Because remember, I heard Laker fans say it was. Hold on, Ringo. I heard Laker fans say it was Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook leaves, and it's still the same problems. Then everybody blamed D'Angelo Russell, right? Okay, well, D'Angelo Russell gets better in the regular season. You can't really blame him. Your injuries everywhere. Then all of a sudden, it's Austin Reeves' fault. Then the next thing I know, I hear people blaming Christian Woods. I'm hearing
Darvin Ham.
I'm hearing, Darvin Ham was. Hold on, first of all, it can't be. Hold on, look. Outside of 2020, I mean, the mainstay has been LeBron. I mean, y'all can't keep before the Russell Westbrook trade. Y'all Laker fans was calling for Kuzma to get traded. Y'all wanted KCP gone. Y'all wanted all these guys who couldn't make shots against the Phoenix Suns. Y'all was calling for the same guys that y'all begging to trade back for. Y'all was calling for all those same guys to get traded because they wasn't making threes. Now you get Russell Westbrook. Now he's to blame. Now you get D'Lo. Now he's to blame. Well, goddamn, the only person that's been here all this time amidst all these unfortunate outcomes, goddamn, it's been LeBron.
I got two takes, Lamont, and I definitely agree with you. The first take is, can we all agree that the Denver Nuggets are just better than the Lakers? Like, there are better teams than the Lakers, and usually the better team wins. These are just that's just a fact.
I think my second, Lamont was saying it's like I think Lamont has some valid points though, man. Like in some instances, like the Lakers really had the ability to really beat them, and I think that a lot of us
they explained the defense.
I think a lot of us wanted to see LeBron being able to beat the Nuggets as well, and then so there's certain things that just small things that they could have really avoided in order to beat the Denver Nuggets.
I agree with you, but that goes with my second point of what you're saying. My second point is that they lost the exact same way they lost last year. They couldn't execute down the stretch. That LeBron he had a chance to tie, chance to go up. They couldn't execute their offense. I think the blame goes on coaching and the players, but
these are two different series. This year and last, Lakers had the lead. They had control of the games. Every single game.
Correct. But I can't say that they lost it in the third quarter. Basically,
so did they get behind early in the first? Remember last year just the game one, Denver hopped out to a big lead. They put themselves in the remember. So hold on, Ringo, hold on. Last year, the gripe was the Lakers kept getting off the horrendous starts. Remember what they were saying last year? D'Lo couldn't make a shot. They said last year the reason was they kept getting off the bad starts. They were playing from behind. Remember, the locker room even said it. They were playing from behind. He said, "How you expect us to win if we playing from behind?" Well, you know what?
Correct.
Well, y'all figured out a way to be ahead every single game this time, and y'all still goddamn lost. So now, so every problem that Laker fans say was the problem last year that you wanted to play on D'Lo and Reeves, well, that was fixed. You actually had control of the game every single game, double-digit leads, and you still found a way to lose. Now,
that's Laker fans. They don't understand the game.
Am I supposed to blame D'Angelo Russell after this happens 2 years in a row?
No, you can't blame role players. Like I said, you can't win the game in the second and third quarter. No matter if the Lakers were up by 10 or down by 10 in the last year's series, in this series, they came down to them trying to execute in the half court offense, and they could not do it. That's on coaching and players.
Hey, now,
hold on,
Ringo.
This is what we're gonna run, and you literally are the main
problem with y'all.
You don't run anything that we decided. I can't really do nothing about that as the coach on the sideline, right? So now it just looks like bad coaching when literally it's not. I made the call, but LeBron didn't want to run what I wanted to run.
Hey, if it's not bad coaching, then just talk about what the problem was. I mean,
it's LeBron.
I don't think it was bad. I think when you go into these series, you have a game plan. Their initial game plan was great. The one thing where you could fault Darvin Ham, maybe the counters when you get hit in the mouth weren't the greatest. Because but the problem is this is the problem for Darvin Ham. Whenever they got hit in the mouth, and there's only a handful of coaches that I've seen pull this off in NBA history that got the balls to do it. We saw Phil Jackson do this, even in the NBA Finals.
Yeah. I know what you're about to say.
You got to yank the best player sometimes if he seems to be the guy that's the monkey wrench in the cog. No, because we watched Phil Jackson yank Jordan in the 92 Finals.
Yep.
But the thing is, you got to have some, like Darvin Ham with his job on the line. So now when you got a coach who has all this outside forces, all this pressure from outside forces, he ain't willing to do nothing He ain't willing to do nothing risky like this. Right. So what I'm saying is my solution to win the games. Yes, I think some can go on Darvin Ham. I don't think he had the best in-game adjustments. Mismanagement of timeouts. Not knowing when, not having a staff that's adequate to know when to challenge calls, when not to challenge. Like they shouldn't, like in that last game, they probably shouldn't have challenged that foul on Jokic because that's your last timeout, whether you win it or lose it. And so again, understanding stuff like that. When I saw Darvin Ham challenge that play, I said, this is probably going to cost him his job because you can't challenge it because you need that timeout. Because I honestly believe if they had a timeout and they were able to get a full possession, I don't believe they lose that game. Yeah. I believe they would have came down and scored. But the fact that you had no timeouts so you can advance the ball and make Denver defend, you essentially lose the game just by challenging that play call right there. And as a coaching staff, you just got to be aware of those things. So when you should have challenged the game before, you don't challenge. When you should, when you challenge when you shouldn't, you don't challenge when you should. That's on coaches. Like I can literally go all day because Darvin Ham does have a slice of this blame. Let's not act like that. D'Lo checking out. I'm surprised that he has significant interest from other teams by the way he checked out of this series, especially with what he was doing on the bench. Somehow he does. So there's blame to go around. Spencer Dinwiddie, one of the biggest letdown disappointments. I thought he was going to be that guy to come in and do what D'Lo couldn't do.
I couldn't tell you that, Lamont. That wasn't going to be the case.
Hold on, Brooklyn. I'm just saying, I don't care if it was or wasn't the case. What I'm saying is, if y'all want me to hand the blame around that little bit of everybody, I can. But what I'm telling you, it starts with one person and it ends with another. But I'm not going to be the one to start my blame with Austin Reeves. My blame starts from the top down. However you want to do it. If you want to hold the sixth man on the roster accountable and not
always
LeBron,
got to start with players.
Go with that. Let that be you. That's just not how I do it. It's the number one. Like if you get my point guard in here from my team, I can get him in here right now. Sometimes I blame him for stuff that don't even be his fault. We'll win some games. I remember after a game this year,
still fight.
The first thing I told him, I said, you a trash leader. And I said, you leading the circus with the leads we be blowing. Even in the game we won, I will find reasons to get on my point guard, because as a coach, when you're able to get on your best player, everybody else is like, well, damn, shit, he on the best player shit. Well, who am I not to listen?
You know what I'm saying? Called him trash, Lamont? Damn.
No, I didn't call him trash. I said he was a trash leader.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, hold on. But see, the thing is, hold on. But MacDef,
no, I'm fucking with you.
Those were my exact words because the thing is, he know I expect more. Like, but I'm not saying he a trash player. I said he was a trash leader. I know. In that particular game, he was.
He know what you mean. He know what you mean. You know you ain't getting. You know you don't mean no malice by it though. You know what I mean? Like,
no, he know that. But what I'm saying is, as a coach, that's why I said this a long time ago. I said after one of the losses the Lakers had, I said, I'm Darvin Ham. I'm just cussing LeBron James out for no goddamn reason.
In the locker room in front of everybody.
Ringo, you got to echo. Ringo. So what I'm saying is you cuss them out because you don't got control of this team. It from the outside looking in, it's looking like LeBron run the team. And if you're gonna let LeBron run the team, and it's obvious that he's running the team, then who am I to sit there and blame the coach if he didn't turn the reins over to LeBron? We all know who was running the team.
LeBron James does have a championship resume.
I'm cussing LeBron out in front of the whole locker room.
You said what?
I'm cussing LeBron out in front of the whole locker room.
No, bro, sometimes you have to do stuff to set a tone. You got to echo.
No, everybody sees it. No.
That happens on my live still. It's the whole thing.
Ringo, you got to echo.
How to come back in. Everybody has to drop out and come back in. Everybody's going to have to echo.
Ringo, you got to echo.
We ain't got to drop
out.
No,
Lamont, it's the whole. It happens to me on StreamYard too when I have a panel like this. Everybody has an echo, and then you have to have everybody drop off and come back in.
Bro, it was Ringo, man. You don't have to have everybody drop. It was Ringo.
It was just me, bro. It was just me.
You still
I had an echo too. All right,
I'm gonna fix Ringo. Ringo, just come back in, Ringo. God damn, just fix the echo.
Man, Laker fans are like, I got LeBron as a goal.
Hey, look, you know what's going to happen?
Laker fans are hilarious.
Look, now,
a system won't change the result.
MacDef, I'm saying this right now here on FYF Sports.
Don't say
the Lakers have no way to make significant changes to this roster. They're probably going to come back with the similar team. Now, let's do our predictions right now when the shit hits the fan once again, because LeBron James is going to be their highest paid player. He's going to be eating up all the salary cap. They're not going to have a way to improve this roster. D'Lo's going to walk for absolutely nothing. They're going to be stuck with similar team. They're going to bring in marginal role players with their MLE. When they have this same team, Jackson Hayes will be back. Christian Woods is already opted in. They're going to have to bring back Max Christie because he's a restricted free agent. They can't afford to lose him. You sign Rui to a bargain deal. Going to be hard to trade him. You sign Reeves to a bargain deal. Going to be tough to trade him and really expect to get value back for him. So you're bringing this same team back. Let's do our predictions now. By this time next year, when the Lakers are eliminated from the goddamn playoffs, who's to blame? Who do y'all think Laker fans going to be blaming? D'Lo ain't going to be there to blame. Who's to blame? Let's do our predictions now.
Coach and LeBron James can't carry because he's 40
who's the coach? You got to tell me a name. JJ Redick? Who is it?
Yeah, I'll just give you JJ Redick. I don't care who the coach is. A system is not going to save this man. Period.
Hold on. What he said? He said I done cleaned up and had a conversation. He says you're still spewing casual Laker takes.
I don't know. They don't listen, man. You look at the guards. Most of the guards, especially from the 1 and 2 position. I mean, they have dynamic guards around the NBA.
So
the Lakers just doesn't have anybody to match up.
No, hold on, y'all. No, y'all. I need to know. Let's do our predictions now. It was before. Hold on. Let's go down the list, the history list. It was Kuzma, KCP, and Andre Drummond at one point in time. Then it was Russell Westbrook and Frank Vogel. Frank Vogel's out of there. Then it was Darvin Ham and Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook's out of there. Then it was Darvin Ham, D'Lo. And then this year it was Darvin Ham, D'Lo, and Austin Reeves. Who is our predictions next year for who gets the blames when the Lakers because they're in such a desolate cap situation. Who gets to blame next?
Austin Reeves.
Let's do our predictions.
Staff.
JJ Redick and Anthony Davis.
The strength and conditioning coach.
He got fired, man. I don't even know who the strength and conditioning coach is, man. They fired everybody.
Equipment manager and everything too. See, the equipment manager didn't have he didn't have the equipment set up right in the lockers. Like that means something.
Locker room said, hold on, locker room. What did he say? Oh, he says, when are you gonna talk about Scoot Henderson and Anthony Simons?
Oh my God.
Look, hold on. This is how quick I can talk about the Blazers.
Oh my God.
Scoot Henderson, hey y'all, just so y'all know, he didn't make an all rookie team.
Man,
Anthony Simons was injured. The Blazers are still trash. No more needs to be said about the Blazers. We have a
What did you think about the second? What did you think about the other pick, the first pick?
Who?
Charlotte. I forgot.
Brandon Miller?
Charlotte. Yeah, Brandon Miller. What did you think?
He
about
came on late. He's coming into his own, but I just think it's Charlotte's just not a very good team. Like look at how PJ Washington looked night and day from when he was with Charlotte to Dallas. Like that Charlotte team is like
he's playing with Luka and Kyrie. They take a lot of the attention.
No. What I'm saying is PJ Washington. Charlotte wasn't getting this out of PJ Washington.
PJ Washington is a baller.
PJ Washington looks like a completely different player.
I'm not saying he can't play, but Luka and Kyrie.
But what I'm saying is, my point is that playing on a much better team that's engaged, willing to give you the ball, not selfish, locked in, can make you look like a completely different player. Like literally this year, it changes the whole trajectory for his entire career. People were wondering how much longer he had left in the league, right? When he was in Charlotte. Now he's looking like he got another 10, 15 years in the league the way he's playing.
Just running the floor alone, can make you look like a wholly different player. I'm telling you.
I mean, look, locker room.
You can say he's playing with Kyrie and Luka, but he's made the Mavericks better.
Room want me to? Yeah, hold on. Let me do a vote.
I'm just saying.
Hold on, Ringo. Let me do a vote. How many of you guys want me to do a 5-hour Portland Trail Blazers stream?
No.
I don't know. Locker room, just for whatever reason, he keeps saying he want me to talk about the Blazers.
Is what's going to coming back? Dame coming back or something?
I don't know. I mean, look,
they got two first-round picks. What y'all going to do?
You want a Blazer stream? He said
no.
4-hour stream bashing LeBron. Hold on, y'all. Didn't we spend the first 3 hours elevating LeBron?
Yeah, y'all elevated him to GOAT. John Salley and
John Salley even elevated him as the GOAT. Damn.
Y'all knew something to go.
Then somebody asked me about one series, and then all of a sudden I'm bashing LeBron now.
He's averaging around his Lamont. He's averaging around his career average. When he first got into the NBA, he was averaging about 12-something points a game, and with Dallas, he's averaging about 11.7. So I mean, unless you say he's averaging 20 points a game, then I get your point. But
did I say anything about his average?
Casual take, man.
That's not a casual take.
Hold on, but BK and Y.
Who was that? Who said that?
No, BK and Y. I'm gonna tell you, it's casual because I didn't mention nothing about his points. I said he looks like a completely different player. His engagement on the defensive end, timely shot making, right? Yeah. He's no longer unplayable late game. He's actually making free throws late. What I'm saying is, he's doing things now that nobody.
I'm giving him his props. I'm just saying. I mean, can you actually?
No, but it has nothing to do with his points per game.
No, he's doing the little things.
Thank you.
He looks more engaged into the game than when he's playing with Charlotte. He looked like aloof, like he's just in it for the money, and he about to be out the league. But now he's playing with Dallas. He looks like a veteran. He looks like an old school veteran, leadership and all that.
Ringo, something's wrong with your mic, Ringo.
God damn.
It's like you sound like you underwater or something, man.
Under the sea.
It might be a good thing.
Now, Lamont, I know we talking about we bashing LeBron for the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? You got locker room upset.
Nobody bashing LeBron.
I just need to,
you got locker room upset.
Y'all just gotta stop asking me about the Denver series. Like
I know. I wanted to ask to the title of the video. How does a system? How would that help LeBron, or how would that help any player that we saying like if they played in the system they would be better because look what the system did for Kobe and Jordan.
So this
Like,
is what
how
I
does
think.
it?
This is what I think John Salley's saying, and I feel like this season is actually correlates well to this season because in a system where it's extremely structured, John Salley actually used the playoffs this year as an example. He talked about putting all the pressure on one guy to do all the work at the end of the shot clock. He said it rarely ever turns out well. We saw Allen Iverson with the 76ers. How he got that team to the finals, I have no idea, but he got them to the finals, which is why that's why we look at that as a significant accomplishment because they gave the ball to Iverson, told everybody to get out the way, and he got them to the finals. And they got one game against probably one of the top 5 teams of all time in that Laker team. And so he talked about how when you just give the ball to one guy and everybody's standing around and you're operating late in the shot clock, it's hard to have success. And that correlates well to this year because there was a system that they were running in the first and second quarter. There was no system in place, it seems like, in some of those fourth quarters where they were losing the leads and losing the game. And it's just, I feel like if they had a coach, because the system starts with the coach, if they had a coach that could implement a system that they could utilize from start to finish, yes, it would in turn have an impact on some of LeBron's individual stats, but it would conversely then have an impact on LeBron's winning and losing because you would win more with that style of play. So I don't think LeBron James is a type of player where you could just throw him into a system. It has to be a read and react system. But I think he's right. I think if you put LeBron James in any type of championship level system, you're looking at a player with like 9 championships. I'm talking about like that. That's the thing. Like people be asking for stuff. Like if you put LeBron James in the system, this is Thanos on the basketball court. He's overpowered. And so,
have we seen LeBron James in the system?
Now one could argue that maybe LeBron James gives some pushback to being in a system because it will impact his numbers. I don't know if that's why, because like I think Brandon mentioned, Brandon is right. Bron has given some pushback to certain systems, but also some of those systems I don't feel were championship systems. So that the coach that he talked about from Cleveland, I forget his name, the international guy. I don't know.
David Blatt.
Yeah, David Blatt. Now the problem is David Blatt at that point in time was looked at as probably the 1, 2, 3 top 3 coaches in the world.
Yeah,
like that's the reputation that he had. And Bron, for whatever reason, didn't like the system he was implementing. So there was pushback there. Luckily for Phil Jackson, Phil Jackson's greatest strength was he was able to get egotistical stars to buy into systems. He got Kobe to buy in. He got Jordan to buy in. And Shaq to buy in. And so when you can get the stars to buy, like I had a coach tell me, this is probably the best advice I ever got. He said, it don't matter what you run. He says, the players don't believe it's going to work. It ain't going to work. He says, if you can get the players to buy into a 2-3 zone, it'll work. But the players got to buy in. So LeBron hasn't had a coach that's been able to get into his mind and get him to buy in like a Phil Jackson. And Phil Jackson had that, like John Salley said, that was his specialty. He knew how to get into your head.
I mean, Eric Spoelstra was a new coach. Like he was trying to get Pat Riley. Well, he wanted to get Pat Riley to coach, and so it's like when you have a newbie like that,
Phil Jackson was a newbie with Jordan.
Yeah, he was an assistant coach though for years. I mean, before he took the head coach
and
position.
Spoelstra was in the NBA for years. I mean,
but he was an
Darvin Ham was an assistant, even on the championship team for years. Like what Phil Jackson was able to do is an intrinsic skill that only Phil Jackson has. D'Antoni couldn't get this out of Kobe. There's a lot of coaches that couldn't get out of Kobe what Phil Jackson got out of Kobe. Doug Collins couldn't get out of Jordan what Phil Jackson got out of Jordan. Right? So it's an elite talent that he has. He might not have been responsible for the X's and O's that was Tex Winters, but he was responsible for Jordan buying in. And when Jordan bought in, you know what everybody else had to do? Fall in line.
Yeah.
So Darvin Ham's like I think if JJ Redick is the next head coach,
it's not gonna make a difference.
The best thing he has going for him is that maybe because he's so close with LeBron, maybe he can get Bron to buy in. If Bron buys in, you good.
To buy in his own system?
Said what?
For Bron to buy into his own system?
Well, I don't know what system.
He said his own LeBron's own system.
He believes LeBron is the system.
Well, yeah, I agree with the Phil Jackson take. He did get egos to coincide, and he also instigated beefs between Shaq and Kobe in the media as well. So he was definitely a mastermind technician in that.
Well, maybe he understood. Maybe he understood that one of the two got to go if they want to keep it going. I don't know. I mean, look.
He did keep him beefing though, but he did that on the media side. But together, when it was about winning, that's what they did. But my thing is did LeBron actually play in a system where everything was tailored to him in a great situation in Miami?
Look, I think Miami was the closest.
This is not. We're not talking about if Bron played in a system or not. We're talking about has LeBron James played in a system that is known to breed championships. He has never played in a system with a head coach that's known to breed championships. This is why we always wish we would have been able to see Greg Popovich and LeBron to a certain degree. Because he's the only remaining, him and Steve Kerr, the only two coaches remaining that are proven championship head coaches with championship systems. No one else really has that on their resume. So
I would put Eric Spoelstra up there. What are you talking about?
No, he does not. No, he does no. Hell no.
He got to the finals twice with Jimmy Butler.
He ain't no Greg Popovich. He ain't no Steve.
I didn't say he was, but he's still one of the greatest coaches. He's still top 15.
All right, Lamar, I'm gonna do my own live over here. I'm gonna check you the next time.
Debatable top 10. But if you feel Eric Spoelstra not on that level, we could.
Boy, it's about to get ugly. Somebody told me that this was gonna happen too.
What?
Boy, it says NCAA Power 5 agrees to deal that will let schools pay players. And from my understanding of it, when I was talking to my AD, this basically will list like the players on the team as employees of the school.
Oh. I thought they was already doing that behind closed doors anyway.
No. It's different being an employee of the school and getting paid under the table. Big difference.
Yeah, I know. I was just
make sure they better
basketball. This is college basketball. It's not about to be the same, man. College football, it's about to be a joke now.
Transfer portals, it's kind of weak.
This is about
I definitely did enjoy college football last year.
I mean, it's just another professional league at this stage.
Damn near.
I love seeing the guys get paid and get money, but Jesus Christ.
You think they should implement you can come straight out of high school? I think they should.
Man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, if they employees now, shoot.
Might as well.
This is a joke now, man. It's not even like it was always been something about amateur sports, man. It's no longer amateur now. You could just buy your team. Now in college basketball, you could buy your team.
Yeah,
because y'all don't even. I just found out that they ranked like the next school that's about to be a powerhouse and nobody knows it is about to be Howard University. Their
Howard
NIL,
University.
Yeah, their NIL program got ranked the number one NIL program in the United States. They have
Howard.
Yeah, Howard. They have the ability now. They can literally go buy their team. The next powerhouse in college basketball is probably going to be Howard.
Man,
I'm not mad at that, but
I'm not mad at it for sure. But they got
it's about who got money. It's not about recruiting no more, coaching.
Better than Alabama, better than Colorado. Howard's got ranked number one.
HBCU has money like that. When?
Well, we're about to find
No,
out.
they always had money like that. They just be stealing that shit.
Because I knew something was going on at Howard. I knew something was going on at Howard when, like, 4 or 5 years ago, they was able to flip one of Purdue's 5-star recruits. And I'm like, Howard. I'm like, how the hell they do that?
That's weird.
Like, boy, I was like, boy, how they pull
It's
that
kind
one?
of a good thing because you get a small schools got better chances to win now because
Look,
of money.
look at Brandon. Look at Brandon hating on HBCU. Look at him. Many
Howard is
schools can
nothing
buy
special.
teams. No, so
No, they
first of all,
can't. No, they can't either.
See, first of all, Brandon, you can only spend what you have in your NIL budget. If you don't got a good NIL, if you don't got good sponsors putting money up, you can't buy nothing.
Brandon, you sound like a hater, bro.
So Brandon mad because he didn't hear the HBCU about to take over. Now he a little bit mad.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say it sounds racist, but I'm just gonna say you a hater.
Howard ain't nothing special, man. You must be out of your mind.
That's wild,
That
bro.
sounds special to me.
They already one of the
HBCU,
most prestigious academic schools.
Yeah, Brandon sound like a hater.
We know that they're going to change if they start to lighten, if they make tweaks to their enrollment policies for athletes, then they got some 5-stars on the way.
Yeah, because people don't care about where you play in college. You feel me? College is college. As long as you win and have fun. You can play. All the transfer portals, they not tripping about where they play as far as a city or a school name and stuff. They're gonna go where the money is at. So they not tripping.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Are you saying like from other students coming from different colleges, or like what?
I'm talking about the athlete. If you
that's not how
5-star
NIL works,
athlete,
Brandon.
you're not tripping about where you go play the college. You just probably now going for the money because college is college anyway.
Well, that's what Haley Van Lith is doing. Look, like Haley Van Lith went from Louisville. It got exposed that she only went to LSU for the money. She didn't like her time there. Well, I mean, I promise you, if you look at her, she's gonna make it seem like, because she put out in her social media post, man, TCU's been the school of that I've always admired and I wanted to be here. No, they just cashed you out the best. They gave you the best cash out. Like, let's not pretend it wasn't, because even what's her name? The point guard for LSU. She even said, look, man, for the right bag, I'm out of here too. Look,
didn't Angel Reese go to Louisville?
No, Angel Reese started off at Maryland. She
Maryland,
transferred.
okay.
Yeah.
Then she transferred.
And you got to think, she was player of the year at Maryland. Like, who do that?
They just going where the bag. They just going where the bag is at. They don't really care what
if you
schools.
player of the year at a school and you just up and transfer, and Maryland's a Power 5 school in the Big Ten. It's not like they're a slouch conference and you just up and transfer. Well, I'm not going, like, let's not be silly. And Brandon, it's not about how much money the school has. The school can have all the money in the world. It's about how much money you have available to you in your NIL. So your NIL is the collection of sponsors that you have. So if a school has a trash NIL sponsorship program and they haven't gotten a collection of sponsors together to dole out that money, then they don't have no money to really pay players. And nobody's really in the business of taking money illegally anymore. Now that you got NIL, like, if you come to me talking about, I'm going to give you, we don't have an NIL program, but I got 100,000 for you under the table and I can risk my eligibility. I could go over here and get 100,000 legally under NIL and I don't have to worry about risking nothing. So all the under the table stuff is done.
It's all about the check.
Have you ever watched the documentary called The U?
Yeah, which one? There's a lot of them, man.
The U, the University of Miami.
Oh, the Miami. Yeah, I seen that.
Did you hear those guys saying what they had to do to eat?
But
that was back in the day, though.
Yeah, that was
no. All this is coming back to fold from back in the day. Did you hear what those guys said? What they had to do to eat?
I mean, I heard they were struggling.
So you think that it's plausible for the NCAA, these colleges, to make millions of dollars off of these players and don't have to subsidize them for the work or the job or the playing that they're doing?
Well, initially, George, so I've always, first of all, players have always received something. So whether it was amount that you thought fair or not, even back in my day, players received a stipend from the school. Some schools it was $1,000 a month. Some schools it was $2,000 a month. Some schools it was $500. But most schools, especially at the D1 level, had stipends that they gave players. On average, it was probably about $1,000 to $1,500 a month. So they always. So it's not like they haven't given players nothing. And $1,000 a month, $1,000 or $1,500 a month is far more than what most college students get from anything that they do, right? And so that is, I think, Pete, that's a myth. I think what happened was, and I think the players' biggest gripe was with the O'Bannon brothers sued 2K for. Y'all going above and beyond. Y'all taking our name and our likeness and y'all throwing it in video games. Y'all making billions. And so it wasn't as much about the school, and the school was putting these kids on billboards. They're putting their jersey numbers and names. They're selling it. And it's just like, you making money off of it. I mean, we can at least get a cut off that. And then on top of that, they were making money off the players. And then they were saying, y'all can't do nothing to make money off your own likeness. So, and that's where you see Destroying. That's why Destroying had to quit the team. He had a YouTube channel. They were telling him he couldn't use his likeness, his likeness for his own YouTube channel. So he said, I'm quitting the team then. So that was one of the first changes they made. They said, you can make money off your name and image and likeness. That's NIL. You can make money off your name, image, and likeness. So now it's getting expanded out even further. Now they're turning. So what's happening now is they're turning these kids into employees. What the kids don't realize is once they become employees, it's going to get uglier for them. Now it's going to get much more difficult for them. Life is not going to be as easy as they thought. So, and you really give these coaches the ultimate control, because once you become an employee, employees can get fired on the spot. And that means if you can get fired on the spot, that means your scholarship can also get terminated on the spot. A lot of people don't know this about scholarships. Scholarships are a legal document. If a player signs a scholarship, that's legally binding. If you don't show up, in some states it's a felony if you don't fulfill your scholarship. So now if they turn them into employees, these scholarships are probably going to turn into legalized contracts. Like, it sounds good from the player's perspective, but if they don't unionize real quick and really take control over what these schools can and cannot do, they're just going to end up getting screwed in the long run. So they're just making life really hard for them. And so it's up. Brandon Katz, it's a felony. Brandon, it's in the state of Indiana. It was a class.
It's a civil issue.
Hold on. No. Hold on. MacDef, I'm telling you for a fact. This is how I know Brandon's not a lawyer, because in the state of Indiana, because we had a class about this. Your sports scholarship, if you defaulted on it, let's say you signed the scholarship, right? Let's say they paid the school out all this money, right? Whatever, you get your financial aid checks back and whatnot. Let's say you just don't show up. If the school wanted to pursue charges, they could pursue charges against you, and it would be a Class D felony. It was in writing. Every player knew it. Now, do schools typically do that? No. But can they do it if they want to? Yes. I noticed because I saw it in the letter of the law. I saw the code and everything. Everybody in our high school, all the athletes had a class. They showed it to us. We talked about it. Right. Luckily, we had a good enough school that educated us on this stuff before going into college. But it's a real thing. So the fact that Brandon says he's a lawyer and it's a civil issue, he's lying.
That's crazy.
I'm 1,000% positive on this.
I wonder now what's in the contracts to make these student athletes employees, because I'm looking at colleges like they're probably going to use this as a tax write-off as well. They're probably going to do I want to see what's in those contracts.
Well,
because if a player default on a scholarship like he was just talking about, or does something wrong, breaching a contract, what's going to happen? You know what I'm saying?
Well, check this out. It's going to fudge numbers, because you know how these big companies and organizations, you get write-offs for having ethnic employees. If you have a certain number of black employees, or if you have a certain number of female workers, these can create large tax write-offs. So if players so imagine if you're Harvard or if you at an academic institution that's primarily all white, but the whole football team is black. You can really fudge some numbers for certain things if you can hit some certain metrics. So schools ain't gonna be opposed to it whatsoever.
Schools are just gonna start becoming a corporation. Dang.
They already like that though, man, aren't they? I mean,
Yeah, but it's becoming more and more evident. That's all. Before it used to be swept under the rug, but now the money, following the money, is becoming more evident, and their dirt that they swept under the rug is gonna be out in the open for everybody to see. To make an athlete an employee, that's wild. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
It seems like it was bound to happen anyway. You know, to be honest.
I'm glad they getting their money though. They deserve to get their money, and I ain't mad at the NIL deals. It's just like Lamont said, you probably gonna have to union up looking at them contracts because definitely the schools don't care for the athlete. They care about the money. They care about.
The argument of schools making a lot of money off of athletes, and then like an athlete doesn't turn pro, and you know some of these athletes don't really take classes that or get majors that really like represents the workforce out there, and so they're all beat up from the sport they play and then don't get any results at the end. Like they don't get anything afterwards after that. Like it's just like the culture of it's not really set up for many athletes that don't turn pro or don't do much anything with it. Depends on who you are. So I mean it's a lot of dirt with the schools anyway. Like they don't have much protection planned for a lot of their athletes' life after sports in the first place. So
yeah, definitely. They ain't got no retirement plan.
Yeah.
So Lamont, the SEC, because I'm a football guy. So the SEC, they're joined Texas and Oklahoma, and they're trying to make it like the best conference in the NCAA football. Could you see them, the corporations and money overtaking some schools where I don't know, they force them to bankrupt or they can't even compete for rankings in the top 25 because the money and the players and the 5-star recruits are going to go to the SEC? Could you see it drowning out or water downing the football, or could you see it even happen in basketball?
No, I mean, or what you mean, just thinning out talent?
Yeah, thinning out talent, thinning out the competition. Like everybody's going to come to this SEC, or everybody's just going to come to this one big conference because they got all the NIL
here's the
deals.
thing. So NIL, like I think people got the NIL twisted. Like NIL only goes to the big time players. Not every player on the team has NIL, right?
Yeah.
So you looking at Shadur Sanders and Travis Hunter. I mean, they're the ones that stand out, but it's probably 75% of that team don't get a dime from NIL, or they try to, but they don't really get paid much because their name don't really carry that much weight. So making all the players employees now, it's going to guarantee that each and every player on the team gets a little extra money, but I don't think it's going to have that significant impact. There's a lot of people that go into the transfer portal thinking that they can go get NIL somewhere else. The flip side of it is that there's now a whole bunch of kids stuck in the portal with no school to go to because they didn't overestimated their value. Just like old boy that just left Colorado, the 5-star running back. He thought it was about to be sweet when he got into the portal. He thought he was about to have every big time college knocking on his door. He barely getting mid majors to not crack his door. And we know those mid majors don't really have strong NIL programs as well. So sometimes these kids, man, this portal, they be listening, taking the advice of the wrong people. It be getting them screwed over. So
yeah. Dang, imagine coming out of high school and you gotta learn what they didn't teach you. You gotta learn about economics, the money, the corporation.
Oh no, but when you at every school, if you have NIL, if you get NIL money, it's a special class that you have to get in to teach you about taxes, like all types of stuff go on. Like, so you don't just get NIL and just run off. Let me see if Cormani, what's his name? Cormani McClain. Ringo, you got an echo.
I'm not even gonna mess up your stream no more, bro. If I'm still echoing like that, it's something going on with mine. Hey, Lamont, I appreciate you letting me on, bro. I'm gonna see what's going on with my stuff, man.
All right, now you good.
Hey, so, Lamont, who you got in the finals and winning the championship real quick?
He committed to Florida.
I picked the Mavs.
They said Cormani McClain committed to Florida.
Oh, that might be nice.
Oh, Florida kind of fell off.
But you know what? Florida might have they might have a quarterback this year though.
I don't know. I don't follow. I just know who was good the previous year before. I know Florida's fell off. But hold on, Ringo. I got to mute you. You got crazy echo going on. You can stay on. It don't echo when you talk. It only actually echoes when you have your mic on mute. So,
yeah, I'm a Florida Gator back. That's my favorite college football team.
Oh, hell no. He did not commit as a walk-on. You lying.
What?
Who?
What?
Ain't no fucking way.
Who is he?
He's one of the highest decorated running backs in the league. What? Wow.
Will we need him? I don't care. I'll take everybody.
Oh, they said it right here. It says right here, McClain joins the Florida roster this summer. It says he joins Florida roster that is a full scholarship players entering the summer. It says which could lead to the Gators adding McClain as a walk-on. Hell no. Oh, he fell off. He's one of
the most highly decorated running backs coming out, bro.
Well, he still be good. He just ain't gonna get the money or the scholarship. He'll be all right.
No, hold on. MacDeff.
He got
I don't think you realize when you have the walk-on tag on your name, what it means. The walk-on tag.
That's no good.
Hold on. Chris, Chaz, you gotta echo. I gotta just keep meeting. When you have a walk-on tag, Ringo, you echo. That's why I keep muting you. That means you ain't playing. That's what walk-on means. Walk-on means you ain't playing until you earn a scholarship. So it's essentially in college basketball, they call it being a preferred walk-on. It's basically a guy who walks in saying, look, I know I could be a scholarship player. I just need a year here to prove to you guys I'm a scholarship player. And you really have to grind your way through practice. And you know the one thing Cormani McClain didn't want to do was goddamn practice. So good luck with that one. I would have never took no walk-on spot. Ain't no fucking way. He would have been better going off to a UAB or something.
He football, right? This is for football.
Yeah, that was so stupid. I'm never taking a walk-on spot.
We'll take him. We need all the help we can get.
He's not gonna play.
I don't care. He can be a voice in the locker room and
he can't play. The first thing that's gonna happen, if they play him, the first thing that's gonna happen is this: the boosters gonna go knocking on the coach's door. They're gonna knock on his door. Our booster money is. We got a whole scholarship going to such and such who was a 5-star recruit. Why does walk-on playing over the guy that we giving a scholarship to? What's going on here? Politics about to kick in.
I ain't tripping. We need the controversy. We need all the help we can get.
Hold on. Alonzo Villain said, this brother Lamont said LeBron is definitely better than Kobe earlier. Well, LeBron is definitely better than Kobe, Alonzo. I'm sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
George, let it go, man. He's better.
Never ever.
Look, I don't care.
Lamont, real quick, who you got in the finals, man? Who you got in the
next 5 years and choke in the playoffs? He's still better than Hold on. It's hard to not go with Minnesota. It's hard to not go against them. They defend the best.
Mavs, bro.
I got to say Boston and Minnesota in the final. I'm gonna go with Minnesota to get their first chip.
I'm gonna go with Minnesota with their first chip. Bro,
Ringo, you gotta echo, man. I'm sorry, Ringo.
That sounds nasty.
So you gonna say that Kyrie going back to Boston and stepping on Lucky wouldn't be nastier than
Hold on,
that?
y'all. So MacDef, let's we're gonna walk locker room on how to do this. So MacDef, me and you have a bet, okay? And if the bet looks inevitable, you offer a plea bargain, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying the courtesy would be the plea bargain.
Yeah.
But the thing is, let's say I win the bet against you, MacDef. Let's say I haven't won the bet, but it looks like
you up 3-1. Nigga.
Yeah. But the thing is, if I ask for early payment, that means you asking for a plea bargain, right?
Facts.
Locker room, we made a bet. And he just, for the last, ever since game 1, he keep like, send the payment. I'm like, well, at least offer me a plea bargain if you want early payment. I mean, you don't even know the courtesy. I'm not paying you early.
Yeah.
I might put you on a long-term payment plan like I did MacDef.
I don't want to hear about that. Go ahead.
Oh well, MacDef.
As a matter of fact, I'm with locker room on this one. Lamont, you don't pay up, nigga. I'm with locker room on this one. If you owe locker room, bro, I believe him. Trust me.
I didn't lose the bet yet.
Bro, Lamont don't be paying up on his bets, bro. I ain't even mad at it no more.
I owe you probably like $196.
Bro, I done taxed interest on that for about a year and a half now, nigga.
Has it been a year?
Bro,
man, that's bad. You haven't paid your debt.
No, I'm gonna send. No, you know what? I'm gonna do the right thing, man. I'm gonna just.
That's bad, bro.
I ain't even sure what I'm gonna do.
Nope. I'm not even gonna do that. What's your Zelle, man? Because you know my Cash App messed up, man. What's your Zelle?
There you go.
No, put it in the private chat. Put it in the private chat.
I DM you on the my Zelle.
Yeah,
I'm on a different phone right now. I
can't
got
be
Chase
running
anyway.
around on MacDef, man. He holding over my head now.
That's crazy. A year.
Locker room. Locker room. You don't choose the payment plan.
Yeah, because I definitely didn't choose the payment plan. This man said, "All right, I got you." And all of a sudden, I start seeing $1 in my account every other week. I'm like, "Oh, this man, he crazy."
That's cold, man. You was putting $1 a week.
No, it was I was just being petty because it was a fugazi.
Yeah, you was being petty. That's for sure.
And MacDef knows it was fugazi.
It wasn't fugazi. He shouldn't have bet me. He was saying because you was trying to clown me and everything. You the one who bet up. You the one who made the bet.
No,
you the one who set the bet.
You made the bet. No, I can't.
No, you was clowning, and I said Kobe averaged 15. This, that, and the third.
No. Remember, it wasn't. What was it about? No, we were talking about. Remember when I went to basketball?
You don't even remember what we bet about.
No, I remember. It was about the Pacers and the Lakers series. And I kept thinking, you said the Pacers lost that series 4-1, right?
No, I said they lost 4-2.
Okay, yeah, 4-2.
I thought lost the 6 games.
So no, I thought they lost 4-1. So because when I went to Basketball Reference, this stupid ass Basketball Reference only got 5 games on there. They were missing a whole goddamn game. Like Basketball Reference was wrong like a motherfucker. I'm like, oh man,
and you was like MacDef, they lost in 5, and you said it with an attitude. I'm like, Lamont, calm down, bro. I know what I'm talking about. And I tried to change the conversation, and he's like, no, they lost in 5, and I was like, Lamont, bro, they lost to 6. Then you said the bet, and I'm like, what? A bet? They lost.
I have
like,
you on tape. Wait, locker room. When I lose the bet, I got you. If I lose the bet,
what's the bet?
So we made a bet back earlier in the year. I was like, I bet that Boston or Milwaukee won't make the NBA Finals. I got the whole East. He has Boston and Milwaukee. It was kind of a decent bet, but Boston just started slaying people right after that. It was a wrap. I was like, God damn, Boston on it. And Boston was staying healthy. Usually one of them motherfuckers get hurt and shit. Somebody roll an ankle.
Imagine picking Joel Embiid to make the finals. That's a ugly bet.
No, I just took the field. I mean, because the East been weird as hell the last couple of years.
Hey, I'm on Brandon's side. Pay that man, bro. Don't give him no mercy. Lamont waiting for him. You only got 2 more games.
Hey, look, check this out. Because look, this is what I did. Look, so I had a bet on. See, locker room's really talking about it this much because I had a bet with somebody on his channel, and so what happened was it was clear that I was going to win the bet. But what I did, because I'm honorable, MacDef, every time I went over there, I said the bet was for $500 bet, MacDef. I said, look, just pay $75. I said, just pay $75, get out the bet. It's a very small portion of what you would have to pay if you lose the bet. You just got to gracefully bow to this one. See, I went over there with humility. I offered a very reasonable, even up to like 2 days before the trade deadline with the bet we made. I said, look, here's a plea bargain, but it was a locker room. He kept telling this dude, no, I don't take the bet. He kept saying, D'Angelo Russell gonna get traded. He's basically telling this dude, he said, hold your guns. Because remember, he was making a stream. He even made a stream. It's the last day that D'Angelo Russell gonna be on the team.
That's
and I'm
crazy.
like, look, man. So he convinced this like little 18-year-old dude to hold on to the bet to the last minute, and then he lost it, man. Dude sent me the 500 and never showed up again.
Yeah, locker room, you foul, bro. You should
And
pay
I
half
offered
of
him
that
plea
up,
bargains. I said, look, you could just take the plea bargain. Won't be no shame.
$75 ain't even a plea bargain. That's a steal.
That's a steal. Like, I came over there with humility. I said, here's a plea bargain. Now, locker room, tell the truth. Did I not offer some gracious plea
Locker
bargain?
room, you got to pay half of that up, bro.
Listen.
Played your man.
Listen, that bet had nothing to do with me. That money doesn't concern me. I keep my eyes on my own money. I'm only worried about my money.
Room, you convinced him to not take.
I'm not here to talk about no other man's money and none of that. I'm worried about my coins. So, like I said, I just want to ask you, right? Because we played the clip. And you sounded really, and this is one of your bad takes this year. That's why I say this was a bad season for you. Okay. Now, you betted this very confidently. Okay. Now, I just heard MacDef say it. Why? And I felt the same way when you took the bet, but can you explain to us your logic on why you thought teams like Philadelphia or Indiana, Chicago,
Knicks.
Atlanta. Why you would think that any of those teams would make the finals?
It was just playing the odds. So what I'm looking at is like this. I got the whole East, and over the last couple of years, one of the biggest things that's affected the East and teams that get to the finals, injuries. And so when you talk about a team like Boston, a team that's really kind of wet the bed and not gotten to the finals, other than the year that they played the Warriors. It was, to me, it was a good bet. I knew Milwaukee was going to fold and flake out, right, with Damian Lillard. It was just a matter of if Boston was going to stay the course. And shit, Boston.
Let me ask you,
them boys activated. I ain't gonna lie.
In this decade,
but I had the field. That's
okay. You took the field, which was idiotic, but okay,
that's fine.
In this decade, how many teams have made the finals out the East?
I don't know.
It's only been 4 years.
2, 3.
We've had what? Milwaukee, Boston, and Miami, right?
Yeah.
So that's 3 teams. So I had 2. So I took the 2 of the 3 teams, which is what, 75%.
But how many number 1 seeds? How many number 1 seeds made the finals out of the East?
Yeah, I don't know. Milwaukee.
I don't know.
See, that'd be the question, because we were talking about at the time Milwaukee and Boston were 1 and 2, right? And so that's why we were hyper focused on those 2 teams. And I'm just looking like the East is like the Wild Wild West. Anything can goddamn happen. We didn't see.
I don't understand that logic, because number one,
it's just me playing the odds, Rich. Just
okay,
keep it,
and that's
simplify
fine.
it. Just simplify it. It had nothing to do with talent or if I thought Philly would win or Miami would win. I'm just playing the odds because I have the feel.
I'm gonna tell you what the funniest part.
That's
about
all
this
it was.
You know what the funniest part about this whole thing it was, and no, I haven't even brought this point up, but I'm gonna bring it up now. The funniest part about this whole situation is that we beat the Pacers in the in-season tournament championship, right?
Oh,
and
goddamn!
And you and Vin Vega, you niggas called into the show, and y'all were popping all this pussy because we beat.
Now he's just hyping it up.
No. Let me finish. Right?
You're lying.
And I asked you on the show that day, and because I went back and listened to the call a few days ago, and I asked you and Vin Vega on the show. I said, "Yo, Lamont, do you think that the Pacers could beat the Celtics in a 7-game
That's
series?"
not what you asked me, Reg. Be honest.
That's exactly what I asked you.
No, Reg, you asked me, Reg, because the Pacers had beat Milwaukee.
And Boston.
No, he did, and Boston. But we were actually talking about the Pacers versus Milwaukee. So it started off with us.
No, we were talking about Pacers,
and we were talking about if the Pacers played Milwaukee in the first round, do I think they could beat Milwaukee? And I said, yeah.
No, that I literally just listened to the conversation the other day. I asked you in Vega, I said, do y'all think the Pacers would beat Boston in a 7-game series? Y'all said, oh, well, it's possible. Anything could happen. And we're seeing it now. And how ironic is it? That's the matchup we got in the conference finals, Boston and the Pacers.
Hold on, but isn't it ironic that the Pacers also played Milwaukee and beat them? Because that's what the team. Those are the
Giannis
two teams
was
that started
injured.
it off.
I mean, Giannis was injured though, but okay, no, that's fine.
Doesn't
that's
matter.
fair.
But Giannis wasn't injured in the semifinal when Milwaukee played the Pacers in the semifinal of the in-season tournament. That's why we were talking about.
So let me ask you: do you think if Giannis was fully healthy, do you still think the Pacers beat Milwaukee?
Fully healthy, obviously, but my bet was based on what did I just tell y'all? I said injuries happen. I said things don't always go as planned in the East. I was like at the Wild Wild West. So I was banking on another crazy East scenario to come unfold and play out.
Hey, Lamont, is that Brandon? Is that Brandon? That guy was on the panel earlier. Is that him in the chat?
Yeah, that's Brandon.
Man, tell him to call back up, bro.
He won't, man. Brandon just let me try to get him. Brandon,
I told you gotta start blocking these clowns, Lamont. That's the problem over here.
No, one of my mods blocked him. I unblocked him.
That's the problem over here. It's way too many idiots over here.
No,
Let this clown on the panel, man.
All right,
you must be looking in the mirror.
Brandon, hit the link, Brandon.
But Lamont, I just find it funny though how Boston and Indiana met in the conference finals, and now Boston's up 2-0. But like I said, man, it's all.
You got a plea bargain deal for me?
No, I can't. I might have offered you a plea deal bargain, but the way you've been kind of bragging about beating Ben out of that bet, I kind of got to stick it to you, Lamont.
I didn't brag about it.
Yes, you did. I tuned into a show you did a week and a half ago, and you made mention of it. I'm like, wow.
No, I made mention of it because you literally told your chat did not make any more bets with me.
Okay.
Did you?
Yeah, I did actually. I don't. You're not going to come up on on the backs of the locker room. That's not going to happen. Now listen, Lamont. Where's your boy? We can make a bet on D'Angelo Russell in the offseason. No. You trying to win some of this money back? Lamont, where's your boy at? Where's your boy Vin at? Because this is nasty. Now when he's about to lose the bet, he conveniently goes missing.
No, he's not missing, man. Vin is easily accessible, man.
All right. Like I said, I'm not doing no scavenger hunt when Boston wins this series, Lamont. I'm not doing no scavenger hunts for you niggas, man.
I think it's still gonna go 7. I had it 7 at the beginning. We'll see what happens.
Man, this is a
5-game series. Boston got lucky game 1.
Here's
bro.
the problem.
This is a 5-game series.
We having this conversation now. If the Pacers come back and win, it's gonna be a hellified video.
No, we know if they do, you're gonna clip it for sure. You're gonna make a spoof.
Hell yeah.
I know a clip is coming for sure if they come back and win. I know that for a fact.
We do not want to see the Pacers in the finals, though. I swear to God.
But that's why I said the NBA is never gonna let the Pacers be in the finals, man. That'd be the most boring thing ever.
I mean, they let Denver make it last year, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
That was terrible.
Brandon's here at locker room.
Okay, now, what were you talking about in the clown? I mean, in the chat, you clown.
Yeah, I mean, I've listened to you talk for like 10 minutes, and it seems like you're trying to make everybody as dumb as you are. If you played Jackson Hayes with Anthony Davis, the Lakers would have 0 fucking spacing on the floor, you clown. You do realize that when Jackson Hayes played with Anthony Davis, the Lakers were one of the 5 worst offensive teams in the NBA. Jackson Hayes can't shoot a 5-foot shot. Anthony Davis can't shoot 3-pointers. The Lakers spacing on offense with AD and Hayes on the court would look like what I do when I take a shit after I go to Taco Bell, you dumb motherfucker.
Damn.
Now can I ask you a question?
I don't fuck with Taco Bell neither.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question though? How was the spacing when JaVale McGee was playing for the Lakers?
The Lakers didn't play JaVale McGee any significant minutes. Wait, you're talking about 2020?
He started for the Lakers. You do realize that, right?
Right, but he didn't play. First of all, JaVale McGee cannot play more than 10 to 12 minutes a game because he gets gassed. So pointing out that JaVale McGee started for 2 games and played 10 minutes is a fucking dumbass take. You cannot play Jackson Hayes and Anthony Davis together. Anthony Davis cannot play the 4 in the NBA today. The Lakers have no spacing with 2 non-shooters on the floor. You fucking clown. And when you say that, when you say the Lakers should start Rui and Christian Wood, if the Lakers started Rui and Christian Wood, then LeBron would literally have to drop 40 a game because you're not playing Russell and Reeves. The reason the Lakers lost to Denver is because LeBron and AD didn't get Russell and Reeves involved in the game. So when LeBron got tired in the second half, Russell and Reeves could not complement LeBron. The only game the Lakers won against Denver was when Russell and Reeves cooked. LeBron and AD are not good enough to beat any good team by themselves. So the idea that taking the Lakers' third and fourth best scorers off the floor is a solution is one of the dumbest and most casual takes I've ever fucking heard. You should be banned from ever covering the Lakers again.
Can you mute him?
Brandon, you got to let him respond, Brandon. That's all.
Okay, so he just said 2 minutes ago that JaVale McGee played 10 games and he played.
JaVale McGee was not a consequential player for the Lakers this year.
Brandon, I don't want to mute you, but he let you get.
No, I'll let him go. That's fine.
Let him go, just because. I want to let him go.
So like I said, Lamont, you're running a circus here, Lamont. I don't know what you're doing here, bro. But the dude literally just said that JaVale McGee played 10 minutes, or he played 10 games and he played 2 minutes a game. So once again, JaVale McGee started 68 games. He played 68 games in 2020, and he started all 68 games.
I'm talking this year.
No, I'm talking about JaVale McGee because you brought up how Jackson Hayes and AD couldn't work because of spacing, and then I asked you about JaVale McGee, and you said
that's a completely different roster.
Brandon, you gotta
stop talking.
Gotta let him cook, Brandon. Let him cook.
So like I said, it's so easy to expose a clown like this, right? So once again, he brings up, and the first thing he tries to do is debunk my point of playing Jackson Hayes along with AD. I then asked this idiot, well, how did the spacing work when JaVale McGee played alongside of Anthony Davis? He then comes on the show and then tells a bold-faced lie and says JaVale McGee played 10 games and he played 2 minutes. The guy played 68 games. He started all 68 games and he played 17 minutes a game. So I'm gonna ask you again. How did
17 minutes?
Hold on, let me ask you again. How did the spacing work when JaVale McGee was playing alongside Anthony Davis? How did it work? Because Lakers had the #1 record that year. So how did it work with JaVale McGee?
So a couple points that you're missing. First of all, in 2020, the Lakers were
Answer my question first.
Okay, shut the fuck up and I'll educate you. First of all, you can't ask. You cannot ask and answer questions. If you're going to ask a question, then shut the fuck up and listen. So in 2020, okay, stop talking. In 2020, which was a completely different NBA and a completely different roster, now LeBron was not 40. LeBron was significantly younger. And actually, if you look at LeBron's stats in the playoffs in 2020, that was one of his best years ever shooting. So it was much easier because the Lakers, A, were an elite defensive team, but B, LeBron could carry a much heavier load. So the Lakers didn't need to complement LeBron with good offensive players like Reeves and Russell because LeBron was a better younger player and the Lakers were an elite defensive team, so they could play that way. But the Lakers in 2020 were not remotely close to an elite offensive team. They won with defense, not offense. And if you look at the Lakers roster today, now that LeBron is older, because LeBron is an older player, the Lakers needed Russell and Reeves to complement LeBron offensively because he's 4 years fucking older than he was in 2020, you clown.
I gotta hold you accountable for running this. This is a clown show.
Okay, hold on. You asked him a question. He was just trying to answer it though.
No. Hold on, Lamont. He brought up when he called into the show.
You must have tampons. I've never heard a grown man more cry like a bitch than you do. This is a fucking panel. People interrupt. Stop crying like a bitch.
All right, Brandon, hold on. The language, Brandon. You gotta let locker room respond.
Okay, so the first thing he did when he called in was completely debunk my point that you can't.
I'm not calling in. It's a fucking YouTube show.
Okay. Right. Once again, he tried to debunk my take of playing Jackson Hayes next to AD, and he said it can't work because of spacing. I then asked this stupid fuck, how did the spacing work with AD and JaVale? He's talking about how LeBron wasn't 40 then, and how the Lakers had a better defense. What about the spacing? Are you going to talk about that?
Right. JaVale McGee did not play significant minutes in the playoffs in 2020. Wait. Okay. The Lakers in the most important series for the Lakers against Denver in the conference finals, and then against Miami in the finals, they were playing Dwight Howard and they were playing AD. They played AD at the 4, but again, LeBron was younger and they were elite defensively. And that Lakers team in 2020 was not remotely close to an elite offensive team. The Lakers won with defense, not offense, in 2020.
Once again,
Brandon, you're not answering the question,
about
bro.
Everything under the sun except how the spacing worked. Now,
right,
once again,
I'm saying the spacing was not okay. I'll give you a very direct, simple answer. Okay, in 2020, the Lakers' spacing was not that good, and they were not anything special offensively. They won because they had an elite defense. They did not win because they had that good of an offense. And LeBron was much younger, so it wasn't as important to have the spacing in 2020 as it is now, because LeBron could carry a much heavier load. And AD was a better player in 2020 than he is now. He's not the same player because of the injuries he's had.
That is kind of a good answer. I ain't gonna lie.
Once again, okay, he's not answering the question.
He just did, fool.
No, he's not. Because let me explain to you guys why his answer made.
Hey, dude, I think you should go back to having arguments with your mom. I mean, I think when you argue with your mom, she doesn't interrupt that much. Do you think when you come on the panel, people won't interrupt as much either? I'm serious, man. You should go back to debating with your mom. Like, she can bake you some cookies. You guys can have a little discussion, and your mom can educate you. Your mom's probably older than you, so she can educate you that the Lakers won in 2020 with defense, not offense, and you won't sound like such a fucking casual clown when you pretend the Lakers had some elite offense in 2020, which they did not.
Okay, once again, you never answered the question, right?
I did.
No, you didn't. I asked you, how did the spacing work?
It didn't work that well. The Lakers' offense was not that good in 2020.
We never got an answer from you.
Let him cook, Brandon. Let him cook, and I'm gonna let you respond as soon as he does. Go ahead.
So once again, we saw it with Minnesota, Lamont, right? How did Minnesota beat Denver? They playing Naz Reid, tall, athletic. They playing Rudy Gobert, defensive player of the year. They're playing Karl Anthony Towns on Nikola Jokic. Isn't that kind of similar to the formula that we played in 2020?
No, because Minnesota's winning with defense, not offense. Wait. What? Okay. What? Okay. Let me. No. I'll let you go. Let me ask you a question.
Are you gonna let me?
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on. I want to hear. Brandon, I just want to hear. I want to let him finish his thought because
no. I will. I just want to ask him one question. What was Minnesota's offense ranked this year?
You can answer your question. Just remember the question.
He let you cook. Go ahead. Go ahead, locker room.
So once again,
I'm going to cook.
Minnesota played 3 bigs: Naz Reid, Karl Anthony Towns, Rudy Gobert. 2020, what did we play? 3 bigs: AD, Dwight Howard, JaVale McGee. These stupid idiots want us to trot out D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves, who are the 2 worst defenders on the team. And then when we lose, they want to sit up here and say, "Oh, well, LeBron can't carry because he's 40 years old." No, he can't carry these sorry ass bums that are on the team because they fucking suck. That's the gist of it. It ain't because LeBron is 40.
Okay.
LeBron was all NBA this year, so that is not an excuse.
13.
You just said AD wasn't the player that he was in 2020. He's actually better now. He made
no, he's not.
And he made all
okay, look at AD's 3-point shooting numbers in 2020. Compare him to now.
Hold on. Did AD make all NBA defense and all NBA in 2020?
That all NBA teams are dependent on the talent at the position. They're not just based on how good a player is. That's a casual take.
Lamont, did AD make the all defensive team and all NBA in 2020?
That doesn't mean anything. AD was better in 2020 than he is now. Everybody knows that.
You're a clown, man.
No, you're a clown. Okay. Let me. I'm going to completely cook this fucking idiot. Okay. So first of all, Minnesota was the 14th ranked offense in the NBA. Minnesota was an average offense all year because they don't have elite spacing. And the reason Minnesota got cooked by Dallas in the fourth quarter was Dallas was a superior half-court offense to Minnesota. Guess why? Because they had better spacing. Minnesota cannot win a title with Rudy Gobert or this roster. They don't have good enough spacing or good enough offense. That's why they were the 14th ranked offense. And here I'm going to completely fucking cook your ass. So you keep critiquing the roster with Reeves and Russell. Guess what, you fucking clown? The Lakers got to the conference finals with Reeves and Russell last year. Guess what the Lakers have done with the lineup that you want to play with Rui and fucking Christian Wood? They've won nothing. So they got to the conference finals with Russell and Reeves. They've won nothing with the dipshit lineup your fucking casual ass wants to play.
Okay, so can I respond to that, Lamont?
It's over. It's over.
Once again, Lamont, this is how casuals think about
You're done. It's a fucking
Lamont,
Mike Tyson TKO, motherfucker. 15 seconds and you're knocked out.
Lamont, this is how motherfucker. This is why I say, Lamont, you're running. Lamont, this is why I say you're running a clown show, right? So listen to what he just said. He's sitting up here standing on the table saying the Lakers made the conference finals with Reeves and Russell like that means anything. Since when do you get a participation trophy for making the conference finals? What are you even talking about?
Well, what did the Lakers what did the Lakers win this year?
Hold on. Lamont, last time I checked, right, when you have LeBron and AD, it's championship or bust. It ain't I've never heard nobody say it's conference finals or bust.
LeBron is 39. It's not championship or bust.
Hold on, you idiot. Didn't Miami make the conference finals last year?
You're an idiot.
Hold on, let locker room.
You're not winning a title when your best player is 40 years old, you clown. Some of these Lakers fans must be high on meth.
Lamont, did Miami make the conference finals last year?
I'm sorry, Brendan. You gotta let them finish.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Okay.
Reggie.
So Lamont, how does Miami making the
and Reeves and Russell both played well in the regular season and playoffs.
Lamont, can I ask you a question, Lamont?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, because this guy's a complete idiot. So if Miami made the conference finals last year and the finals last year, let me ask you, Lamont, how does that relate to this season?
No bubble.
Okay, so making the conference finals, if you ask in my opinion, making the conference finals
does making the conference finals have anything to do with does making the conference finals last year have anything to do with this year?
It shows the Lakers can win with Reeves and Russell on the court.
No, it doesn't, you idiot. They made
Yes, it does, you clown. Reeves and Russell both played exceptionally well last year in the playoffs.
Hold on.
They didn't win. They lost.
Hold on. Like it's like this.
They exceeded expectations.
Let me answer this question. So, in the conversation we were having about Jordan, and this is one of the arguments I had to concede because I actually forgot about this and I was wrong on it. We talk about the Bulls getting better. One of the biggest indicators of the Jordan Bulls getting better is that they made the conference finals against the Pistons. That was an indication that they were ready to take the next
So now
step.
you're going back 30 years when I asked you about
No, I'm just giving you an example of a team where
I asked you about Miami though.
No, hold on. I'm just giving you an example of a team making
but I asked
the
you about
conference.
Miami though.
I'm just giving you an example of a team making the conference finals. Making the conference finals is an indication of how ready your team is to maybe take the next leap.
So why did Miami take the next leap?
I don't know about that.
Wait, what do you mean?
Miami had injuries. What are you talking?
Yeah, that whole roster was hurt. No Jimmy Butler. No.
Did Miami make the finals in 2020?
Yeah, but they made another finals last year.
So if we're using your logic, then right, then that means
That's the bubble effect. Don't you get it?
If Miami made the finals in 2020 and 2022, according to the logic that you just said, that means that they're ready to take the next step to win the championship.
No,
right?
what I'm saying is
Butler got older and they had injuries. You clown.
Lamont, you literally just said that if a team makes the conference finals, that's
oh my God,
that they're ready to take the next
this
step.
guy must be 4 years old.
If a team makes the finals, then that means that should be an indication that they can win.
Reg,
so how did Miami go to the finals in 2020 and in 2020?
What's wrong with him, man?
Hold on, Reg. This is what I'm saying, Reg. What I'm saying is if a team makes the finals or the conference finals, it's an indication that you have a solid nucleus. Now, you might still need to add a few pieces, just like the Boston Celtics. One of the reasons why they haven't really broken up the core of that team and they've really just added pieces here or there is because they believe in the core players. They haven't said, "Oh, you guys lost in the conference finals or the finals, so it's time to trade everybody."
Well,
they said
they don't have a plan B either.
No. But what I'm saying is, real quick. What I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, when you have a core that can go deep into the playoffs, it is an indication that the team can make another step if you make some tweaks to the roster. The unfortunate reality for the Lakers, though, is that because they're in cap hell and they don't have the flexibility to make any significant moves, they couldn't do anything to really add to the team this offseason. So that's why they had to come back with the same thing. So it wasn't the worst thing in the world.
So why did
Wait. Locker room. I'm going to ask you. Locker room. I'm going to ask you a question.
Lamont, so
hold on, Brandon, locker room. Hold on. I just want to pay respects to the new guy in the chat because I haven't seen him up here before. And I know he's been trying to chime in. As soon as he chimes in, I'm going to go right back to Brandon in the locker room. But go ahead, Joffrey. Let us know your thoughts on this.
Appreciate it. I was just going to ask a question since you brought up the Celtics, if that's cool.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I don't know if y'all watched the game last night and obviously game one, but at this point, is Jason Tatum even the best player on the Celtics? Like, Jaylen Brown has been saving his ass the last 2 games, and then, we obviously know the notion around Tatum is like he doesn't have that takeover gene that the other superstars have. So, like, I'm questioning if this guy is even a superstar at this point. I just want to know what you guys think. Like,
hold on. I do want to get to that because that's going to take us down another whole conversation because I don't think Jason Tatum's a superstar, but I kind of get what you mean. But he to me, he's still the best player. He just does more. He does more than just score. And if you're defining the best player off scoring, then maybe that makes sense. But he has takeover in him. When he needs to score, he can score. When he needs to be the best defender, he can defend. We against the Warriors, like we saw in the playoffs, in the finals, when it's time to play make, he can get double-digit assists. There's not too many players in the league like a Jason Tatum, man. He doesn't need to be a superstar on this team because they have so much talent, which is good because you don't want a selfish player on this team.
So do you think they can win the championship with him as the best player?
I believe they can win a championship. Yeah.
I
think he's a superstar too. We'll come back.
He's not a superstar.
Hold on.
We'll
Let me let locker
we'll
room and Brandon finish. Hold on 1 second, Joffrey, because that's going to be a whole nother conversation. Let me let locker room and Brandon finish up though. That's a good question.
Wait. So locker room. I have a simple. Wait, hold on.
Lamont, can I
locker room, I have a simple question for you. So last year the Lakers got to the conference finals and Reeves and Russell played a critical role on the team in the regular season and especially in the playoffs. So if I take Reeves and Russell off that team and I play the lineup you want to play with Rui and Christian Wood, did they get to the conference finals last year? Yes or no?
Once again, let me ask you this question before I.
No, answer the question. No. You don't get to answer a question with the question. You're not a fucking politician. Answer the question. Answer the fucking question. Answer the question.
Lamont, so
answer the question.
In 2019,
answer the question.
The Blazers made the Western Conference Finals.
No. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Hold on, Brandon. I don't think he's going to answer the question. But
what a fucking clown.
So according to your logic, Lamont, right?
What do you mean my logic?
That they have the potential, like you said, to take the next step. Why didn't they take that next step?
Because they didn't improve the roster.
Okay, so once again,
they didn't have the cap flexibility.
Exactly. So that means so Lamont.
They didn't have just like the Lakers.
So
they didn't have no cap flexibility because of Dame and CJ's contracts,
right?
To improve the roster.
So let me say this, right? So in 2019,
they
made the Western Conference Finals, and they haven't been back since. So so even though they made the conference finals in 2019, that has nothing to do with what they did in 2020. It's got nothing to do with what they did in 2021.
No, Dame had injuries too.
But it tells you why they came back with similar.
The Dallas
Mavericks. All I'm saying though is that it doesn't matter what you do one season. Anybody can go on a lucky run. That has nothing to do with next season. As we saw,
they didn't go.
Hold on,
Rich. They didn't go on no lucky run.
Hold on, are you saying the Lakers were a lucky run last year?
Yeah, the Lakers were good the second half of the regular season last year too.
They played a young Memphis team who hadn't been nowhere in the playoffs.
You can't control who you play.
Round. And then they played
Golden State.
Trying to play Golden State, who didn't even make.
They beat the shit out of Golden State.
They didn't even make the playoffs this year, Lamont.
They lost in 6 games. They ain't beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, the Warriors weren't the same team this year they were last year.
So once again, everybody hyped up that bum Austin Reeves, and guess what? He goes to Team USA. Lamont, what did he do? Wasn't he getting hunted in Team USA? Wasn't Lithuania hunting his ass? Didn't Dennis Schroeder hit the game winner on his ass?
No,
in the game.
Rich. Team USA lost because they didn't have any centers. Teams just took them to the paint and scored on them in the post.
So why did Austin Reeves get benched?
Hold on. It had nothing to do with Austin Reeves.
So why did he get benched 8 games into the season?
I'm not particularly sure why Austin Reeves might have got benched. But
because
we're talking about
hold on,
Red.
trash.
Let's just separate.
He's playing like trash.
No, if we're going to talk about
Christian Wood is not a good defender either.
Hold on, y'all.
That's why he got benched.
If we're going to talk about USA basketball, this summer they lost because teams saw that they had no centers, so they just took any center that they had and killed them in the paint. That's just what was happening. It had nothing to do with Austin Reeves.
Let me just say this, please. So I saw a graphic on Twitter the other day.
Yeah,
and the graphic had D'Lo and the rest of Minnesota's lineup. And they said that when D'Lo was on the Timberwolves, that lineup had like the worst net rating in the league. Now they got D'Lo off the team, and now they're in the conference finals, potentially might even go to the finals. So what you and this clown on the panel doesn't want to acknowledge is that ever since Minnesota got rid of D'Angelo Russell and the Lakers acquired him, Minnesota is trending up and the Lakers have been trending down. The same
Minnesota has a completely different roster, you clown.
The same thing with that bum Austin Reeves.
Hold on, locker room. Hold on,
ever since he became a starter,
it's another horrible take.
Locker room.
Locker room cooking y'all.
Hold on, locker room. Hold on, y'all. So locker room, you make a good point there. It could potentially be valid. I get what you're saying. So what Minnesota did was they retooled their roster because they saw where they can make improvements. They knew that they didn't need a scoring point guard. They needed a facilitating point guard. And all they did was swap D'Lo for a guard that plays completely different. A guard that's not hyper-focused on scoring, and that's not his strength, but his focus is on team defense and facilitating. Like I've seen games this playoff where Mike Conley has significant impact on the game, but only has 4 points and 7 assists or 3 assists. Even games where Anthony Edwards has far more assists, but his impact on the game overall is different because he's just there to facilitate and make sure things are not getting out of whack. With D'Lo, you had no guy that could do that. So that's just called retooling your roster. And when you don't kill your cap and you have flexibility, you can make moves like that. Conversely, the Lakers had a guy by the name of Russell Westbrook that they needed to get rid of quick, fast, in a hurry because they put themselves – hold on, Reg. Let's just explain it the right way. Because the Lakers put themselves in a weird situation with Russell Westbrook, and it didn't work with Frank Vogel, and it didn't work with Darvin Ham. They had to trade Russell Westbrook immediately for the best package that they can get, and they could not be choosers. They were beggars looking to pawn off Russell Westbrook on anybody that were willing to take him. The best that they can get in return for him was a package that included D'Lo because Minnesota needed to discard D'Lo to make room to bring in Mike Conley. So the Lakers, because they brought in Russell Westbrook and the trade didn't work, they had to take the discarded pieces from other teams just to get rid of them. Now you got all of these discarded pieces. You have to try to make these discarded pieces work with your team. Hold on. You're acting like you're acting like this team was put together by choice, not by force. This team was put together by force. And so right now, because they couldn't trade D'Lo, the Lakers were trying to trade him. There was no trade suitors out there for him. They were stuck with him. So now they have to make the best of a bad situation with broken pieces. So we all understand that it's not
what
the
I'm trying
perfect
to
fit.
explain to you, though. We understand how D'Lo got acquired to the Lakers. We all get that. We know what happened. All we're saying is that guess what? Since we've acquired him, all we've been doing is getting swept. Like, I don't care how we got
to the conference finals with Russell.
All I'm saying is, hold on. I don't care about what I said. Only casuals argue about making the conference finals. I'm not finna sit here and argue that. What I'm saying is I look at the results, right? So
the results are the conference finals.
No.
Stop. Yeah, the Dallas Mavericks made the conference finals too, and they didn't even make the playoffs the very next year.
Lamont, here's what I know.
Yeah, but that's because they had injuries the next year.
Lamont, here's what I know. With LeBron James and AD, the Lakers have won a championship.
Kyrie was hurt.
Okay. 2020 they won a championship.
With D'Angelo Russell, and this is not just with the Lakers, it's with every team he goes on. He does not win. That's what we know.
Okay.
I don't care how it happened.
The Lakers can't get rid of Russell right now.
Lamont, I don't care if Brooklyn traded him because they wanted KD and Kyrie.
So what do you want the Lakers to do with him then?
All I'm saying is everywhere he goes, he does not win.
So what are the Lakers to do? Are you just supposed to bench him and not play him at all?
Let me get to that. So let me get to Austin Reeves before I answer your question. Same thing with Austin Reeves. What this casual you have on the panel doesn't want to acknowledge is that ever since Austin Reeves became a starter, all we've done is gotten swept. Now he wants to blame LeBron. He wants to blame AD, but he does not want.
Wait, so who would you start over Austin Reeves then? Who would you start over?
I've given numerous
Reeves?
lineups, and guess what? If I say,
hey, so what? Name a player. Name a player.
You already said,
okay,
Cam Reddish.
Here's what I would do. I'm gonna tell you what I would do.
Max Christie can't even fucking play for more than 5 minutes.
Nobody must be watching.
I'm gonna explain it. Okay, so number one, me personally,
Max Christie,
LeBron,
like 12 years old.
LeBron James, and he's better than Austin Reeves. So LeBron James,
no, he's not.
Nigga, Bronny is better than Austin Reeves.
No, no, he's not. You're missing the whole point, right? Okay, wait. Let me ask you a question. Wait, let me ask you a question. Is LeBron or AD a first option on a contending team at this point in their careers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, you're an idiot.
Okay, that's fine. Now listen, Lamont, let me say this, right? Because he asked me for my lineup. So here's what my lineup would be last year if everybody was healthy. Number one, I wouldn't have two frauds named D'Lo and Austin Reeves in the
How many times
lineup.
you gonna say that? You done left the show, came back to the show, left the show, came back to the show.
Hold on, those bums.
I think D'Lo and Reeves banged his girl.
Hold on.
Hey, let him say his roster, bro. Go ahead, man.
Now listen, Lamont. Both of those guys are. See, he's talking about Lamont. Notice the question he just asked. He just asked, are LeBron and AD the number one option on a championship winning team? Notice how he didn't ask, is D'Angelo Russell? Let me ask you, is D'Angelo Russell a starting caliber point guard? Yes or no?
D'Angelo Russell's a role player, you fucking clown.
Answer the question. Is he a starting caliber point guard on a championship winning team? Yes or no?
He's a starter. Yes, I believe he's a starter.
Okay, you're a clown, Lamont. So let me ask the other clown you got on the
What do you want me to lie? You want me to just say he's not a starter?
Is D'Angelo Russell a starting caliber point guard on a championship winning team?
Okay, so the way that D'Angelo Russell plays with the Lakers, when LeBron is on the court, Russell does not initiate the offense. He plays off the ball, which by the way is a mistake. Russell's much better when he initiates than when he plays off the ball anyways. But D'Angelo Russell could be a role player on a championship team. Yes.
That's not what I asked you.
He basically saying no. Thank
you, MagDef.
No, I'm saying yes. Russell could play the role he plays with the Lakers on a championship team. Russell could be a role player on a contending or championship team.
First of all, hold on. The easy answer to this is this right here. Look, not every starter is a star. If you're telling me, can D'Angelo Russell be a starter on a championship team and he's just playing a role and he's not asked to go be the star?
Yeah.
Yes, he can do that. Now, if you're asking me if D'Angelo Russell can be the number one, number two option on a championship team, no. But if he can be a role player on a championship team, which on this team for the Lakers, he was a role player. I think what Brandon is saying. Hold on. All I'm saying is I'm just trying to help you guys get somewhere so we can move the conversation along. I think all Brandon is saying is that as a role player in the starting lineup, he doesn't feel like the number one and the number two option did a good enough job helping him and Austin get involved in the offense. And then he used game 4 as an example. When you involved Austin and D'Lo, you win. They both had over 20.
Right, because LeBron gets tired in the second half of every game, especially at altitude.
Lamont,
I agree with locker room.
This is why I got to call you out now, Lamont.
Rich, I'm just trying to.
This is always what you do.
All I'm doing is
wait, locker room. I have another question for you. So, locker room, you're saying that the solution for the Lakers is to bench D'Angelo Russell? Well, guess what? The Lakers benched D'Angelo Russell in the playoffs against Denver last year, and they got swept.
Lamont, can I ask you why you do this?
Why are you doing this?
I'm just trying to help the conversation progress along by telling you what he's saying.
Lamont,
locker room cooking.
Whenever we have a conversation,
locker room couldn't cook a 4-year-old.
You always revert. You literally just said that it's LeBron's fault for not getting D'Lo and Reeves more involved in the offense. We just told you what their numbers were. D'Lo shot 32% from three. Austin Reeves was 27% from three. You're not gonna mention that.
That's because LeBron did not give them the fucking ball all series, so they had no rhythm.
Locker room. I'm on your side. Can we just admit that they don't believe that D'Angelo Russell could be a third option on a championship team? They know that.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this right here. Look, all I'm saying is this. When we talk about D'Lo, and because you're telling us about his percentages, and I think the numbers don't tell this true story. When you listen to what Brandon said, He didn't talk about their numbers or percentages. He talked about how they were utilized, and the underutilization or the correct utilization of them led to their numbers being impacted or efficiency being impacted. I just happen to agree with that sentiment. I don't believe they were used properly. And if you turn D'Lo and Austin into catch and shoot corner 3-point shooters, you're never going to maximize them because they're not catch and shoot players.
Lamont, and here's what
LeBron and AD tried to win the series by themselves, and they weren't good enough. When the Lakers moved the ball fluidly and everybody cooked, when Russell and Reeves were part of the offense like they were last year and they were in Game 5, the Lakers were far better offensively. When LeBron and AD tried to win and play here, shut up. When LeBron and AD tried to win by themselves, LeBron got tired in the second half, and the Lakers' offense fell apart. If you don't get players involved in the offense in the first half, you can't expect them to cook in the second half. They're not in any rhythm.
Reggie, hold on, locker room. Let me get him. Hold on, Reg. Hold on. Real quick. Brandon, do you believe that Russell Westbrook can be a third option?
You mean D'Angelo Russell?
Hold on. Utilized the right way in any freaking system, he could be the third option on a championship team.
Back if you said Russell Westbrook, are you sure that's the right?
Oh, that's not. That's what I'm saying. Who cares?
D'Angelo Russell. Wait. This is going to be a barbecue. So, Mac Depp, I have a question. Who was the third option on the Lakers in 2020?
No. Ask my question.
I heard. No, shut the fuck up.
I'll answer your question. Go ahead.
Okay,
that is wild.
I'm answering your question. Who was the Lakers' third option offensively in 2020?
I have no idea.
Right, and guess what? Because it wasn't a player as good as D'Angelo Russell. You're fucking cooked.
Hold on, time out. I'm gonna raise my hand. Hold on. I'm gonna raise my hand.
Are you Memorial Day came early? You just got
I'm raising my hand. I'm raising my hand. I'm raising my hand. I'm raising my hand.
Grade now? You got to raise your fucking hand.
Yes. I want to be respectful. Are you trying to tell me D'Angelo Russell today is better than KCP?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Hold on. I'm raising my hand again.
No.
I'm raising my hand again. I'm raising my hand again.
Players.
I understand.
Caldwell Pope is a better defensive player, and Russell's a better offensive player. But if you put
correct. So I'm going to raise my hand again.
Shut up. If you put if two of the top 5 players in the NBA were on the Lakers, and they had D'Angelo Russell as their third option, they could absolutely win a title.
Okay. Now, with that being said, because we know, hold on, real quick. We know KCP is better. We know Caruso is better. Make it all.
No, I don't think. I disagree with you. I don't think KCP is better than Russell right now.
This is my question to you. Name me a team that D'Angelo Russell could play on right now as a third option, utilized the best way, and they will win a championship quickly. Tell me what team.
Denver.
What? No, man. No.
Okay, if you took Caldwell Pope off Denver and you put D'Angelo Russell on them, and Murray was healthy because he wasn't healthy in the playoffs this year, Denver would be fine. They wouldn't be as good defensively because Caldwell Pope's a good defender. Russell's a significantly better offensive player than Caldwell Pope. If I put Russell on Denver as the third option, they would still be the best team in the NBA if Murray and Jokic are both healthy.
D'Angelo Russell shoots the three ball better than KCP.
No, what? Okay, no.
This guy is getting cooked. We can move on.
The reason Caldwell Pope shoots so well on Denver is Jokic gets doubled and he's an elite passer, so Caldwell Pope gets wide open threes. Russell can hit those wide open threes too.
My man got some fundamental.
Russell wasn't getting wide open threes. I'll tell you.
Hey, Lamont, the man is doing all the talking.
Russell's a better player than Caldwell Pope right now.
Can we let Wally? Hold on, let's hear from Wally.
Caldwell Pope's an old player now.
Hold on. Let OG speak. Let OG speak.
Let me say something real quick. Hey, look, shout out to you, Lamont, for letting me come back up here and get these guys some basketball education 101. The guy with the B in his name, I think his name is Brandon, he has some fundamental basic problems when he's discussing basketball. Let me explain something to you. It's real fundamental. It's real simple. If you listen to his conversation, he's talking about a third option, and he's basically talking about
the offensive end of the basketball court.
Thank you.
Listen to what I'm giving. Listen up. I'm gonna give him some real game. D'Angelo Russell, what they call him, D-Lo, and the other guy, Austin Reeves. They have two basketball problems in the NBA. Very simple. They can't guard anybody. D'Angelo Russell is very, very small. He can shoot, but he's a little guy. Reeves, he's always trailing the play. I said this the last time. You cannot win a championship with two guys that bring the same thing to the table, and they cannot check anybody. Basketball is a team sport, and you have to play both ends of the floor.
Well, I'm gonna tell you how crazy that is. No way.
Man, I'm giving you.
Hold on. About this team is facts.
Let me finish.
Let them cook.
I don't want to have to mute people. Y'all gotta let them finish, y'all.
Let me finish. I've been watching Reeves. I watched Reeves in the summertime. I don't know what that team was, but they came down and the coach, I don't know who the coach was for the U.S. team. They had to literally, physically take that guy out the game because that's all they did was come down, call one guy's name, one guy's number, and isolated Reeves, and he had to go sit on the bench because he couldn't guard the guy. Russell can't guard nobody. He little.
Okay.
He's little.
Wait, so let me. Okay.
Hold on. Let him
Wait, I have one question for you. Okay, I have a question for you, Wally. Wally,
we're 7 and 8 on the bench.
Wally, were the Lakers a good defensive team last year? Yes or no?
How can they be good?
Were the Lakers a good defensive team last year? Yes or no?
How can they be good with those two guys on the floor?
No, I just asked you a question. Were the Lakers a good defensive team last year in the playoffs? Yes or no?
Did they win?
No, answer the question. You're not a fucking. Nobody wants to answer fucking questions on this panel.
No, they
it's
wasn't.
a simple
They was
question.
horrible.
It's a binary answer. Were the Lakers a good defensive team last year? You own a TV. Answer the fucking question.
Are they playing?
Answer the question.
They
were
stop it.
No, the reason you don't want to you went on, you said your piece. The reason you don't want to answer the question is because the Lakers were a good defensive team last year. They were one of the best defensive teams in the NBA last year, and the Lakers were one of the best defensive teams in the NBA last year with guess who on the court? Russell and Reeves. And again, is Russell a third option on a contending or championship team? For most teams, no. But the question is, could Russell theoretically? The question was.
Come on, y'all. It's getting out of
control. No, he's talking over me.
I'm just trying to hold on. I'm just trying to clean it up overall, so because there's a lot of new people in the chat, so I want to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about. So let me just
ain't gonna be but one champion, man.
Let's reset it a little bit so everybody knows.
Let me get something in right quick.
I'm gonna let you go, Mingle Jester. Hold on one second, y'all. Let me drop. There's a lot of new people in here. Make sure y'all join the Discord if you haven't joined the Discord. Hit the Cash App if you're enjoying the conversation. Just some Laker talk about this Denver series. But yeah, come on, y'all. We just got to try to go one at a time because the audio is getting horrible right here. I'm seeing all types of audio bars. Everybody talking. And I know it sounds horrible.
Yeah, I mean,
let me.
The question was
No, I know. I heard you.
Right.
Let me just say
Russell theoretically could be a third option on a contending team. That's my point.
What I'm saying is, Wally, my thing is this right here, and I think we all know that Russell and Reeves both have significant deficiencies on the defensive end. Me and you, we both understand that. But Wally, me and you both also understand that sometimes you have defensive bums on your team and ain't really no way around it. You got to find a way to make things work with these guys on the floor. And so when you look at this Laker team, you got to try to how do we make it work with the pieces that we have? They couldn't trade D'Lo like they wanted to. You stuck with them. Everybody that you hoped to have, like Vando, Cam Reddish, Christian Wood, the guys that can defend, these guys are all hurt, so they're not available to you. So everybody that can help you, so you're kind of stuck playing these two guys because everybody that could maybe sub in for him all injured. So you really don't have any viable replacements. So we're talking about
that's a recipe for losing, bro.
No, but what I was talking about was when I was talking to Reg earlier, when the Lakers, who were up 75% of the time in this particular series, the first 2 quarters, they found a way to make D'Lo and Reeves resourceful on the defensive end by slowing the game down, defending in the half court. When I talked about the second half, it seemed like the Lakers, instead of slowing down because they had the lead, picked up pace and started going shot for shot with Denver. And the one thing we know D'Lo and Austin can't do is defend in transition. They're going to get barbecued every time. And so I felt like you put those 2 bad defenders in an even worse situation when you speed the game up, when you already have the lead, instead of slowing down, making Denver play the half court, defending them in the half court where you have a much better chance to defend them. And they're speeding it up. They're speeding it up for no real reason. They're taking bad shots and they're stagnating their offense with no ball movement. And so that's what I say. Sometimes you have to, you can't really do anything about having bad defenders on the court. So we're primarily talking about, if this is what you have, how do you navigate through it and find a way to win, even because you can't just bench these guys. And I think that's what Brandon is trying to say. You can't just bench guys for the convenience of benching them, because this is all you got.
Well, here again, Lamont, what you're doing is you soft-torn the fundamental problem, right? You got 2 guys that primarily do the same thing. They spot up shooters.
D'Lo's not a spot up shooter.
Yeah, they job like spot up 3-point shooters.
Well, Russell can do more than be a spot up shooter.
All of us, they can't really create their own shot. So
Austin Reeves is not a spot up shooter.
Let me
just finish for a second, man.
Russell can create his own shot.
They can't, not on a consistent basis, not on a big guard. Not
disagree.
So he's definitely creating.
Now, what I'm saying to you is, if you got a liability, if you need a bucket, you cannot depend on D'Lo to get it. You cannot depend on Reeves to get it. I'm talking about consistently. They can't stop. Okay, imagine Reeves, right?
Yeah,
the game is on the line.
So
and he got to check that bad boy. He got to check that bad boy that's playing right now. What's that boy they say like Michael Jordan now? What's that guy's name?
Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards, Ant-Man.
Okay, put either one of those guys in an isolation.
Barbecue
game
chicken.
On the line. Hold on, game on the line. D'Lo or Reeves on that guy. You're gonna lose every fucking game.
If any guys can guard him.
Hold on, Wally. The
But that's
problem
what
is,
it's about.
hold on. Well, Wally, here's the problem.
Wally cooking y'all.
Hold on, Wally. Here's the issue.
But that's what we're talking about.
Hold on, but Wally,
the game on the line.
Hold on, Wally.
The game on the line.
Game was on the line, Wally.
Let me just make this one point, Lamont.
No, Wally.
The game is on the line.
To your point, though,
the game is on the line.
No, Wally, this goes to your point. I'm really helping you out. Game was on the line. Denver with the ball. Your best defenders matched up against Jamal Murray. I mean, what better scenario do you want? And he still got barbecued with a fadeaway for game winner. I don't care who you stick on Jamal Murray in the clutch. If you allow the game to come down to one shot, guys like Jamal Murray are going to barbecue anybody. Bron, AD, they all getting barbecued late game. Jokic was so what I was talking about was the formula was by slowing the game down was when you got the lead, slow the hell down and stop giving Denver so many opportunities to score. When Bron chucked up that dumb 3 with 17 seconds on the clock, 11 on the shot clock, you're just giving Denver another possession with a ton of time to go score, and that's exactly what he went and did, and he did it on the Lakers' best defensive player. You can't contest that shot no better, and you lose the game. It wasn't no D'Lo, and this is and Wally, mind you, this was a game where Austin Reeves gave Jamal Murray hell the entire game. He couldn't make a shot until the fourth quarter when he caught fire.
Hey, Lamont, hold up.
Murray wasn't healthy that series.
I saw the series,
it doesn't matter. He got cooked.
I
don't agree with that.
On this Laker
when you have liabilities,
because the Lakers they know how to slow down and take smart shots.
Right? When you got defensive liabilities,
like what did D'Lo and Reeves have to do with that last shot?
When you have
Jamal Murray hit the series clincher on Austin Reeves. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he
Hold it.
did.
When you got defensive
But
liability
how did they
on
get
the
in that
court, right?
situation where it keeps coming down to one shot?
No, you just brought up how he hit the shot on AD, but you don't
So
bring
what?
up the
No,
shot he hit
the
on Austin
points you're
Reeves?
missing. Hold on, yeah. The point I'm trying to get across, because it seems like it's going over your head, is that when you have the lead against this Denver team, you have to find a way to maintain it, because the Lakers are horrible playing late game versus Denver. Because every time you play late game versus Denver, that one man, Jamal Murray, finds a way to barbecue whoever's in front of him. And I don't care who it is, AD, Bron, D'Lo, Reeves, Vandy, it don't matter who it is. But
why he didn't barbecue Ant?
When you have these big leads, and because the Lakers did not know how to be smart late game when they had big leads, double-digit leads, you allow them to walk back, and then you allow it to come down to one shot because you take dumb shots in the fourth
Lamont,
quarter.
you're making a lot of excuses, man.
That's not excuses. Because
Why Jamal Murray didn't?
Yeah, but Wally, the reason the Lakers lost is
basketball court, man.
Because at the end of the day,
the Lakers lost because their offense, not their defense.
If it's truly about defense, which the Lakers actually defended well, that series. If it's truly about defense, I haven't heard none of y'all complain about LeBron James's atrocious defense. If you talk about some of the worst defenders, if you talk about because the thing is, if it's truly about defense, then let's go ahead and have a conversation about defense outside of D'Lo and Reeves. I haven't heard you say much about Rui. You definitely scared to say something about LeBron James. So again, go ahead.
No, I'll say something about LeBron, man. I seen that big boy. Hey, look, man, I seen that big boy back LeBron up.
No, what I'm saying is, if we're gonna open the door up and really talk about
defense, let's talk about it, because I seen that big boy back.
Hey,
what's good, B?
Hey, what up, Mingo?
I want to hear y'all talk, because the thing
hey,
Kyrie,
I seen that big dude, man. I seen that big
hey, what was that air energy for Kyrie the other night?
Kyrie cooked, boy. That boy, that is something else.
What was that Michael Jordan energy
Boy,
for
that
Kyrie?
You got this geezer up here changing the conversation.
Yeah, you went on national TV and you called that man out. You said that's my matchup, and he came in there.
Lamont, you got to stop this clown shit, bro. Why you let this geezer up here change?
You're not winning the championship with D'Lo and Reeves. Move on.
Period.
Hold on. Nobody's talking about winning the championship.
They can't stop
Hey, Lamont, did this dude got more than 10 subscribers?
Oh Lord, here we go with the nonsense.
He said you were subscribed to him, Bees. You subscribed to him.
Man, I ain't subscribed to that.
Locker room solid, man. I ain't gonna get on this chat.
Let me go check.
Brandon, I wanted to know what you mean by
Let me
like
go check
LeBron's
right
not
quick.
involving D'Lo and Reeves.
Can't even
Like,
check
what do you
whether
mean
you
by that?
subscribe to him or not.
But y'all, look, I understand what Lamont is trying to say as a coach and everything. There's nothing, there's no system, there's nothing that you can do as a coach that can make your team win and be a championship contender with Austin Reeves and D'Angelo Russell as your third and fourth. It's not happening on no squad in history.
Okay, so
in history, it's not working.
Hold on, so
Yeah,
Mac,
but Mac, you're missing the point.
Hold on, if that's the case, if there's nothing you can do to make it better, then why do I hear all the Laker fans talking about this loss was on Darvin Ham, and you said blame the coach? Because if there's nothing that could be done, why blame Darvin Ham?
Because he put them bums on the bench.
No, hold on.
There's nobody else to play.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all basically
exactly, Lamont.
It don't matter if there's nothing you can do. All I heard was Darvin Ham fired Darvin Ham, Darvin scam, Darvin this, Darvin that. If there was nothing that could be done, if D'Lo let's just say I agree with you guys. D'Lo and Reeves are just that bad. What the hell is Darvin Ham supposed to do? Why y'all blaming Darvin Ham then? Because that makes everything that y'all said.
You're asking the question,
locker room.
He shouldn't have got blamed.
It makes everything that you've been preaching all this year a complete lie. That means you're a hypocrite because you're sitting there.
Lamont, Darvin Ham shouldn't have got the blame, man.
I'm gonna let you answer. You cannot tell us in one breath you can't win nothing with these two, and it's hopeless, and we can't win nothing. But then turn around and say, Darvin Ham, you should have did this, and we could have won. Because you're telling us.
So once
again,
the
thing is, which is
do you want an answer to the question or not?
No. So which is it? Is it both? Is it all the problem?
No, I'll tell you. The reason why we blame Darvin Ham is because, like I said, when we lost and you did your show,
because you're dumb.
He should have never went back to they were benched in December. He should have never went back to them.
All those guys were injured.
Your team didn't win in December.
They were first y'all were trash in December. And then first of all those guys that you wanted in the lineup, Christian Wood, Vandy, these guys are all hurt.
and they got
Cam
hurt
Reddish
after
was all
the
hurt.
fact. When
It's
they
next man up.
when D'Lo and Reeves
There
were
ain't no
inserted
next
back
man.
into
That's
the
all they
starting
got.
lineup, those
Well, that's
guys
what I'm
were still
saying.
healthy.
And you can't win with them two scrubs, man. You can't win with them two scrubs.
Yeah, but
man.
Wally, you're lying about what happened in the series between the Lakers and Denver. The Lakers defended well against Denver. They
Man,
had
I saw that
double-digit
big
leads
boy. I
in
don't-
most
so
of the
why
games.
did they lose, Brandon?
Let me
Why
finish.
did they lose?
Let me
Nah, I ain't gonna let you do that.
finish. Let
I
me
saw
finish.
that
Let
big
me
boy
finish.
go
I
to
didn't
work.
even finish the sentence. The Lakers had double-digit leads in multiple games in the series. The Lakers led for almost 70% of the series. They had a 20-point lead. What
So what?
happened
Why
is
did they move?
when the Lakers offense went to shit in the second half, that's when their defense fell apart because they had to defend in transition. And the reason the Lakers offense fell apart in the second half was they didn't get Russell and Reeves involved in the first half. And when LeBron got tired in the second half, Russell and Reeves couldn't contribute because there was no fluid ball movement.
That's what happened, but that's not the reason.
Man.
It is the reason.
Can I give you the reason? Can I give you all? Could I get the exact same
I just
thing
want to kind
last
of
year
put some
happened
input
this
in real
year?
quick.
You
Like
can't
last
make
year,
excuses for losing, man.
Austin Reeves has like the same shot attempts from last year, and then D'Angelo Russell has like 2 more shot attempts, and then Austin Reeves has a worse 3-point percentage from last year. Like, what do you mean? Like they didn't get him involved? Like even throughout the whole season, like LeBron
I was
James.
going to say the same thing. It's because
What I'm saying is that LeBron and AD tried to LeBron and AD every game the first half were taking 70 to 80% of the shots.
What?
There was no concerted effort to move the ball and get Russell and Reeves involved for the full game. The Lakers didn't move the ball fluidly for the full game. In the second half of games, LeBron tried to play hero ball and he stopped passing to Russell and Reeves and he got tired. And when LeBron got tired in the second half, there wasn't enough ball movement for Russell and Reeves to cook or get involved.
My man, you got to learn that basketball. Brandon, you got to learn that basketball is played on both ends of the floor.
But if your offense sucks, your defense isn't going to be good either.
This is what happened in the series. The same thing that happened last year. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter if they were down 10. Hold on.
The Lakers didn't get Russell and Reeves involved.
Brandon, hold on. Brandon. It doesn't matter.
Hold on, y'all. This question's for Wally in the locker room. Right.
All right, go ahead.
This question's for Wally in the locker room because it's the complete reverse. So let's take it back to 2021 when the Lakers had a completely defensively oriented roster. But those defensive guys conversely struggled to score the basketball. Can y'all please explain to me what the hell happened to these guys? How their offense turned to an ultimate weakness and they couldn't beat the Phoenix Suns that year? Because even though they had elite defenders all over the court, they couldn't score the goddamn ball. So
but AD got hurt that year.
Oh, no, I know AD got hurt, but they still had an opportunity to even win that series, even though he was hurt. What I'm saying is, I want y'all to explain to the people when Lakers had a defensive-laden team in 2021, how could they not overcome and get out the first round? What happened?
Lamar, I'm gonna answer your question.
Yeah, so they had defense that year. Why did they lose?
I'm gonna give you a good answer to your question.
Didn't the Lakers
any championship team, right? Any team that you look at,
we're not talking about a championship team. We're just talking about getting out the first round.
Okay, we're getting out the first round, whatever you want to call it. You have to have a good balance within your system, whatever system you're running. You got to have a good balance of offense and See, basketball ain't playing. I keep trying to tell the guy Brandon this. Those two guys
the Lakers
do the same thing.
Year. They had to take what the pieces from the
They do the same thing, Lamont. You can't have the two guys, D'Lo and Reeves. I'm using them as an example. You can't have them two guys on the floor at the same time doing the same thing.
Exactly. Don't have anybody else.
What? That's what I'm saying. You're gonna have to incorporate. They can come in and sub in for each other.
Hold on.
But
Darvin
you can't
Ham.
have two defensive liabilities on the floor.
Wait, so who would you play instead of Reeves and Russell?
Hold on, y'all.
How the hell? When I hear the guy Brandon talk about, all I hear him talking about is offense.
Wally. I don't think y'all understand.
Wally, who would you play instead of Reeves and Russell?
Stop asking that question because when somebody gives you a name, all you're gonna do is
you haven't given a name.
Hold on, y'all.
Stop asking the question.
The Lakers,
give me a name.
Hold on, Brandon. The Lakers went almost 10 deep trying to figure out a rotation with good balance. They tried Gabe Vincent. They were out there trying Spencer Dinwiddie. They tried all types of hellified combinations of guys that none of it seemed to work. And especially in the third and fourth quarter versus Denver, primarily because the offense that they were running was just too fast paced. They weren't good enough defensively to keep up with Denver. Denver was going to have to play fast because they were down. They fell into that taking dumb shots. They didn't ever slow. It don't matter who they put out there. You would think Gabe Vincent, who was just in the NBA Finals, you would think he knows he was there for defense on Jamal Murray, right? You would think Spencer Dinwiddie has a bit better size than D'Lo, would be a little bit better, but he too couldn't make a shot. The only guy that was really resourceful off the bench was Taurean Prince, right? So I mean, Darvin Ham tried all these guys. No, let's not act like he didn't try all this stuff.
So
you can't win with these two guys, Lamont.
He tried everybody.
I understand you, but you
I've
can't
never
win
seen a coach go this deep in their roster in the playoffs.
Lamont, do you agree? Do you agree with what Wiley said that D'Lo and Reeves basically do the same thing? Yes or no?
No, they did not do the same thing.
All right, bro. All right.
But how they different?
I don't know where
how
you got
are they
that
different,
from, bro. But
No, Russell's more of a playmaker. Reeves is a pure scorer.
Bro,
what? They lost to Denver the same way they lost last year, bro.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. That's not true. Denver was much better offensively last year than they were this year.
Okay, this is what I'm going to check out. I think I heard somebody say that Reeves was
Wally, hold on 1 second. Hold on, y'all. Last year, it was like
Lamont, I think I heard somebody say Reeves.
Hold on, Wally. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
No, I said Russell.
Hold on, y'all. Last year, the problem with the Lakers was they could never get off to a good start. They always actually finished the game a lot stronger, but it was never enough to come back. This year, they got off to great starts, got the lead in every single game. So what I'm saying is, Mac Def, two completely different games, two completely different styles. The Lakers engineered a game plan to nullify their problems from last year, all those bad starts. But they found a way. They couldn't close games because they had
Lamont, the guy just said Reeves was a pure scorer. Lamont, you believe that?
Look,
Reeves is a scorer. He's not a playmaker.
Somebody said Reeves was a pure scorer.
Wally, that's off track.
This
that's
is a clown show.
Y'all trying to
hold on, Wally. Reeves is a scorer.
Hold on, man. I heard somebody say Reeves was a pure scorer.
I don't have a high opinion of Reeves, but he's a scorer. He's not a playmaker.
He ain't no damn scorer.
Hold on, y'all.
He's
hold on.
He's a clown, bro.
First of all,
Reeves rolls to score.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on.
Reeves is trash, man.
Wally, you gotta hold on. See, this is what y'all
I'm not defending
Brandon. Y'all gotta hold on. See, this is how we get sidebarred on stuff that don't matter. Because y'all just off talking about how good is Austin Reeves. Brandon is not super high on Austin Reeves. I've already said at best Austin Reeves is a sixth man in the NBA. The only reason Austin Reeves is getting significant playing time is because the Lakers had a depleted roster that was completely injured. Their roster was tattered down with broken trades. He's getting paid like a six man. He is a six man. He's forced into a role that he really shouldn't be in because the Lakers. Hold on. It's not a lie. First of all, he's only making $12 million a year. He's getting paid like a six man. That's what six. No, hold on, Rich. Y'all are acting like we coming up here saying that Austin Reeves is some type of superstar caliber player. Nobody's saying that. But see, we're not stupid enough. We understand that this Laker organization, for whatever reason, has made a ton of stupid moves over the past few years, and they've thrust Austin Reeves into a situation where he now has to try to be the third option on most nights because they have nobody else to go do so. They've depleted this roster due to their own doing. You can blame it on the front office. Others blame it on LeBron James for requesting certain trades. None of these trades worked, and you have a broken roster, which forced Austin Reeves into this situation where he's playing a role that he's not supposed to be in. So he's really only in this role because of all of the stupid moves that this organization has made. You guys made a bed. Now you're just lying in that bed, and now you're complaining. Now that you have to lie in the bed, you don't blame Jeannie Buss. You don't Rob Pelinka. You don't blame LeBron James and Anthony Davis for signing off on the Russell Westbrook trade. What you do is you then go blame the guys that just got thrust into these roles. Austin Reeves just undrafted, makes the team. Now he has to go be the third, fourth option. D'Lo gets traded to the Lakers, not under his control, but he gets traded to the Lakers because of the broken Russell Westbrook trade. And then you get mad at these guys put in broken situations, right? Because they can't go do all of this ridiculously crazy stuff that you want them to do. And then lastly, on top of it, everything that y'all talking about, especially on the defensive end, are the same problems that LeBron James had. It's not like he could hold his man either. So again, what are y'all talking about? All the problems.
So can I respond to that?
There's no response. These are all facts.
There is actually. You just said that D'Angelo Russell got thrust into a situation with the Lakers. You want to know why he got thrust into that situation? Because Minnesota didn't want to pay his sorry ass.
Okay, so did you want Russell Westbrook?
No, D'Angelo Russell.
No. So would you been happy? So Russ, hold on, Reg. How would you have felt if the Lakers just said, "Nah, we don't like Russ. We'll hold on to Russell Westbrook"? How would that have worked out?
Lamont.
No, Reg. Let's talk about the reality of the Lakers if they don't do this Russell Westbrook trade. Because if they don't do the Russell Westbrook trade, Reg. Let's talk about reality. If they don't do the Russell Westbrook trade, you're stuck with Russell Westbrook. Okay, so you're stuck with Russell Westbrook. Do you even make the Western Conference Finals with Russell Westbrook?
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
it's
so
a lateral move either way. It doesn't matter.
So then that means Russell Westbrook walks for absolutely nothing in the offseason, and now you're even in a worse situation. That means you don't even have D'Lo and Vandy and the guys that you even traded for. So now you don't even have those guys. So what is your roster even looking like if you don't do the Russell Westbrook trade?
And guess what? We still didn't win with Vandy or any of those guys.
You might be in a lottery.
We still didn't win. So what's your point?
Hold on. You might be in a lottery.
You weren't going to win with Russ. You weren't going to win with Russell. So what difference does it make?
I want to ask you, because the thing is, if you keep Russell Westbrook, then who's to blame when you lose?
Listen.
Because you guys scapegoated Russell Westbrook. He was to blame. You trade him. Obviously, he wasn't the problem because you're still getting
players and Darvin Ham.
Trade pieces. Right? You blame Darvin Ham, even though Frank Vogel failed with the same Russell Westbrook. The guy that won you a championship couldn't even figure out the Russell Westbrook conundrum because the shit was broken, didn't even work. LeBron James was wrong on that move. LeBron James is this Austin Reeves guy that you saw. Remember, you say that Anthony Davis and LeBron James went to the front office and said, keep Austin Reeves. So they're the primary reason that Austin Reeves is still on this roster. So again, it seems like a lot of your problems revolve around your favorite player. He didn't defend. He wanted Russell Westbrook. He wanted to keep Austin Reeves. Their team is broken because of him. Where's your vitriol for LeBron James? Since a lot of the problems that you have revolve around LeBron James.
Was it LeBron's fault that they
no. When are you going to get on LeBron James? He's the reason why Austin Reeves is on this team.
Was it LeBron's fault that they blew up a championship winning team in 2020?
No, hold on. Yes, because he signed off on the Russell Westbrook trade.
No, that was in 2021.
That's why the team was broken up.
No, that was Lamont. We won a championship in 2020.
Okay, so 2021.
We retooled the team.
In 2021,
and AD got hurt.
Mind you guys,
we didn't get Russ till
hold on, y'all. In 2021, that team was broken up. You know why? Because the team that just won you a championship, the Laker fan base, you wanted all those same guys traded because they were great defensively, but they couldn't make shots. So Laker fans wanted Kuzma traded, wanted KCP traded. You wanted all these guys that you are begging to have back now. You wanted them same guys traded.
For Kuzma back. Stop lying,
don't lie, Reg.
Laker fans for Kuzma.
Laker fans.
These are facts. Let me get my take, bro.
No, hold on, Mac. Let's just tell the truth about Laker fans. Laker fans are just a whole bunch of little white kids in Walmart that can't get the candy bar they want. You had all the pieces. You had Caruso. So look, let's tell the truth. You had fucking Caruso. You traded him. No, Reg, let's just tell the truth. Y'all little white kids in Walmart, and this I'm gonna tell you why. All the pieces that you had, Caruso, Drummond, y'all were now all of a sudden you had the defensive players, the KCPs. Kuzma, you traded them all because they couldn't make shots, and when you got eliminated, even though you really lost because Anthony Davis got hurt and the team and LeBron James was on an ankle injury. But you couldn't even grasp that concept. So you trade everybody for Russell Westbrook thinking this 3 stars might work. Now you got 3 stars, but all of a sudden Russell Westbrook doesn't know how to operate as a 3rd star, standing in the corner doing absolutely nothing. So the team goes to shit there. Frank Vogel, the championship head coach, couldn't figure it out. So you bring in Darvin Ham. All right, Darvin Ham can't figure the shit out either. It might not be Darvin Ham, so let's trade Russell Westbrook. Bring in more pieces. It looks good. It looks good. It looks good, but then you get swept in the conference finals. And so because you guys couldn't just accept the fact that Denver was just a better team, now you're on a new mission. Let's trade everybody because we got swept in the finals to just a superior team. Right?
So did the Dallas Mavericks make trades? Yes or no?
All your problems revolve around
Did the
decisions.
Dallas Mavericks make
all
trades?
your
Yes or
problems revolve around decisions LeBron James made. Why are you
Did the
blaming
Dallas
these?
Mavericks make trades? Yes or no?
Hold on. Yes, they made trades.
Exactly. So what are you complaining
You can
about trades
only
for?
make trades when you have trade pieces to make trades with. You don't have shit. Why you acting like you got something to trade? Why you acting like you got pieces that other teams are really dying to go get? Do you don't?
They did. They wanted Austin Reeves.
No,
they didn't
you
want to
don't.
trade him. They said he was
Nobody
untouchable.
wanted Austin Reeves. That's why
You're
he's
a liar.
not
Now you're
traded.
lying. Now you're lying.
And the
Now
only
you're lying.
reason Austin Reeves is still on this team is
Now you're
because
lying.
LeBron James didn't LeBron James sign off on the man. You can't trade a guy that LeBron James gave the seal of approval to. You can't trade him. LeBron James gave him the seal of approval. So why would you trade him? All your problems revolve around decisions that LeBron James made. Your defense was trash this year because LeBron James was one of the defenders on the court that couldn't defend. You guys are just scared to talk about it. We know that AD and Reeves are struggling on defense, but Bryant was just as bad, if not worse. All right, so let's not bloviate on
They
stuff
couldn't
where
execute
Bryant,
down the stretch,
is
man.
just as culpable in this madness
He
as
sure
everybody
is.
else. It's the saddest part about it is I ain't heard nobody say nothing about it. Y'all keep
I
giving them
seen the
passes.
tall boy from Denver.
Man, come on, man. Y'all, it's just
Called
Laker
this
fans.
Mondo.
Laker
He
fans
jacked
are like little
LeBron all
spoiled
the
white
way
kids in
underneath
Walmart.
the basket off the
Hey,
court.
hold on.
And put
I need to get a
buckets in his
video.
face.
Let me get a video of one of these bad little kids in Walmart just on the floor crying over a little candy bar. They can get. The mama got 39 cents in her purse and one of them blue
I
cards.
know
What are them
Brandon's
blue
still
cards
on the
called?
Brandon's
What are them
still on the
cards
panel.
called?
Brandon,
What are the welfare cards
the
called?
Lakers,
hold up.
this
Hey,
last year
Lamont,
and
it
this
took you all
year.
that time to tell the truth, brother?
No, I'm not doing.
The Lakers needed LeBron to take less money and take a step back.
Laker fans just
It wouldn't have helped nothing.
And see,
What are you
and then
talking
Yes,
about?
it would have. The Lakers could have gotten a real third option.
Check this out, y'all. This is what made it.
Oh,
even
so
funny.
now
No,
D'Angelo
check it out,
Russell's
Mac
not a
Jeff.
good
Hold on, Mac
third.
Jeff. Let's just tell the truth all the
I
way
said
about
Russell could be.
Hold on, y'all. Let's just tell the truth all the way about it. To make it
Hold
10
on, Lamont.
times.
Before you go, I'm gonna head out. I wasn't able to get my take off, but thanks for having me on the show, man. I'll see y'all.
Look, check this out. To make it 10 times worse, the Lakers, after they sit here and tell the entire world how trash Austin Reeves is, how trash D'Angelo Russell is, how trash Rui is, at the trade deadline, they suddenly think that these guys have high significant value to go get a Trae Young, a Zach LaVine, a DeMar DeRozan, or DeJounte Murray, and they said, we can package all these guys up to go get a start. And the only thing the other teams are doing is just completely laughing in y'all face. Because if you think y'all did the worst disservice to your team possible, y'all devalue your own players with your own antics and crybaby ways. You devalue Russ, you devalue Reeves, you devalue Rui, you even devalued that sorry little pick you got left that you couldn't even pawn off at the trade deadline. This is why the Lakers are in a sad, sorry, pathetic situation that they're in. And the funny realization is that Laker fans don't understand is that y'all are even worse situation going in the next season because the guy that y'all hated on most completely controls your entire offseason. So for all y'all Laker fans, I hate to break the news to you. You ain't making no significant moves in the offseason. Ain't no trades happening. Ain't no DeJounte Murray. Ain't no Trae Young. Ain't no Donovan Mitchell trades happening. LeBron James is going to re-sign for max money. He's going to eat up all your salary cap. And with all that money, you're not going to have no money to go improve this pathetic roster that's going to be worse off when D'Lo walks away and you get absolutely nothing for him. So, like I said, like I told, the locker room failed to tell you guys what I said in December. Sometimes it's just your turn to be trash. Hey, Laker fans.
There it is right there.
Laker fans, it's just your turn to be trash right now.
It took you all that time to figure it out, Lamont.
Oh, I've been saying this. It's just y'all turn. See, the thing is, I try to be optimistic. When the Laker fans come on, I try to talk them through potential scenarios where their team can maybe see. The problem is for this Laker team to win, they would have to play a more team-oriented style ball that would detrimentally affect LeBron's overall numbers because you have to get the ball spread around. He wasn't willing to do that. That's why I said he was playing glory ball. He was glory chasing.
And you can't win. Hey, Lamont, you forgetting this. You can't win with C- NBA players, bro.
He gonna spread the ball around the who?
You can't.
Well, that's why LeBron has to take less money.
Well, he's
the
not
Lakers
take
need
less money.
LeBron to take less money so they can have a better roster.
Not gonna take less.
Who is he gonna spread the ball to?
Matt Def. That's why he has to take less money so they can bring better players in.
You know what? Hold on. You know what kills me when y'all act like the Lakers players are just no good. See, when I watch all these other teams like the Knicks, and I see the Knicks got guys like McBride coming off the bench, giving energy, making shots. Ain't nobody never heard of this dude. Josh Green coming off the bench for the Dallas Mavericks, knocking down big shots. It's because the team empowers these guys, and when they get on the court, they just not standing in some empty corner. Wait, everybody, the ball has energy when it moves. When you swing that thing around, guys get hyped up. When you look at how Minnesota empowered McDaniels. McDaniels been struggling
but you're leaving
all
out
year.
the point, Lamont. You're leaving out the point, Lamont. You're leaving out my point.
Hold on.
They play defense, Lamont.
No, but hold on. What I'm
that
saying
guy
is,
McDaniels that you just talked about.
Wally, hold on. We know he plays defense, but he wasn't going to be a liability out there when they was.
He played defense, man.
Hold on 1 second, Wally. When Anthony Edwards talked about
you leaving defense out, Lamont.
Hold on, Wally. Let me talk about it. When Anthony Edwards was talking about how he was getting doubled, he was struggling offensively, and Jaden McDaniels was the only one wide open. They were swinging the ball early and often, and they trusted him to make those shots. Unlike the Lakers, who known for throwing the craziest time bombs, LeBron will throw you the ball with 1.5 seconds on the shot clock, and you better know how to catch a shot. The only players in history that can knock down these shots are the Kyle Korvers and some of the best catch and shoot shooters in NBA history. If you ain't got one of those, you ain't gonna have too much success.
You're leaving defense out, Lamont. You're leaving defense out.
They don't have a championship roster, period.
But I'm not talking about championship roster.
But that's because LeBron won't take less money.
We're just talking about getting out the first
McDaniels that you mentioned, he hell on defense.
It's not about them conference finals or first round. They lost to the exact same team, and they lost to them the exact same way. They lost 11 straight games to Denver. The conference finals last year, they couldn't execute in the crunch. LeBron James missed a shot game 2 and game 4. This year, Jamal Murray hits a game winner.
You don't have to regurgitate the whole game. You can't tell me. I know basketball. If your ass is up double digits in every single game, you had a chance to win. I'm not trying to hear the extra sauce and the extra BS that gets attached to it.
That's not true.
Hold on, MacDev. We did what the Lakers did to Denver
Jamal
Nuggets.
Murray wasn't healthy in the series.
What the Lakers did, as far as dominating the majority of that series, 1 through 3 quarters, is unheard of for you to come out that series damn near swept. It's absolutely unheard of. And what it tells me right there is when you cannot close out games in the fourth quarter and you have Anthony Davis, one of the best interior post players, and LeBron James, one of the best facilitators in NBA history, when you have those two and you can't slow the game down to hold on to 10, 15, and 20-point leads, that tells me that your team lacks discipline. That means you have a broken locker room. That means you have no culture. That means you have no chemistry. That means you have no attention to detail. And when all of those things are broken, I'm looking to the leaders of the team. Darvin Ham and LeBron James. If you tell me to look at fucking D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves, you gotta be out of your goddamn mind, man.
That's not what I'm saying.
I know what a winning team looks like, and this team was broken from the top down. If you want to sit here and be low level and blame D'Lo and Austin Reeves,
that's not what I'm blaming them on.
About, my guy. This team,
I blame it on the coach and I blame it on the players.
I blame it on LeBron James more than anybody because he was the leader of the BS going on in the fourth quarter. And if y'all can't admit that BS was starting with LeBron and ending with LeBron, you just not being honest. Just be honest about what was happening. The BS was starting with him and it was ending with him in those four quarters. He was taking that, and what capped it off is the most dumbest three-pointer I've seen shot in playoff history. When you got 11 seconds on the shot clock, 17 in the game, game is tied, and you got a clean lane to the rim. He could probably go power dunk on Jamal Murray at the rim, but instead you pause, you stare at the man that fell, and you shoot the dumbest three in NBA history and give Jamal Murray another chance to light you up, and light you up is what he did.
So that's not executing down the stretch.
This is stupidity from the top down, and it started and ended with LeBron James.
You can't say that.
I watched the series. I can say it.
You can't win.
Hold on, Brandon. Lamont, let me. Can we just go one on one real quick? So you're saying it's stupidity from the top down. What I'm saying that Denver is already better than the Lakers. It's a flawed roster, and you're not going to win with D'Lo and Austin Reeves. Now, with that flawed roster and facing a team that's superior than you, that's facing a team that's superior than you. You still manage both series, conference finals and first round, for games to come down to the wire. You just didn't execute down the stretch. You can blame Darvin Ham. You can put all the onus on LeBron.
Let's say you're right. They didn't close down the stretch. So let's ask you a question. Who's the closer? Who's the two closers on that team? Because I know one thing I do know is when it was time for Denver to close, it was Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic barbecuing. Okay,
That's right.
So if the end of the game comes down to your two closers, why didn't the Lakers' two closers go to get to activating instead of begging D'Lo and Austin Reeves to go make a shot to bail them out? You wanted the two closers just go get to activating.
No, they couldn't close.
No. Who couldn't close? The closers.
LeBron and AD.
Thank you. So you said it. The closers couldn't close, right?
That's all I've been saying. But I'm still saying. Yes, that is. That's everybody else talking about.
The Lakers did not. The Lakers did not lose the series because of Reeves and Russell's defense. The Lakers lost the series because their offense was shit in the second half of games. So when Wally, you keep talking about defense, the Lakers did not lose the series primarily because of defense. The Lakers lost the series because their offense wasn't good enough in the second half.
Hold on, Wally, I got you.
Don't bring my name up because my man Lamont ain't gonna let
what
me
you
talk.
said was wrong.
No, it wasn't wrong. Don't
it was
bring my
wrong.
name up
The
'cause
Lakers
Lamont
did
ain't
not
gonna let me
lose
talk.
because of defense.
It was defense. You cannot
It
have
wasn't.
two.
The Lakers'
Listen to me,
offense
brother.
was trash in
You
the second
cannot
half
have
of games.
2 C- players on the court, both of them representing shooters, and they can't guard their house. Now I don't know
but
where you play basketball at.
The Lakers
But you
were
cannot
leading
have
for 7.
D'Lo on the court,
Wally.
Reeves
The
on the
Lakers
court
were
doing
leading.
the same- they
The
bring the
Lakers
same
were
thing to
winning
the
for
table.
70% of the series with Russell and
They
Reeves on the
bring the
court
same
most
thing
of that
to the
time.
table,
The
brother.
Lakers lost because their
tried to
offense went to
slide
shit in the second half
tried
of
to
games.
slide in.
It was
Lamont
not
won't let
because
me
of their
talk.
defense.
Lamont don't never want to let me talk because I'm bringing basketball common sense to you. You can't
Nah,
have
bro, you're
two
lying.
guys
No,
doing
you
the
are
same
lying.
thing. Both of them are
No, you are
shooters.
lying.
They can't create their own shot. They're not big enough and strong enough to stop
Right. You've said the
nobody
same
on
thing
the court.
55 times.
The reason
They're
why
not
the
big
Lakers
enough and
lost,
strong enough to
the
stop
reason,
nobody
the
on the
reason
court.
why the Lakers lost, the reason
Down
why
the
the
stretch,
Lakers lost was because
down
of
the stretch,
LeBron.
all you got to
You
do.
guys
Hey,
don't want to
Jimmy, I'm gonna
admit
let you
that.
go right after Wally goes. Let me
Hold
let
up.
Wally go, and
Down
come
the
right to you, Jimmy.
stretch, when the game is on the line, all you have to do, get one of those guys in a pick and roll set on one side of the court, and the game is over. Because either one of those guys are going to be trailing the pick and roll. That's an easy fadeaway inside the paint. And if you're a pro and you can get inside that paint, inside the free throw line, that's a bucket, sir.
And who controls that at the end of games?
Well, what do you mean who controls what? What do you mean, Lamont?
So there were multiple times in this series, late game, where LeBron could have easily went into that 5-out set. They could have ran that flex pick and roll that always worked. You talking
about that's on LeBron? LeBron supposed to call his number.
Thank you.
I ain't never seen him do it.
Thank you.
I ain't never seen him do it.
Couldn't close down the stretch.
He supposed to be the hold up, Lamont. That's a good question. Lamont. So 11 seconds on the clock, he supposed to call that. And everybody supposed to know.
And Wally,
they supposed to run over that 15 times in practice.
Wally, you hooped in
everybody
college, right?
Get on out the way. High pick and roll, and he supposed to get in the paint and knock down the ball inside.
Wally, you a pro.
Wally,
hold on. One question before Jimmy goes. Wally, now you a pro. You played pro, and you played in college. I'm talking about you were All-American level. I'm gonna ask you this question: LeBron James, tie game, 11 seconds on the shot clock, 17 seconds on the game clock. He takes the pick and roll. His man falls down. Open lane to the rim. What do you do in that situation? Do you chuck the three, or do you get the rim?
When the man fall down, when the defender fall, I know what play you're talking about. When the defender fell down, he posts a whole ass inside the free throw line, pull up a short and drop. That's a soft one right there. I could make that in my sleep.
And Wally,
he already
and Wally, and then let's say Wally, when you miss floaters 2-pointers or layups.
It ain't got to be a floater.
Wally, what
it
I'm
ain't got to
saying
be a
is,
floater.
what I'm saying is this, Wally.
He
Even
can
if he
square up,
misses
he's
it,
6'10".
no, but listen, even if he misses it,
how tall is he?
I'm saying even if he misses it, it's advantage LA because you got Anthony Davis down there lurking behind for the offensive rebound.
All right. So
but
now
when
the
you
question
chuck up
is,
a three, you don't give anybody a chance to do it.
Okay, so here's the question. What is it about the mindset of Murray that had Reeves checking him, the same pick and roll we talking about? He ended up.
No, see, Wally, that's where you're wrong. Wally, that's where you're wrong. Because see,
the
thing is you guys,
we talking about the same play.
You guys want to see. I agree with Brendan to a certain point. You guys, when LeBron James went to LA and AD, the whole problem with the situation was when they won the championship in 2020, which they really shouldn't have won. AD has been complacent ever since. The problem is he doesn't play with the same hungriness like he does every other time. Then LeBron James was in a weak East.
I think he got hurt though, bro.
LeBron James went to the finals 8 straight times in a weak East, and then he came to the West, which was different. And he thought that when he was playing like certain teams, like below, like the same teams, he thought he could have do the same thing, and that was not the case. The problem is when it comes to LeBron James, everybody wants to say that LeBron James can build teams and he win championship. Yes, the thing is, once LeBron win the championship with a team, the team is done. You know why? Because he does not change his style of play. They've been saying this many, many times. That's why Kobe Bryant said it best. Kobe Bryant said it best. LA is not for everybody. Kobe Bryant said it best. Los Angeles, California, the Lakers is not for everybody. And the Lakers
LeBron owns LA.
Is that Leonardo?
No, he don't. Stop that
I
line.
don't know what my
LeBron doesn't own shit. LeBron destroyed the roster.
I don't know what my man just said just now, but I agree with you, brother, whatever you were saying.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying you saying that LeBron James owned LA. LeBron James did nothing in LA compared to what Kobe did. The crazy
he won a championship.
Yeah, and then he destroyed the roster.
Okay.
How he destroyed the roster?
He forced the trade for Westbrook.
All right, hey y'all, look, y'all, look.
I thought they had an issue before that.
Y'all, hold on, y'all.
You know what's funny? Jimmy Butler. You know what's funny? Jimmy Butler went to
Leonardo, hold on one second.
I don't know what my man.
Hold on, y'all. My bad. I'm not trying to cut y'all off, but look, I gotta shut this one down. I have to shut it down, y'all. I can't keep it going. And I know if I don't shut it down now, I'm not gonna be able to get to some of this other stuff I gotta do.
Lamar, the problem is nobody wants to blame LeBron James for the fault. Everybody wants to blame Austin Reeves, D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah, the Lakers needed LeBron to take less money and take a step back.
They C- players, brother. You can't change that. You getting upset about it ain't gonna change it.
Yeah, but Wally, you know what? They stuck with him.
You getting mad about it? That they gonna still be C- players, brother.
Wally, it's gonna change a lot. You know why? Because you bisexuals are living in the same mentality, and every time you guys go to a conversation, you guys keep saying,
"No, I ain't got nothing to do with LeBron, man. Don't fuck around like that." You can't change a C- player, brother. I don't give a damn what you do. You can yell and scream all you want. C-.
Okay, wait. Hey, Wally, I have a question for you. Who was the Lakers' third option offensively in 2020 when they won the title?
I don't follow the Lakers like that.
Right, but you watched the finals and but you watched the finals in 2020 , right?
I don't.
KCP.
Like I said, I don't follow.
Yeah, it was KCP. So the Lakers won a title with KCP as their third option. The reason the Lakers can't win is because the Lakers needed LeBron to take less money and take a step back so the offense had more ball movement, and LeBron's a narcissistic pig who wouldn't take a step back or be in a fluid offense with ball movement, and that's why the Lakers offense went to offense went to shit in the second half of every game against Denver except Game 5.
All right, y'all, look, y'all, we about to shut it down. We just regurgitating the same stuff. Look, y'all.
Lamont's a clown.
And let me tell you something, Lamont. Hey, Lamont, let me say this to you real quick.
I'm gonna let Wally close it out.
Let me say this with you, man. When he made that trade to get Westbrook, he ain't nothing but a C- player. I mean, okay. Take away the triple.
Well, at the time,
after the triple in the records, right? He's a C- player. When he won a championship,
no, but I got you. Hold on,
Wally. Where is his championship pedigree?
No. I agree, Wally. But
yeah,
like I said, I
watched him play a lot.
But I never thought the Russell Westbrook trade was the move. I thought they should have just held on to the role guys that they had because those guys defended.
Hey, Lamont. Every time I had a homeboy, right? When I was working, right? He used to love OKC, right? And I used to tell him, I say, my man, y'all gonna lose every game y'all play, y'all gonna lose, right? He said, why you say that, Walt? Down stretch, the coach don't have enough sense to take the ball out of Westbrook's hands, right? He keep it in Westbrook's hands, bro. You gonna get a brick or a turnover, Joe.
I think when you got a ball dominant player, Wally, I think you become too predictable. Like the team always knows, like they always know where your primary attack is gonna come from. And this is something that Jordan and John Salley talked about it. He says once Jordan realized that this is how teams are defending, he kind of shook that a little bit.
I know you got to go, but I'm gonna share this with you. You probably already know it. Do you remember? It comes up on the commercial, right? When Phil Jackson, they called a timeout, right? And he went to Michael Jordan, right? Now this is coaching. He say, Mike. He say, who's open? When it comes to the trap, he said, who open? He said, Paxson. And nobody told Michael Jordan. He said, give him the goddamn ball. That's coaching. And he got it to him, and the rest is history. But Westbrook, he gonna shoot that. He gonna shoot it anyway, man.
Yeah.
You want to make some money? You want to make some money in basketball? Whoever Westbrook is playing down the stretch, put your money. You're gonna get paid because they're not going to win, bro.
Man. All right, Wally. Hey, Wally, appreciate you pulling up, man. You hear me? All right, he got out of here. Salute, y'all. I see you in the backstage, George and Jimmy, man. We're going to go ahead and drop y'all. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. It was a hellified stream today. Went a lot longer than I expected it to, man. I ain't expect to carry on this long. King Kale says Westler, a turnover machine. I agree. He's become super turnover prone. Salute to Mia X in the chat, man. I haven't seen you here. We got to get you on the panel one of these days. Appreciate you pulling up. He says they had good defenders as well. Those guys talking to Alonzo. Salute to Alonzo Villain in the chat, man. I've seen you here last few streams, man. Appreciate you being here. Sports Talk only, nar. A lot of you guys stuck around for the whole stream, man. A lot of new names. We had a lot of new subscribers this stream. Let me see if I can run down them real quick, if I even still got it. Let's see the subscribers real quick. Let me give that subscriber rundown real quick. Where's my list at? Here it is right here. All right, salute to Allen, salute to Ant-Man, salute to Cash, salute to Marquise Berry, salute to Vetti, salute to Korishi, salute to DJ Donny TV, salute to Jet, salute to SC, salute to a Bikers Hub. Appreciate you guys, man, subbing up to the channel, man. And like I said, man, let's get some new faces on these panels, man. New faces. H from the Creek said, y'all still streaming. Yeah, I meant to shut it down earlier, but man, they kept it going, H. It's like a full work shift, man. People that went to work and got off work as long as we've been on. Crazy, man. Definitely not a repeat. But look, if you missed this stream, we will be airing it again. I'm going to be airing this stream again on the Vertical Live. So if you missed the stream, we're going to be re-airing it again. So again, I appreciate everybody pulling up to this stream, man. Big time. It's big time to have you guys here. Like I said, salute to everybody that hit the Cash App to support the show. It looks like we got a few new members. Like I said, we're not at 10 members yet, man, but we're going to grow the memberships up. Once we get to 10 members, we're going to do the merchandise giveaway to the first 10. And then also for the first 10 people that sign up for Profit Duel, we're going to be having some people from Profit Duel on. We're going to have some people on from Profit Duel on next week. So, salute to Cheyenne for subbing up too. Cheyenne Green, appreciate you subbing up to the channel. I saw you just subbed as well. So again, appreciate you for subbing to the channel, man. Channel growing a lot faster than I thought, man. I'm talking about like 10K subs over the last 30 days, man. So hopefully we keep that going. We'll try to keep this content pushed out. But look, y'all, man, this is FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, man. Make sure y'all tune in this weekend. We got the crossover. We got on Saturday. We got Rumble in the Ring. on Sunday. Both of the shows, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Y'all don't want to miss those shows. If you're a wrestling fan, tune in Sunday, 5 p.m., right? If you're just looking to hear WNBA news, if you're looking to hear people cover all sports, man, tune in Saturday for the crossover. And then you got us here on FYF Sports. Make sure y'all start tuning in on Mondays as well. We got the Hollywood Herm show with True the King. That's going to be solid. And we got more shows to come, man. So it's about to be big time over here. He says, affiliate Profit Duel. Yeah, that's one of them. Profit Duel is legit, though. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's not too many affiliates, backboarders that, like, a lot of times people take on, like, these sponsorships or partnerships just for the money. I actually have used Profit Duel. Like, that's why when I did that promo video, I actually used it. It's legit. You can make money. And whether you got a $10 bankroll or a $1,000 bankroll, you will make money. There's no doubts about it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You will make money. It's very easy to do. You can make money in 5 to 6 hours, and you can start doubling down on it by capitalizing on them free bets. So I'm telling you right now, try it. Look, if you try it and you put $10 on Profit Duel and you follow the instruction, if you don't make money, I will give you the $10 back. I promise you, you will make money. You will start building a bankroll so you can keep it going. And there are plenty of people out there that are making easily between $1,400, $1,500 a month just utilizing Profit Duel. That's why it's only $1 for the first 7 days. You don't have to pay for the full membership. Just try it for 7 days for $1. You'll be able to find out real quick if it's legit or not. So, like I said, man, y'all check them out. We're gonna have the people on from Profit Duel, man, to show y'all what it is, man. So if y'all see that link, go sign up, give it a try. I've tried it, and I'm telling y'all, it's definitely legit, especially if they allow a lot of those sports books in your state, man. Simple to use app, simple interface, and it's cost effective. But look, y'all, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode. Y'all, we're gonna be back with more sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep my life, you want is very overrated. Keep it real, if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
Missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, some shit I'll just taste it at great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. How do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, they just can't control me. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right, girl, before it's too late. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Out of being dash. Do you have my back, girl, before it's too late? Can I say my piece, girl? Girl, know what you mean to me. You just keep it real with me. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Every time I'm backstep, missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, some shit I'll just taste it at great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. floating again and I'm running the map. They say the best defense is just to attack. Hopping through too much, it's hard to attach. All this bone on is being hard to relax. Gotta get up, gotta get it again. They ain't get the message, we spinning again. I feel my back, I'm just leaving it in. Get what they want, then they leaving again. I cannot act like this ain't nothing new. Been getting smarter with all I've been through. Nowadays, I'm more rewarding than truth. Tired of keeping it G just to lose. Let it all out when I step in the booth. We're there for some months, now it's time to recruit. Met the investments, it's time to recoup. It's time to recoup, but how do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you. Tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club. I'm ashamed,